Call Me Ares, the first book in the I, Soldier series by Craig Martelle, narrated by Bryan Douglas. Chapter 1. Fire. Wars are fought and won by soldiers willing to risk all, again and again. "They call me Ares," the soldier said before clarifying. "That's not my name." He shifted uncomfortably on the stool where they had him perch. He wore his combat armor and held his helmet in his hands. The interviewer contemplated his next question. He had a series prepared, but would only get 15 minutes with this soldier. "How many decorations do you have?" "Don't know," Ares replied sincerely. He added a shrug. That wasn't something he paid attention to. Awards were validations for others. He fought because he represented humanity, not because he wanted to win awards. "What's your highest award?" "Star of Valor." "What did you get it for?" The interviewer looked for a choice soundbite to extol the soldier's virtues, sell more bonds to reduce the work of the press gangs forcing the unwitting into military service. "Which one?" "The Star of Valor." "I have more than one." "I asked—" "Never mind. Tell me about one of them, please." The interviewer composed himself. Time was slipping through his fingers, and he was fumbling the best interview he was ever going to get. The soldier would march away, never to be seen again. This soldier was different, though. He was named after the god of war. He mattered. The interviewer schemed for more time. "For winning the Battle of Elbow Gap. We lost many men that day. They gave me the star because I survived." The soldier kept his voice neutral. Elbow Gap had been a bloodbath and was a battle he tried to forget. "They don't give our highest award for valor simply because you survived. What did you do to survive?" The soldier's humility would touch the audience. "All for thee, none for me." "I killed the enemy. I killed them until they stopped shooting." A red light flashed near the makeshift studio. The soldier stood. He pulled the microphone from his uniform shirt and tossed it on the chair behind him. "It hasn't been 15 minutes," the interviewer argued. "I have to go. The enemy is coming. You should leave." "I'm coming with you," the interviewer declared to his own surprise. "I have to see for myself." "Then you'll die. I'm okay with that. But you might get someone else killed. And I'm not okay with that. Leave. Get off this planet now. Save yourself." Ares dodged around the interviewer, running off the ad hoc set and toward the setting sun. He thought nothing of the small compound once he had gone. The compound, a place of safety away from the front lines, a place where ships could come and go. Sparks of explosions backlit the ridgeline, the planet's gnarled spine cutting the massive plain in half. It was there where the battles were being fought. It was there where soldiers had cover of rocks and dirt. It was there where graves had already been filled. Ares ran. The hard pack of planet Espinar 4 puffed small red clouds to mark his intrusion. His combat suit enhanced his speed. It was one with his body, moving and flowing with him like a second skin. The delight of Earth's scent didn't carry here. Espinar smelled like death, even in the mountains where the natural growth extended across the ground and gave false hope that life could thrive. Not a human life. The plants could only bring a visual tease, nothing more than a three-dimensional mockery of living art. Ares could have cared, but didn't. That had nothing to do with him. Resupply, rocky cover, technological concealment, and the power of the weapons he carried, not the least of which was his mind. A thinking soldier was a victorious soldier. That's what they taught the HFP, the Human Force for Peace. Soldiers. Volunteers, but not. Placing their bodies in the path of alien enemies, defeating them on alien planets, then moving to the next. Non-human life thrived throughout the galaxy. Into the mountains and up a ravine into a crevice, where Ares climbed. The mountain rose before him, while falling away beneath his armored feet. Like a spider, he scaled the hill to the front lines. They had moved since he left an hour earlier. That wasn't a surprise. War was fluid. War was the same and always different. The thinking soldier was the winning soldier. Don't establish monuments to failure with fixed fortifications. Reinforce success. Attack and destroy. The thoughts of the career soldier. This was Ares' fourth combat tour. He was the grand old man of his unit. According to his peers, he was the god of war. A mortar screamed on its approach. The smart systems inside Ares' armor isolated the incoming round and determined where it would land. Ares dove the other way, staying low beneath the force of the explosion and shrapnel. There was always shrapnel. Living things stopped living when it shredded their fragile bodies. The combat suit was designed to stop shrapnel, but there was a sound, a screech of failure, when it attacked the metal skin but didn't penetrate. Mindless and soulless, like the enemy, the Scudagera, a race of multi-legged bugs that crawled along the ground with the ability to network their minds and coordinate. 1 to 2 meters in length and 20 to 30 centimeters at the height of their backs. Load a mortar and fire at human targets. Espinar wasn't their home. It was no one's home. Wormholes fed the system from Scudageran space and from human space. It was inevitable that they'd meet in this place. Battle was a choice they both made. Bulky troop carriers orbited the planet, but they weren't armed and had no escorts because ships didn't fight in space. Every race lost those battles, so it was an unwritten rule that the fights were limited to the planet. The void of space served its role as the equalizer. It killed any race with equal indifference. Landers delivered the force and dusted off, returning to the safety of space. The soldiers determined the rest through ground battles. Ares sprinted ahead when the air cleared of incoming. He reached the battle director, squatting behind a stand of rocks to the rear of the 4x1 formation. "Nice of you to join us," he said with his usual lack of tact. "We need you on the left. The bugs are coming hard and heavy." He gestured vaguely toward the left side of the rocky escarpment 50 meters ahead. "Compliance," Ares stated. Disagreement with the lawful order would be met with harsh and immediate discipline. With the push of a button, the suit would inject the wearer and turn them into nothing more than a drone until the effects wore off. They were most likely to die, since they had no inhibitions. They'd attack without keeping their own safety in mind. Ares bolted from behind the rock, zigzagging across the rocks of the plateau. Ahead, broken boulders jutted upward in a natural palisade against those higher up the mountain. "Wheel 3, report," Ares called. 3 on flank. Negative approach 90 off center. The flank was clear, but Wheel 4 was supposed to anchor the line. "Wheel 4, report." Wheel 4 remained silent. Team data showed blank. Planetary interference. Jamming was so common that data connections were tertiary command and control systems. The reliance on voice and visual commands harkened back to early 20th century warfare. It was a return to the time of soldiers, where individual vigor and determination decided a battle. "Wheel 4, report." "Wheel 3, do you have eyes on 4? 3 front. Attack force inbound, 300 meters. "Wheel section, fire at will." Ares ran to the exposed flank to look for Wheel 4. He sensed the battle around him, the main attack, the feint, the overwhelming odds, the inbound firepower. The Scudagaran swarm attack would overwhelm if they let them get close. "Fire in the hole!" Ares roared above the rumble of the mesa's surface breaking under pressure. He tossed the first grenade as the ground cracked and gave way. He dodged left and tossed a second grenade before the first exploded. He brought his beam rifle to the front and dropped to a knee. Time slowed, as it always did. Each movement tied to an instant, complete with observation and action that flowed to the next action. The grenades exploded underground, 5 seconds apart, shattering enemy bodies in the confines of a cave system the battle planner had missed. Point 1 and Point 2 had to have missed them first. Those two soldiers were the eyes and ears of the team. Ares pondered the shortcomings of his team's intelligence for a microsecond without getting lost in the recriminations of the leadership sending him to the rear for an interview. Propaganda for a home that no longer cared for those sent forward to fight for humanity. Winning was presumed. Would they care if the field of soldiers was lost? It was a question Ares didn't see value in exploring. Here and now, this brief time was all that mattered. Now and a moment from now. Yesterday was gone, except for the light that illuminated the present as a gift of wisdom. It was nothing more than learning from experience. His own, but preferably that of others. Ares threw a third grenade, angling it to bounce off the walls erratically and defy the enemy's efforts to catch it and throw it back. With the screen down on his helmet, he couldn't smell the air, find what was the same or different, learn the differences, and gain wisdom. He waited to fire until after the grenade exploded. The delay seemed to last forever, an agonizing intrusion into the reality of combat time. He prepared to fire. The explosion cleared the nearest bugs attempting to crawl from the penetration into the mountain. He headed in, using his booted feet to crush the lives from those who had survived the blast despite having 20 to 30 legs torn from their bodies. Others that had survived with little injury scrambled for cover. He picked them off, one by one. Fire, aim, fire. To an observer, it would have looked like he was simply pulling the trigger as fast as he could, but no. Combat time. Each penetration of the beam into the darkness was well aimed. One shot, one enemy down. Next target. He cleared the path in front of him before swinging around to check the victims of his grenades once more. The bodies were cold, but the living bugs had cold bodies too. Infrared showed him nothing of use. He switched his screen to ultraviolet, which was more illuminating. He rounded the first corner to find a bug brigade attempting to haul an armored figure away. Wheel 4. Ares fired 8 times, and the human dropped to the rocky floor with his pallbearers dead beneath him. The bugs regrouped down the tunnel. He couldn't allow that. Ares stalked forward and threw his last grenade on a long arc. Attacking prevented the enemy from boosting morale and re-engaging. Stop the attack, kill those who followed, and drive the reinforcements from the field of battle. It was his standard strategy to end battles once they'd begun, prevent the enemy from doing the same to him. Tactics had evolved over the centuries to embrace advances in technology, until drones and androids and robot weapons fought a similar army so equipped, until the galaxy changed, and those technologies were chased from the battlefield. It was a fight among the living. A fight to the death. A real death. Some races had more advantages over others because they could breed 100 soldiers from a single mother in a single season. Human soldiers were better than an army of drudges, a hive army like the one Ares faced. The grenade skipped into the group. They scrambled to get it away from them before it exploded. Too late. It blasted while surrounded by bodies. Limbs and bug parts spread with the shrapnel. Blood splattered across the cave wall. Ares stalked toward them, his ultraviolet view detailing targets to destroy. He cleared the tunnel and continued downward into the mountain. He stopped and lifted his visor a centimeter to breathe the air. Stagnant and stale. It didn't smell of death, despite of how much of it he'd wrought. It was like autumn, after the flowers had withered but not fallen. The smell signaled a rebirth in his mind. If the leaves didn't fall, then the tree wouldn't renew come spring. Why it was that way underground suggested something lived down here, although Ares saw no vegetation. He backed up the tunnel over the bodies of those he'd killed. He fired twice at bugs that were moving despite their destroyed bodies. A short but intense battle. Still, it hadn't been the main attack. Maybe that was up top, and storming the human position over open ground was their best choice. No, it would come from underground. He was convinced. If the attack above was a feint, then their numbers had been grossly underestimated. Point 1 and Point 2 had questions they needed to answer, and field intelligence they needed to better understand. Ares checked Wheel 4's pulse. Nothing. He had lived his last moment in the service of the HFP. Ares sat up his body and pulled him over his shoulder to carry him out of the tunnel. Acoustics had denied him the sound of the battle above. Fire crisscrossed in front of the broken entrance to the tunnel below. Ares stopped, seated the body, timed the erratic fire, and bolted into the open, firing sideways into the advancing enemy. Energy weapons chased him, missing his dodging form. He turned toward them to move in front of his own lines. Wheels 1, 2, and 3 maintained their fire, augmented by the handheld mortars the wheel soldiers carried to slow the inexorable advance of an ocean of approaching enemy. Chapter 2. Observe. Free the heavy weapons. Hammer the enemy. Ares jumped behind a single rock that flaunted the enemy advance. He delivered the hand and arm signal for indirect fire to the battle planner. Bring heavy weapons to bear. Fire the mains! Ares roared when his signals weren't picked up and forwarded. The main tubes of the artillery section were in the foothills below. Jamming, terrain, and enemy fire combined to stymie communication with them. Ares pumped a flare into his beam weapon and sent the signal skyward. Why hadn't the battle planner done that? It didn't matter. It was done now. This isn't the main attack, he said under his breath, calmly. He talked to himself during battle. It kept him grounded in thinking. He knew that once the artillery dialed in, the enemy wave would be wiped out. By then, every friendly soldier's position would be known. It was an expensive way to gather intelligence. Did they have the bodies to waste? That question answered itself. Ares kept moving. It was his key to survival. Permanent fortifications were a monument to failure. They would be overrun given enough time. Timelines. Too many were in a hurry. The next war had already been decided. Hurry and fight so they didn't lose the planet. Like Espinar 4, the bugs had months to infest the planet before the human force for peace arrived. After landing, the soldiers had been taking ground steadily until they reached an impasse in the mountains. It's a trap, Ares thought. He always thought of being drawn into a trap. Fire from both sides. Fire that couldn't be escaped, no matter how deftly he moved. Where's the artillery? His team continued to fire at the enemy. They'd fought as they'd been trained. Ares fired from one side of the rock and dodged around the other, not bothering to shoot since he wasn't facing the enemy. He was running away from them. The Scudagarans blanketed the area with fire. Glancing blows from their energy weapons skipped off the soldier's armor. He accelerated toward the rocks his team used for cover. With a final leap, he bounded over the rocks, ducked, and kept running, calling over his shoulder, Wheel 3, cover the flank. That should have been the battle planner's call, but he was nowhere to be seen. Ares ran past the rear echelon and off the mesa. He sought a place where the artillery spotters could see him. A little farther, off to the side, into an area clear of boulders between him and the tubes. He stood and waved his arms, and then he flashed his light in the standard signal for a fire order. Far below, a single artilleryman answered him with his light. Standing by for coordinates. Ares had memorized the battle map before they landed. He had the grid pattern in his head. He delivered the signals for danger close and the grid square adjacent to the front line of his team. 100 meters wide and 300 deep. Fire. He had to climb the hill to see the impact of the ranging rounds. One hit left of the grid, and the other clipped the edge, but they were both the correct distance. Ares returned to his perch on the hill above the tubes. Right 200. Fire for effect. He bolted up the hill and toward the battle. He needed to be there when the artillery rained down on the enemy. Prepare for mop-up operations. The artillery shells screamed overhead. Wheel 1 shouted and shook his fist in defiance. Stay down, Ares shouted. The soldiers could celebrate later, much later. These were the preliminaries, the opening moves in the chess match of battle. The real fight had yet to be joined. Only when men and bugs engaged face-to-face for final primacy would the battle be decided. Ares found the battle planner on his way to the front. The officer had taken an energy pulse to the face. A desire to see the enemy marked his final seconds on a distant planet, far from home. Was it worth it? Not to the soldiers. Good battle planners were rarer than polonium. An education in studying the terrain, the enemy, and friendly forces took classroom and book learning, combined with combat experience. The soldiers were less engaged with cerebral diversions during the transit to a combat planet, while that was all the battle planners did. Strategy and tactics were not bedfellows. They played their own roles, separate and unique. The white sheep and the black sheep. Of the same family, yet different. Battle planners had to deploy to reshape a battle as it developed. The player on each side of the board manipulating the pieces, countering the enemy maneuvers to dominate and win. Ares continued to the front line. "Swing 1 through 10, cease fire," he roared over the ongoing barrage. Beam weapons weren't loud, but the incoming fire sounded like a hurricane. Thousands of small weapons carried on Scudigaran backs. They aimed by contorting their bodies. Through their incongruous dance, they aligned and fired. Their aim was best in mass, volume of fire. It washed over the friendly positions, deadly, even without aiming at any single target. The bugs had no snipers. With the cessation of fire from the beam weapons, the enemy's incoming barrage slowed. "Cover!" Ares shouted. Could the bugs hear? Or did they sense vibrations without experiencing the full range of sound? Did it matter? Only if they changed their actions based on what radiated through the electromagnetic spectrum. Action versus reaction. Without the incoming fire, they weren't responding. "Wheel 1 through 3, cease fire." Ares moved forward, staying low, below the cover of the granite that protected his people. "Wheel 3, report." "All quiet on the Western Front, boss man," Wheel 3 replied. Professional soldiers were an eclectic bunch. They knew the command and control signals and appropriate verbal responses for high-intensity action. They also knew when they could relax. The enemy was coming, slowed by the artillery barrage that continued to hammer them. The rocky terrain offered no respite from the onslaught. An attack that was doomed to fail convinced Ares that he was right. This wasn't the main attack. "Ares section. Formation left flank. Prepare to move. Wheel, swing, and point soldiers." The sections were named after their leaders, even if that wasn't his name. It's what they knew him as. It's what they were known as. Mission order: recover Wheel 4's body, and then aggressively engage the enemy's main attack before it can develop. Point 1 ducked and ran to where Ares crouched. "What do you mean, the main attack?" He pointed up the hill at the tens of thousands of bug bodies, shattered by the artillery barrage and the massed fire of the HFP. "That was a feint. They're coming from beside and below us. I've been in a tunnel. There will be more ingress routes. My intent is to collapse the mountain on them. Questions?" Point 1 shook his head. "No, sir." The implication of his failure hung in the air like the explosive residue from the shells impacting the battlefield. "Our motion sensors don't work in the rocks," Point 1 added. Motion sensors to detect tunneling, but they weren't tunneling. They were using an existing cave system. To Ares, the conversation was over. He looked left and then ran left, leaving Point 1 behind. The team would catch up. Ares stood, leaned over the boulder in front of him, and fired at targets that were too close to the left flank. The other wheel soldiers stood. "I said cease fire." They dropped behind cover. "Ready to move. Move." Ares was used to giving commands, but they were usually over his shoulder, because he led from the front. That's where the action was. That's where his talents were best utilized. Like at Elbow Gap, where he wasn't up front. When he made it to the front, half the landing force had already perished. The flow of battle had not ebbed. The gore drove the enemy into a frenzy. More bugs. 8-legged creatures, but not arachnids. Kill them until the ebb, and then kill them until the tide changed. He used 17 power packs that day. It was the first time he remembered being so tired that he could barely lift his arms, even with the powered assist of his combat suit. Intensity of action was as much a mental challenge as physical. Threats became targets. And some targets were targets just so they would never become a threat, like the bugs that had gotten too close to the section. He needed space to run free. The route was clear, and he bolted, angling his beam weapon at the hillside to his right. His eyes were trained to notice movement. In a fluid combat, the enemy couldn't sit still. Make him move, make him come out of his hole, then he could be killed. The static sniper presented a danger that ingrained fear in the hardiest soldiers. The only hint of his presence arrived as the angel of death. Someone had to die for the sniper to be discovered and eliminated. A good sniper moved after each shot, kept his presence undetected. How many needlessly had to die? Ares knew the answer. None. Not in this battle with the bugs. He had yet to see a Scudagaran that fired one shot for one kill. That made him angry anew at the loss of the battle planner. How could he have been so unlucky as to step into the enemy's line of fire? Ares crossed the open to his left and jumped into the cave mouth created by the collapsing tunnel ceiling. Wheel 4 remained where Ares had put him. "Center here," Ares stated, and chopped his arm toward the middle of the tunnel. 3 wide. Point 1 and point 2 on my flanks. Wheel in the center, and swing, bring up the rear. The section moved into their positions. Points 1 and 2 weren't the best shooters, but Ares was anchoring the middle, and point soldiers were used to operating out front. It was their job. High stress. They had the responsibility for seeing the enemy and the battlefield. They were the eyes and ears of the section. It was a hard job, but they wore different combat suits. The point soldier was armored more heavily, with a great sensor suite available to them. But they were slower and constrained by their greater power usage. Theirs was not to fight, but to observe. The advent of image-shifting technology would soon make them nearly invisible. Soon, but not yet. Until then, they'd count on their heavier armor to protect them while being a slow-moving target crisscrossing the battlefield. There was nowhere to hide in the tunnel. Wide at 10 meters, but not enough for full fire and maneuver. The heavier armor and more deliberate advance of the point soldiers would make it possible to survive an ambush. The sound in the tunnel was more than silence. The swish of wind suggested more openings where the air could pass in and out. The movement of a million nearly silent legs created a din that hid beneath the breeze. Ares could hear it, terrifying to a lesser soldier, but to Ares, it meant more targets, more opportunity to win the battle sooner rather than later. Time was not a soldier's friend. Every extra day in combat was an extra day where lifting one's head above cover could be the last thing a soldier ever did, as the battle planner learned. Don't give death extra chances. Ares moved out quickly, but not so fast that the point soldiers couldn't keep up. Their armored boots made noise, drowning out the sounds in the tunnel. Ares raised a fist over his shoulder. The section stopped less than a half a second later. He spread his fingers and waved his hand away from his body. Spread out. They were too bunched up, and that amplified the noise they made. Ahead, much farther ahead, the bug army moved toward them. As he thought, the tunnels split. 3 separate tunnels fed into the main cave that continued levelly as it led deeper into the mountain. He stopped at the crossroads and listened. The point soldiers radiated their sensors to look down the tunnels. They each shook their head. Nothing compelling to change course. Ares held up 2 fingers and pointed, directing 2 soldiers down each of the 3 tunnels. The section entered the tunnel with 16 soldiers. That left 10 in the main tunnel, where 2 routed along each of the 3 secondary tunnels. Splitting the force wasn't optimal, but they couldn't let the bugs get behind them. The battle had to be fought in front. Getting surrounded was a sub-optimal tactic. Isolate and destroy. That's what Ares had in mind. Divide and conquer. Use his section smaller numbers against parts instead of the whole. Point. What do you see up ahead? Their sensors ranged ahead, like a bat sensing the cave walls and obstacles within. The tunnel extends as far as we can detect. Multiple side caves, with no further data on them. It wasn't sufficient to make an educated guess regarding the enemy. They would go in blind. The unknowns of battle tested their mettle, each and every time. The desire to know more changed nothing about today's actions. They served to create doubt and forestall aggressive action. The cave wall shimmered, as if covered in shale or quartz. Those elements were some of many that had been identified on this planet. Once the battle was won, rare minerals were removed for return to Earth. The automated mining systems were already in orbit, ready to exploit the resources. The HFP had only lost once, but they won the follow-up battle on the next planet and secured victory in the war. Shale and quartz weren't on the list of desired minerals, but the prospectors had more refined instruments. They'd figure it out once the battle was over, if Ares and his people held the flank. The main force was already climbing the mountain, now that artillery had stalled the attack. Why didn't a different section spin up the indirect fire weapons? Mission orders. It only took one battle planner to call artillery. Where were the others? The thought that they had all been killed created a black hole-sized gap in the chain of command. The battle would unfold partly because of strategy, the overall goal, and partly from tactics, achieving superiority on the ground. Ares raised his hand to slow the formation. They had their face shields down, operating using their ultraviolet systems. The bugs didn't radiate heat, but they did radiate, and UV highlighted them as well as if they wore reflective coats. They could see that there was nothing to see. Point 1 and Point 2 radiated at the maximum intensity until finally they reported contact. 200 meters ahead, mostly in the main tunnel, but the side tunnels were showing activity too. "Turtle!" Ares ordered. The 9 soldiers formed with 4 on each side, coming to a point at the front, with the extra between the rear pair. Maximum firepower to the front and sides. Minimum, but a dedicated weapon to the rear, and Ares free to roam. He activated his friendly fire blocker, the FFB, to prevent the beam weapons from firing when he was in the narrow target. The others followed suit. One team, a section of soldiers, well-trained and ready to execute. There were only 2 rookies, Swing 9 and Swing 10, and they were in the side tunnels, but not together. Ares wouldn't send 2 rookies together. He split them up with more experienced swing soldiers. They traveled light, but carried the extra power packs. Wheel soldiers carried the section's artillery in the form of 50mm hand-fired mortars, tube weapons that could fire both indirect and guided munitions. They packed a punch, but the soldiers couldn't carry the amount of ammunition they wanted. All soldiers carried beam rifles, firing in energy pulse at a rapid rate that impacted like a slug against all but mirrored surfaces. The bugs had yet to learn how to defeat the beams. They were intelligent, but how did they learn and adapt? No one knew. That wasn't the soldier's job. Ares skipped ahead 20 meters, 30, 40, and 50. He stayed that distance ahead, encouraging the others to increase their pace by pumping his fist up and down. They jogged as one, in step. The bass pounding was rhythmic and intense. Ares shouted, "Ha!" when his left boot hammered into the rock. The section followed his lead. Ares' section was coming. Did the bugs feel fear? Probably not. But for Ares' section, blood pumped, and adrenaline surged. Senses heightened. Reaction time decreased. Battle was coming. Chapter 3. Reap the Wind. Determination is multiplied by speed and decisiveness. The sound stopped. Ares raised a fist and brought the section to a halt. He was breathing as hard as if he was taking a walk along a slow-moving river. He listened. Let the senses guide his awareness. Listen and feel. Don't let preconceived notions create conditions that didn't exist. Bugs were as smart as humans. Bugs were soldiers, just like him. Bugs were there to kill humans. Period. Originator, hear my prayer. Guide my hand to deliver death to a worthy enemy. May he find peace in his next life. Guide my section's hands unerringly. Recognize the honor we do you through this battle, he mumbled, just as he did before each fight. There were no atheists in combat. The originator, the first human, was the soldier's preferred deity. He was a warrior who fought to bring humanity to life. Only warriors would keep humanity alive. The originator helped soldiers find honor in this life or the next. Ares raised his beam rifle and stepped forward, silently, toe to heel, creeping forward toward the inevitable engagement. Incalculate fear through a brash approach followed by complete silence. Did the bugs feel fear? Fear slowed reactions. It took a steady hand. Fear could turn the tide. Let the fear settle. Study the battlefield. Review his combat load. A tunnel had remained steady at 10 meters wide, but the roof had lowered to 3 meters. Caves to the sides offered either protection or the potential for an ambush. Ares had no remaining grenades, but the others did. He had his beam weapon and an extra battery pack. The walls were curved. With enough speed, they could be used to dodge away from the floor. Attack from above, even if only 2 meters. Shale and quartz. Granite. A constrained environment where the beams would be scattered rather than reflect off the cave surfaces. Refraction as a weapon? No. Ares waved his team forward, signaling for silence. They moved as he had moved. A scrape and a clank. It came from a side tunnel. The bugs scurried once more, galvanized into action coming forward, but many legs also swished away. The sound of many heading into a side tunnel, the sound of the team's approach, had caught them off guard. They thought it a distraction. Few bugs rounded the corner into Ares' sights. He fired at a nearly automatic pace, sniping the first rank and then the second. He stepped forward, firing as he went. The soldiers behind him surged forward, maintaining their formation. With the constraints of the tunnel, firepower trumped mobility. "Grenades!" Ares shouted and motioned. The point soldiers hurled them forward, bouncing off the cave wall to disappear around the corner. The instant before they exploded, Ares ordered, "Mortars!" A pair of wheel soldiers brought their mortars around to the front and prepared to fire high explosive rounds. Ares directed them to a point beside him and gave the order, "Fire!" They sent their rockets into the tunnel ahead, ripping up the bugs crawling along the cave floor until they exploded nearly 100 meters away. The flash and fire carried farther down the tunnel. Explosion behind and grenades up front. The remaining bugs scrambled over the bodies of their fellows to get at their enemy. Ares bounded around the corner with a call to attack. The soldiers followed him into the fray. He fired relentlessly. The formation fired. The tunnel became nothing more than a single beam of light, wrapping around Ares and sweeping the floor with life-destroying energy. The bugs fired back, eventually, but it was haphazard. The confines of the cave meant that every shot could hit something. An incoming energy beam hit point 1 at the elbow joint. He screamed in pain as the energy cut through the suit. His forearm fell to the ground. His armor immediately sealed the breach, simultaneously sealing the wound with a coagulant and pain relievers. The damage was done. Point 1 dropped his mortar and fumbled one-handed for his beam rifle. Ares dodged in, picked up the mortar, and shoulder-bumped Point 1 toward the rear, moving him off the front line. Ares fired the round in the weapon into a nearby cave mouth and tossed the tube away. He skipped to the opposite side of the tunnel. "Grenade!" he shouted, and pointed at a second entrance. Swing 4 hurled a grenade into the tunnel while continuing to fire with his offhand. He returned to laying waste with the others up front. Ares slowed his rate of fire, sniping targets by firing between the soldiers before him. He stepped into one side tunnel and then the next, assessing which one led to his people. Where had the bugs gone? The battle raged forward. Swing 5 went down, but struggled back to his feet. He joined Point 1 in the rear of the formation, replacing Swing 7 as the rear guard. The 2 injured soldiers covered the rear, an important task with tunnel access now behind them. Getting surrounded was a bad tactic. Wheel 2 fired a mortar beyond the previous impacts to rain destruction on the next wave. Ares had hoped the tunnel would show weakness, but it was solid. Despite the explosions, the rock hadn't cracked, and the roof remained intact. Another side tunnel carried the sounds of combat. Ares stepped farther inside and raised his face shield. He was greeted by the instant darkness of the tunnel ahead, punctuated by frequent flashes of light that painted his shadow on a nearby wall. This way. Point 1, blocking position with 2 soldiers. The rest with me, Ares ordered. Point 1 tapped the 2 soldiers near him and took a knee to better fire at the bug's level. He could kill more with a single beam. 5 soldiers followed Ares into the tunnel, the 2 injured remaining with the blocking force to protect the egress should Ares and his subgroup need to retreat. Retreat was nothing more than a tactical withdrawal to regroup and attack anew. Retreat was never final. That would be a surrender. Humanity didn't back down from a fight. Where would it end? At Earth's doorstep, with an alien invasion, humanity was ill-equipped to fight a war on its home planet. That's why it sent soldiers into the vastness of the Milky Way to fight on distant planets. No retreat. Humanity may not have been great at governing itself, but it was great at fighting. Even bugs, with seemingly unlimited forces at their command, couldn't stand before the ingenuity of humanity's technology and the ferocity of humanity's soldiers. It was like humans were made for war, a burning within that helped them realize their vast potential. Yet soldiers were cast-offs, recruited through emotionally manipulating campaigns. If you don't fight for humanity, can you call yourself human? They join because they do care, and then they get mowed down. Their bodies get deposited in graves on distant planets where no one will ever visit to recognize their sacrifice. It's easy to be empathetic when others are paying the bill. Paying with the lives of soldiers that a man like Ares led. He didn't consider them expendable. They were critical to winning the fight. Achieving primacy. Humanity over the bug monarchies that seemed common in the galaxy. Bugs were hardier species than mammal races, but nowhere near as determined to live. He broke into a sprint, and the others fought to keep up. This tunnel had been narrow, but now widened to 20 meters. Ares signaled for a line abreast formation to bring maximum firepower to the front, while limiting fire to the sides and leaving no one guarding the rear. He changed their combat deployment if they passed a side tunnel. Fluidity, the flow of combat, adjusting, reorienting, being ready to engage more quickly than the enemy, standards of combat. None were better than Ares. That's why he was the lead of the primary section, given the hardest jobs, like flank, anchoring the entire HFP line in the mountains of a planet called Espinar 4. Ares had abandoned that position because it was about to be overrun. Abandoned the position. A monument to failure unless it was used to kick off an attack. Intelligent offensive operations. Tactics were an art. Action, reaction. Force the enemy to react while the soldiers imposed their will. Force the enemy into a position they hadn't prepared for and destroy them. That's how wars were won. It's how battles were fought. The sound of 1,000,000 bug feet ahead left little unknown. The firing from the secondary tunnel had stopped, and the bug army marched on. Ares needed the 2 soldiers in the tunnel ahead to hold their position, while he and the others crashed into the bugs from behind, where they couldn't turn around or use their weapons. This was the optimal firing solution. Shoot the enemy when he couldn't shoot back. But the 2 soldiers were probably dead, overwhelmed by the bug's main force. Could Ares plus 5 soldiers defeat an army? They were about to find out. It wasn't a whole army, but a large portion of it. moving quickly toward their objective, the human flank. Ares had a different tactic: divide and conquer. He ran, and the others pressed forward with him. No one needed to articulate the sense of urgency. It wasn't the place or time for a motivational speech. None of the soldiers needed the boost. Ares ran up on the straggling bugs. He shot them while running. Close counted as the others open-fired. The volume of fire filled the tunnel with beams in one direction, from the soldiers to the bugs. The soldiers fired with impunity, faster and faster. The others switched to automatic fire, which would eat through their power source. Ares kept his weapon on semi-automatic. He hadn't used full auto in his career, and he had no intention of starting. Ares fired, making a straight line into the enemy formation. The others kept his flanks clear and ran after him, keeping up, but barely. The bugs exploded with a splat, but if the beam hit their weapon, it exploded and took out their nearest neighbors. "Shoot the weapons!" Ares shouted. The soldiers adjusted their aim points from floor level to bugs' backs. The explosions intensified and magnified. "Hold up!" Ares slid to a halt, barely keeping his feet on the slippery mess that covered the floor. Sympathetic explosions rolled forward. Ares didn't trust they would continue. "Go!" he called, running toward the wave of explosions. The sound changed, became less intense. Ares sniped survivors of the onslaught while it closed on the destruction ahead of him. The bugs separated, leaving a group behind and creating a gap that ended the cascading explosions. After the last one, Ares ran into the void. Having slapped a new power supply into his rifle, he fired again with new intensity. The soldiers added their fire to his. Beams tore apart the forward mass, gathered in a massive chamber. The movement stopped, and the bug army attempted to turn around. But they had bunched up at the small exit on the far side, nothing more than a tidal wave of bodies crashing against an unrelenting shore. The soldiers stopped running and settled into firing well-aimed shots, having switched back to semi-automatic. Bug weapons exploded more and more. "Cover!" Ares let his weapon drop on its sling as he turned and dove away from the impending blast. He spread his arms to catch the nearest soldiers and dragged them to the bug mass covering the cave floor. The remaining soldiers ducked and turned away in the instant before the final blast erupted in a flare of flame and heat. The mountain around them rumbled in pain and anguish. "Run!" Ares was on his feet. He pulled the two soldiers next to him upright, confirmed the others had heard the order, and bolted. No one had to be told a second time that the mountain was coming down on top of whatever survived from the bug army, and the soldiers who caused it if they didn't pick up the pace. Ares accelerated to his top speed, nearly 50 kilometers per hour, with the mechanical assistance from his suit, but that wasn't sustainable. The power source for the suit drained quickly with excess use of the motors and electronic systems. The other soldiers, once again, struggled to keep up. The rumble shook the floor and walls as the mountain spasmed and tensed with the anguish of the fire within. The foundation was no longer stable. It had cracked. The mountain fought against the pain, resisting the force of gravity in a tug of war. He ran without looking back. The roar turned into a final scream as the mountain lost its battle to remain upright. Chapter 4. The Crush. When destroying the enemy, make sure not to destroy yourself. The roof over the bug death chamber came down and dragged the tunnel roof with it. The first 50 meters. Then it crumbled farther. The soldiers ran for their lives. A dust cloud washed over the soldiers. They braced for the ceiling coming down by diving to the wall and huddling against each other, creating a shield, one protecting the other. The rumbling slowed and stopped. Dust filled the air, and had they not been wearing their suits, they would have choked on it. Ares was first to stand. He checked his weapon to ensure it would fire. The power was at 85%. He controlled his fire to a great extent, killing with each shot and starting sympathetic detonations of weapons, both beam and high explosive. They'd been carrying far more than weapons on their backs, and they paid for it. "Status report." Ares looked from one soldier to another. 100% compliance, Swing 5 stated. The others nodded. Roger. Retrograde to the section and back to the surface, Ares explained. We'll find our people on the way out. Compliance, the 5 soldiers said in unison. Boss man, Wheel 2 said softly. Good job on the attack. You'll get another star for that. I think we recommend you 5 for an award. You could use the star. It has 5 points, 1 for each of you. They walked through the eerie silence of a mountain that had settled into itself and was finished complaining about the intrusion by both bugs and humans and the unsettling battle they fought within. No one fired ahead or behind. No one moved besides Ares and his people. Another battle where Ares walked away, uninjured. He had checked his armor. It was dirty, but undamaged. A few scorch marks from massed fires, but none had penetrated the vulnerable joints. They walked quickly. 2 injured soldiers were waiting for them to return. It took nearly 10 minutes to get back to the soldiers left at the blocking position. Report, Ares said. No heard, no seen, Point 2 replied. Ares twirled his finger in the air and hatcheted his arm down the main tunnel toward the cave entrance. Retrograde to the surface. Help them. 2 swing soldiers draped the injured soldiers' arms around their shoulders, and the movement began. As usual, Ares took the point, but Point 2 moved in front of him. I've got point, he announced. Find our soldiers, Point, Ares said. Compliance, the soldier replied. He loped away to put a small distance between him and the main formation. They went down with 16 total soldiers. They had 2 injured, and 6 missing, along with a 17th dead at the entrance. Wheel 4 was already lost. The section loped along the level tunnel. The oppression they felt inside the cave lessened, as the mountain of rock above them grew less with each step toward the cave mouth. Point 1 stopped at the tunnels the 3 pairs of soldiers had taken. His sensor systems didn't give him the answers he wanted. Retrograde, he bellowed down the one tunnel, and then the next 2. En route, came an answer from the opposite side where the bugs had been. The tunnel where the shooting happened was silent. Ares didn't have to ask how far they had gone. It hadn't been far. Point 1. Take the section outside. Get our injured to medical. I'll look for the others. They're my responsibility. Not planning to find them? Wheel 2 asked. Ares stared at the soldier. I'll go with you, sir, he said. I'll go alone. Non-compliance, Wheel 2 replied, lifting his chin in defiance, not of Ares, but of being denied the chance to help find his section mates. Ares could have looked at it as a minor rebellion, but 2 was correct. If soldiers needed help, the section could provide it. Point 1. Wait here with the others. Establish a blocking position. Wheel 2 with me, so I can correct your attitude. Wheel 3 and Swing 7, down that tunnel looking for the other 2. Good hunting. Compliance, Wheel 2 stated loudly. Ares took off down the tunnel. He quickly ran the 300 meters that the tunnel remained intact. After that, the cave-in blocked the tunnel from floor to roof. They looked for a way in or around, but it was stoppered as tight as a cork in a bottle of earth scotch. That answers that, 2 said to no one in particular. Ares had his answer. They had not survived the cave-in. 1 meter into the rubble meant thousands of metric tons on a suit not designed to withstand such crushing force. It does, Ares admitted. He turned around and walked back to the section. Hope wasn't without boundaries. Digging for the bodies would waste time and gain nothing. They would be buried here. Might as well be in the cave and not in the dirt outside. Theirs was the ultimate burial. Point 1 looked for an answer, but Ares didn't explain beyond, they're gone. The 2 soldiers who had gone down the tunnel on the right side had returned. They stood out from the 6 who had gone after the main body, and even the others who were covered in gore from the bug's engagement. No one said anything. They'd save that for when they returned to the bivouac for downtime. It took another 10 minutes before Wheel 3 and Swing 7 returned alone. Cave in. There was nothing we could do. That tunnel fed into the large cavern where the main body had been bottled up. They had been caught in the explosion with the other two. Retrograde to the surface. Ares twirled his finger in the air once more. Point 1 jogged ahead. The section loped behind. 5 dead and 2 injured. And the battle planner was dead too. This had been an expensive fight. Is it over? Ares wondered. It should have been. The feint and the main force had both been annihilated. 1,000,000 bugs dead? Probably less. Nonetheless, it had been a major victory. They picked up Wheel 4's body and weapons on the way out of the cave, only to find a major battle happening on the far side of the human line. A soldier ran up to him. Ares section, where have you been? Battle Planner Dante wanted to know where you were because he needed this flank secured while the right flank dealt with the main force coming from underground. Ares section lead reporting 1,000,000 bugs terminated underground. Left flank. 250,000 on the hillside in front of our position. We lost 5 and 2 injured. 10 soldiers fully combat capable. Request a grenade resupply. The soldier replied, Compliance, and took off running toward the human line. The soldiers assumed a secure position behind a pair of oversized boulders. You think we killed 1,000,000? Point 1 slurred. The pain medication had intensified during the run out of the tunnels. Yes, I'm confident we killed 1,000,000 bugs. He wasn't. But the numbers didn't matter. It had been a main army, yet they just learned that another main force was attacking. Had no one on the right flank attacked? The battle planners envisioned a war for the mountains being fought in the mountains, not under them. The enemy would pour over the top and into the HFP's defenses. The first attack supported their conclusion. They hadn't contemplated the existence of the caves and tunnels because human reconnaissance hadn't found any. The void of knowledge. Intelligence assets had failed, but so had the battle planners. Section leaders like Ares filled the gaps by doing what needed to be done. In the open, the bugs would overwhelm the soldiers. In the tunnels, soldiers gained the advantage. Too many bugs in too small a space made them vulnerable. Ares' section hadn't been ordered into the fight. That didn't matter. He was Ares. I'm going up there. He pointed up the mountain across the wasteland of shattered bug bodies. And then, I'm going to head into their rear areas. This is a volunteer mission. I leave immediately. Everyone else, stay here and guard our wounded. A civilian ran toward them. Ares hesitated. The man was familiar. The interviewer. I've been looking for you. The man was breathing heavily, flushed from his efforts to climb the hill. We're moving out. And I'm going with you, the interviewer replied. I was told I'd have unfettered access. That interview was just the start. And I didn't even get my promised 15 minutes. I'm coming with you. This is for the greater good of all humanity, he argued. He tried to puff out his chest, but was breathing too hard. You won't be able to keep up. Ares picked up Wheel 4's mortar and stashed the extra rounds in his equipment pack. He moved around the boulders and started uphill. Every member of his section joined him, except for the seriously injured Swing 5. I can't make it, lead. You stay here. Catch up after they get you fixed. Ares saluted him and moved out, calling toward the left flank of the HFP for a medic in a booming voice. Wait! The interviewer shouted, but Ares was already accelerating uphill because the battle was ongoing. Every moment's delay was one more chance for a human to die on this originator-forsaken rock. The interviewer ran. He made it 100 meters before he doubled over, hands on knees, begging for mercy. 11 soldiers disappeared up the mountain. He returned to the injured soldier when he noticed the armor and weapons on the ground. Can I use that armor? There's a dead man inside. Armor's damaged. No civilians. The thought of this civilian joining Ares in the section didn't sit well. Battle wasn't for those not equipped for it. The interviewer would fit into Wheel 4's armor, but he wouldn't know how to use it, even though it was mostly intuitive. A dead soldier's armor wasn't something tossed about on the battlefield. It was recovered and repaired. The men within deserved of honors, and those were paid during a military funeral. "Call me Daryl. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it," the interviewer argued. "No." Swing 5 eased to the ground. He had been standing, since sitting was too painful, but his wounds threatened to take his consciousness. Daryl finally noticed the soldier's pain and discomfort. "Let me help you." He offered a hand, but Swing 5 was already seated. The civilian opened a canteen for the man. Swing 5 drank slowly. A wave of pain washed over him, and his vision narrowed. He panted until his sight returned. "Show me how to put on the suit." Daryl held eye contact, but Swing 5 was on his way from this life. His combat suit had done what it could for the wound, but the travel in the tunnel had been too much. The wound had grown and refused to be closed. 5's suit was filling with blood. From the outside, he looked fine, like it was a minor injury. But inside, the truth was painfully evident. 5's eyes rolled back in his head, and he toppled sideways. His eyes stared sightlessly at the harsh sky of Espinar 4. Daryl closed the soldier's eyes. He looked at Wheel 4's armor and Swing 5's suit. Blood finally leaked from the latter. The civilian sat Wheel 4 upright. On the armor's rear was a button that released a catch that opened a panel with a fingerprint scanner. The interviewer pressed his finger on it, and the suit popped open. He wondered why. There was no way he was keyed to the suit or anything in the military. It became obvious that any human fingerprint would activate the suit. There were benefits in fighting aliens, who were alien in all regards. It made security easier. Daryl undid the suit. Like Swing 5, the damage to the body wasn't as noticeable from the outside. Inside, the wound had been critical. A beam weapon had penetrated the neck joint connection, nearly decapitating the man. He had died quickly. But the blood. He poured out what had pooled, but the rest had painted the inside a dark crimson. It was half-dried and sticky. He debated about putting the suit on, but he was determined. It would add salt to his resume. Elevation to the heights of not just a reporter, but an actual combat reporter, telling more of a story than what he could learn through a staged interview. He pulled the body out and leaned it against Swing 5. Daryl looked around for the medic that had been called, but no one was coming toward him. The sounds of battle and the smell of ozone filled the air. Fire and death came from the end of the line, 1,500 meters away. The battle intensified. Ares had doubled that distance to travel, even farther depending on how high he climbed before heading downhill into the enemy's flank. Daryl wouldn't have to climb so high. He could shortcut on the outside of the battle and be waiting for Ares' section when they came down the hill. All he had to do was figure out how to make the equipment work. He went about the grisly task of putting on the bloody suit. Chapter 5. Flank. Settle for less, and you'll get less. Ares bounded to the top of the nearest mountain. The range continued to the north, the tips becoming more and more snow-capped. The beauty of the area stood out above the brutal actions of the non-native beings. The mountains were nothing more than an obstacle to overcome. Just like the enemy, the terrain was a series of interlocking chessboards, nothing more. Three-dimensional engagement in a two-dimensional space. Ares saw the battlefield differently than others. He focused on firing angles, both his and those of the enemy. Better for him, worse for them. Coming from above was a good plan. Coming from behind was even better. He reached the top of the mountain and stood there, not concerned about cover because the enemy was far away. He stood like the god of war that his name portended, surveying the battlefield beneath him. It was clear from this angle what the bugs had done. They had attacked from below, using the caves that honeycombed the mountain and the area. The bugs were swarming. The defensive line would beat them back, and they'd swarm them again. Endless bugs. What was a million to them? Ares had underestimated the vastness of the bugs' arsenal. They could ship their soldiers as eggs and have an army as relentless as the ocean's waves just 2 weeks later. They didn't have to be smart. They only had to be numerous. And that's how they failed in the tunnel. There! Ares pointed to a spot even farther away. Bugs, en masse. If he thought there were 1 million in the death chamber, there had to be 5 million still outside, squeezing into a cave mouth. How many had already thrown their bodies against the main line and the right flank? The numbers were nearly inconceivable. Instead of getting overwhelmed, Ares was planning on destroying them. Somewhere between the entry and the exit, the bulk of the bug army moved. He didn't have to kill them. He only had to prevent them from reaching the exit. "Weapons count," Ares called. The section, 10 strong, sounded off. Mark 71 beam rifles, 24 grenades, 3 mortars with 20 rounds of high explosive and armor piercing. Explosives changed the battlefield dynamic when employed in places like caves, and they weren't prohibited by the Regulus Treaty that banned space combat and aerial engagements of any type, including aerial reconnaissance. Once on the planet, boots or bug feet had to stay on the ground until they were returned to space. It was the only way to encourage the known races to agree. The language was simple and straightforward. It had to be, with the translation limitations. There was one bug race that had only managed a rudimentary understanding of English. Everything had to be written at that level. Ares hadn't been there. Diplomacy didn't interest him. Good soldiers knew their role, and with a level playing field, it came to individual skill. Or in the bugs' case, numbers were on their side. Their weapons weren't great, but with the quantities employed, technological superiority and quality faded to a distant second in importance. The level battlefield wasn't level at all, just like a chessboard wasn't level when a beginner challenged a grandmaster. Ares, the god of war. He was the grandmaster. The bugs were beginners. "Prepare for orders," Ares said evenly. He delivered the plan and had each of his members repeat it back to him. When he was satisfied, they took off running downhill in 3 separate groups. Ares took one group, Wheel 2 another, and Wheel 3 the last. Ares took Point 1 and Swing 1. 2 swing soldiers and Point 2 joined Wheel 2. The rest went with Wheel 3. Ares ran as fast as Point 1 could go. His loss of an arm didn't hold him up, but he was hopped up on painkillers. When they wore off, he'd crash and possibly die. The wound dripped fresh blood. It was war. Injuries were inevitable, and soldiers died. Ares accepted this. He would employ the soldiers in his charge every way possible to ensure victory, but he kept Point 1 with him to keep him out of the worst of it. He couldn't let his soldiers know that he wanted them all to catch the Freedom Shuttle home. Thinking to re-embarkation would distract them, when on the planet, nothing was more important than the battle being fought at that very minute. Time slowed, sped up, stopped, and flashed far into the future. A soldier's state of mind and level of engagement dictated the rate at which time passed. Surviving days with a damaged body was common. Soldiers were found within impact craters long after a battle ended, unaware of their surroundings or anything other than being alive, along with the nightmares of imminent death before the surprise of survival. Attacking a vastly superior force slowed time. Every step forward took an eternity. Every action second-guessed in the gap before the enemy reacted. Ares accelerated, taking long loping strides while Point 1 pumped his legs faster. The attack had to come together simultaneously, and his group had the farthest to run. The others would perform their tasks when Ares fired the first round from his mortar. They were the shock troops to close the tunnel entrance, preventing the rest of the bugs from entering and trapping them outside with Ares' section. Ares adjusted his headlong rush over the stone of the mountain's face. Solid, buried deep underground. The size of the jutting stone belied the existence of the caves below. A battle between humanity and bugs. The chessboard of a Swiss cheese mountain. Orientation for the bugs was their weakness. Hit them anywhere but the front, and they wouldn't be able to fire back. They bunched up to mass their firepower like battles in humanity's flintlock days. Interstellar warfare, thrown back to an era where fewer died, but the brutality was worse. This was civilized warfare, governed by a guiding document that spent all its time delineating what an army couldn't do. Had it done away with war in entirety, then the soldiers from either side wouldn't be on Espinar 4. There were some resources to exploit, but nothing exceptional. There were no intelligent species with which to make contact. There was no reason for any of them to be there, except that it provided the battleground for the HFP and the bugs to determine who would control this small section of space. Determined by Janus 7's War Council. Humans who had never been away from Earth. Humans who had no children serving in the HFP. Did that matter to the soldier? If he felt his life was worth less than those who stayed behind, he'd be both right and wrong. He wasn't supposed to feel anything except rage toward the enemy. Point and shoot, like a mindless weapon, while extolling the virtues of a thinking soldier. The star system crawled across the sky toward the distant horizon. Darkness would come soon enough. Humanity preferred to fight in the daylight, but with the combat suits, they were able to fight in any conditions. The lack of humidity created a rippling haze, heat and dust dancing together. The mountains provided an incomparable view. But nothing held Ares' attention like a valley filled with bugs disappearing into a cave, only to emerge later from the other end and into the reorganizing flank of the HFP. Ares signaled to slow. The bugs hadn't deployed pickets to protect their force. It was like they had no general and no combat experience besides a medieval brute force approach. Yet they were getting direction from somewhere. Cut off the head of the snake. Starve him of what he needed to keep his army moving. It was a tactic that Ares agreed with. Finding the head and the source of supply was the mission of Wheel 2 and Point 2. Ares gave himself the hardest mission of the three. Cut off reinforcements to the main attack, and then face the remnants left behind. The army that would focus its attention on 3 soldiers, one who was seriously injured. It was an optimal trade. 3 for thousands. The calculations were straightforward. The approach was tactically sound. Ares didn't have to live to fight another day. He only had to fight on this day. But he had to win, or the calculations failed. Ares directed his team at an angle to a small buttress above the ocean of Scudagarans. 10 times 10 legs on each. So many bodies pressing toward an enlarged entrance to the cave system. An ocean that fed a river. Ares was unable to see his other team, but now was the time. The shot was long, but within the maximum range of the mortar tube. He stacked the rounds near him to fire in quick succession. "Prepare to fire," he ordered. The soldiers raised their weapons. Point 1 placed his over the top of the rock and leaned into it, ready to fire with one hand for as long as he could. "Aim for their weapons." The sea of bodies rippled with the undulating of tens of millions of scurrying legs. Exact aim points were like trying to hit the troughs on an angry sea. They both acknowledged the orders. Compliance. They'd do their best. It was all anyone could ask. "Fire in the hole," Ares said softly, and launched the first rocket. He reloaded and waited for the first to impact before firing the second. It hit above and slightly right of the tunnel mouth. He adjusted his aim and fired the second round, and then the third. He switched to his Mark 71 beam rifle and fired at the bugs entering the tunnel. The beam hit the first bug weapon before the last rocket hit the rock face. The rounds cracked the mountain, and dust and stone fell, but the cave mouth continued to welcome the bug horde. The explosion of the weapon drove the rock face upward a centimeter or 2, but enough to widen the crack created by the rocket. The mountain rumbled its displeasure. A great piece screamed its freedom and dropped, slamming into the stone beneath the millions of bug feet. A dust cloud burst from the fall like an explosion of its own and roiled across the staging valley. Ares fired as he had before, semi-automatic, as quickly as he could pull the trigger, hitting weapons mounted on the bugs' backs. The others hit bugs and weapons. There was no way to miss completely. Something died with each shot. At the start, there was no return fire, but the horde adjusted and fired. 2 or 3 at first, then dozens, then hundreds of weapons until their cover was awash in incoming from the bug energy weapons. The 3 soldiers huddled behind the rock. The egress was up the hill, across a long open area. The way forward was blocked by millions of writhing bodies, but the mission had been successfully completed. No more reinforcements would find their way out of the tunnel. In the distance, an explosion suggested Wheel 3's group had reached the cave's exit. Wheel 3 took aim, despite the bad angle. The first rocket hit a point above the entrance, leaving a scorch mark and rock chips. But the rocket didn't explode. It bounced away and soared downhill. 3 adjusted his aim point and fired again. Then another round, when the second chipped a gap from the wall. The last round exploded, and the rock face started to slide. It broke apart and dropped gravel and boulders alike on the exiting mass. Then artillery rounds slammed into the rock face. Explosions sent dust and stone skyward in a fountain of defeat. The mountain couldn't stand the onslaught. A great mass shifted outward and toppled over those who had already left the cave. Beam weapons lit up the area as soldiers attacked the remaining bugs. The enemy died quickly. When the dust cleared, none remained. "This way," Wheel 3 bellowed. "This way!" He waved his arms to get their attention and gestured for them to join him. He looked for a battle planner to help reinforce Ares' plan, but no one presented himself. The soldiers had reoriented their attack and were heading uphill toward Wheel 3. He held his mortar tube in one hand and his beam rifle in the other, waving them in victory. The HFP was on the move. It was a beautiful sight to the intruders on a stark but beautiful planet. It would never become a human vacation resort. An HFP resupply base? Probably, for a further push into bug space. Create a buffer. Humanity was always creating buffers, until they found what raw materials that they wanted, then their buffers needed buffers. It would have been unconscionable, except that every sentient race in the galaxy did exactly the same thing. Unfortunately, they were all looking for the same raw materials that were found in buffer systems. And that's why the endless wars. Wheel 3 stopped thinking about what he had no control over. His wandering mind had killed a few seconds when time was at a premium. Ares was trapped on the other side with the bugs who had not yet made it into the attack. His loyalties were first to Ares' section, and second to the HFP. He turned and ran up the hill. Chapter 6. Impact. Pummel the body. Make it pay. Ares looked at the soldiers from his small group, Point 1 and Swing 1. "When I say go, you 2 run up that hill to the next cover. Get behind it and lay down cover fire. I'll be right behind you." Point 1 was starting to fade. He didn't think he could run up the hill, even with mechanical assistance. A pool of blood filled a depression beneath him. He looked down at it and then up to Ares. "I'm sorry. I should stay here." "No one is staying here. I'll draw their fire. Get up the hill." Ares fixed Swing 1 with an expression as hard as the metal of their suits. "Help him." Compliance. Swing 1 wasn't going to dispute an order from Ares. Lead would draw the enemy's fire. They could count on that. For how long? Unknown. Swing had one job. Help point up the hill, 100 meters. 20% grade. He'd carry Point 1 if he had to, although a combat suit was heavy. It would strain the servos. Couldn't be helped. He had his orders. Ares saw the soldier's thought process while he gauged the difficulty of the run. Point 1 raised his face shield. "Ares," he said softly, "leave me." Ares looked away. "You have your orders." He waited for a brief lull in the incoming fire and bolted. He was off like a shot, angling downhill toward the blocked cave mouth, firing sideways without aiming. He didn't have to aim. Anywhere his beam touched, bugs filled the space. Multiple explosions shook the bug army. Swing 1 had thrown all the grenades that he and Point 1 carried to give Ares a fighting chance, changed the momentum in the battle. Ares ran toward the bugs, killing those in his way with inhuman speed. He crossed in front of the shattered mountainside, jumping from rock to rock as the bugs attempted to reorient their fire, but they couldn't move fast enough. Ares paused to continue his torrent of fire, but this time well aimed. Bug weapons exploded like grenades, taking out small groups with each shot, but this wasn't underground. There were no sympathetic detonations. Ares raced from his resting spot and continued across the rock face to the opposite side of the enemy army. He clicked his weapon to full auto and sprayed the mass as he passed by. He had never done that before, but he had never had a mass of targets bunched into one place like this before. No matter where he fired, he was going to hit something. Once on the other side of the large bowl, he risked a moment to glance at the opposite hillside. Swing had point one on his shoulder and was lumbering up the hill. He was mostly there. The bugs meandered in disarray, torn between shifting their force around to fire behind them or fire up the hill. They ended up doing neither. The fire that had turned sporadic then stopped entirely. The retreat began with a slight shift toward the pass that led to the valley before the cave mouth. The bugs picked up speed as the logjam broke free. The bug army streamed toward the exit up the valley. Killing 1,000,000 bugs had been too easy. The beam weapons sprayed across them, killing 10 at a time, maybe more. They had no defense to the attack. Ares kneeled and sniped the enemy, exploding weapons and skimming his beam from their level. They didn't stand a chance. None fired back. They aimed the wrong way. A rudimentary army with interstellar travel. If they only had a general to command them. They were bugs. Maybe they needed their queen and not a general. Then Wheel 2 needed to find the queen and eliminate her. Ares strolled into the valley and fired into the rear ranks of the retreating army. He jogged after them to deliver maximum energy from so close he could see their legs curling with their deaths. His weapon locked out, and he changed power packs to keep firing. Once out of the valley, the bugs picked up speed and ran faster than Ares, even with his suit's augmentations. He stopped trailing them after they were running up a broad expanse into the mountains. Ares watched the bug army leave from a perch near the valley's entrance. He climbed the rock and stood like an overseer. He fired his weapon a few more times and then rested it on his shoulder. The god of war dominated one more battlefield. On the hillside above, the two soldiers rested behind the boulder that had been their target. Point 1 was unconscious, but alive. Swing 1 looked down on the valley below. The carnage was undeniable. From the bodies and gore jutting from the fall of the mountain face to the troops killed within the confines of the valley. The floor of the valley was littered with the remnants of bug bodies, black ichor, and shrapnel from blasted energy weapons. Ares, Swing 1 called, we need to go. The only way to keep Point 1 alive was to get him medical attention. The soldiers' world revolved around being able to continue the fight. There would be no additional soldiers. They had committed all that were available, thousands of humans, to the bugs millions and more. Humanity was spread too thin across the galaxy, so the troops needed to survive. Ares understood that. This battle was over, but the war continued. The bugs would regroup and attack once they were ready. When was that? No one knew. If Wheel 2 was successful, maybe that answer would be never. Momentum favored humanity. For the moment, that's all soldiers lived for. Ares ran up the hillside, making it look effortless. He arrived to find Point 1 at the very end. His visor was up, his skin waxy and sallow. I did what I could, Swing 1 stated. He was the senior swing soldier, with 2 other campaigns under his belt. Ares had 4, which made him the most senior in the section. Half the soldiers were on their first campaign. It was the same way every time. Newly trained soldiers forced to the front, joining the HFP with a ship-to-ship transfer in space. They joined, they oriented, and they deployed to the ground. The battle was joined, and the war renewed. The sound of soldiers running full speed came to them while Ares prepared to drape the injured soldier over his shoulder. They waited until 4 members from Ares' section appeared. Wheel 3 led the way. They slowed when Ares waved. He signaled for a medic, and Wheel 3 passed that to the soldiers flowing over the hill behind him. Wheel 3 directed his group to surround Point 1 and secure the area for him. Let Ares go so he could report to a battle planner. Krieger's section arrived and motioned for Ares. Krieger and Ares were equal rank and had served on Mistelgon together, side by side anchoring the line. Krieger had been awarded the Bronze Star from the battle. Ares had been awarded the Star of Valor. Krieger owed his life to Ares, but Ares made the same claim with the other section lead. Mutual respect for all who fought. It was the club of survivors that grew smaller with each new war, each new planet. Wheel 1 had been with Ares on Mistelgon as well. Soldiers fed into the war machine didn't always come out the other end. "Ares, you old dog," Krieger said. The two fist bumped and raised their face shields. "Grease the treads on our tanks with bug guts. I see you've been busy." "We don't have any tanks," Ares replied. "I see you haven't lost your complete lack of humor." "I don't understand," Ares replied. "Exactly, my friend." Krieger looked over the destruction. "How long will the bugs live inside that mountain? And is there another exit for them?" Ares shook his head. 100,000 bugs are easy to kill. It's when the numbers are in the millions where we have problems. Ares' section has killed upwards of 2 million bugs today, yet the bulk of their force escaped. There are plenty of bugs left for sections to make their names. They survived and remain a coherent fighting force. Krieger looked at the sky. No recovery ships were coming, not to an area with a 20-degree slope. Ares scanned the sky as well. If Point 1 were to survive, they'd have to move him to a landing pad. A medic worked on him, hooking him to a fluid feed to restore precious blood. Every soldier donated during transit to ensure a supply. Artificial blood was good enough when no alternative was available, but the real thing brought back life to those nearly lifeless. Artificial blood carried no such magic. "He'll survive," Ares stated offhandedly, thinking out loud through the 1,000 things that happened with every battle. With the loss of Point 1, his section was down to 10 from the initial 17, 5 KIA and 2 WIA, medevaced. The soldier stumbled up to Krieger and Ares. He raised his faceplate. "I thought that was you," Darrell stated. "Is that your handiwork?" He pointed to the destruction in the valley below. "What are you?" Krieger asked. "I'm Darrell, interviewer and reporter from Stars and Bars, your source for conflict awareness." He offered his hand, but Krieger only pointed at him while looking confused and leaning toward Ares. "Is he with you?" Ares sighed. "I seem to have acquired him." Ares tapped the interviewer's armor. "Is that Wheel 4's suit?" "I don't know who Wheel 4 is, but probably. He's not the other soldier. That suit was filled with blood." The reporter grimaced. "Show some respect, you freaking toad," Krieger blurted. Darrell calmly assessed the soldier sporting a lead stripes on his pauldrons, the curved armor that protected the shoulders. They were the same stripes that Ares had, 3 solid lines. "I didn't get your name," he said, using the greatest threat a reporter could make. Bring notoriety through shielded and carefully cultivated words to lead readers to believe the soldier was less than capable. Krieger would have been concerned if he worried about returning to Earth, where reputation had value. He didn't care about a future he couldn't control, but he wouldn't push his luck. He saluted Ares and walked away. "What was his name?" Darrell asked more pointedly. "He said I don't have a sense of humor. Do you think I have a sense of humor?" Ares asked. "What? I don't know, but I don't think so. You have shown no sense of humor whatsoever, but I understand. You're busy with the war." "I had a cat, you know," Ares continued. "What?" The interviewer was used to being the one controlling the interview flow. He wasn't comfortable being on his heels, or in the combat armor of a dead soldier. He thought I was hilarious. but I had to give him to my sister when I joined the HFP.
How does a cat think you're hilarious?
He was orange. I think he only had one brain cell.
That's not funny at all, Daryl stated.
Maybe you're right. I have no sense of humor. The revelation is most distressing.
Aries stared at the ground and hoped the reporter would go away. Daryl scanned the area. The rock face tumbled, the chaos of bugs getting slaughtered in the valley. Aries and his soldiers. He'd only had 2 with him, and one of those was gravely injured. You'll get another star for this. Aries glanced at the valley below. A soldier wouldn't be able to walk from one side to the other without stepping in bug guts. Not a square meter of untainted ground remained. The sparse growth of this region would continue to suffer from the poison of bug entrails. The mountain would cry the pain of loss until time washed away the sins of this war and new life could return. Aries walked up the hill to his section, where a medic directed 2 soldiers from a recovery unit to carry Point 1 into the valley below. It was a wasteland of destruction, but it was level. A small team of engineers appeared and used flame grenades to burn clear a landing area. Green smoke trailed skyward as a signal to a recovery craft that was unseen but waiting. Aries watched them carry Point 1 away. A soldier jogged up. Aries, here to report to Battle Planner Dante. He pointed up the hill behind them, where the battle planner surveyed the escarpment and mountains ahead.
Compliance. Aries tapped on Wheel 3's shoulder. Downtime. Chow and rest.
Where's Wheel 2? The soldier asked.
Aries nodded toward the line of mountains. Out there, looking for the head of the snake.
Chapter 7. Sway.
Cut the head off the snake. The battle planner took his binoculars from his eyes and blinked to regain his nearsightedness. Aries, good work down there. I'm told that was you. Aries section, sir. The bugs tried to come at our line from the left flank too, and we caught them underground. And eliminated them, I heard. The battle planner was aware and astute. He heard all the reports and consolidated the information in his mind for inclusion related to later plans. Our battle planner didn't keep his head down. Dante nodded. That leaves me responsible for this whole mess. He lifted his binoculars and scanned the mountain above. My Wheel 2 has a small group in the mountains. They're looking for the Queen. The battle planner talked while scanning the distant vista. Does this race have a queen? I don't know. It was worth a shot. They have to have someone directing their army. That 3-prong attack wasn't an accident. An assault from the front that appeared to be the main attack, while the bulk of the army came at the humans from both flanks. It would have annihilated the HFP had Aries and his section not stopped it. The battle planner understood that. Agree. Even if it's a king, not a queen, or a general, maybe even a brain bug, you sent them up there to find whoever or whatever is calling these shots? Yes, sir. If they pull it off, your Wheel 2 will be bumped to lead his own section. He deserves it. He's smart and good in a fight, Aries confirmed. He didn't like swapping experienced soldiers for the inexperienced. But that was an immutable fact of life in the army. People died, and others got promoted. Nothing stayed the same. The battle planner made notes on a small device that recorded his words. He included the recommendation for Aries' Star of Valor. What is this, 3rd cluster on your star? He asked. If this one gets approved, that would be the 4th cluster. Aries confirmed. The original medal plus 4 clusters for 5 total stars. Our highest award, and you've won it 4, soon to be 5 times. You know what that means? Aries knew but didn't answer. It was a running joke. That you're always in the wrong place at the right time and really lucky. He snorted and laughed to himself. And I'm glad it's you who's protecting our flanks and butts, so to speak. You deserve the star again. We won't stop awarding them for the above and beyond. Did anyone order you into those caves? No orders, sir. Beyond refused the flank. Dante put his binoculars down. In defending the flank, you left it wide open by heading underground, which is surprising since we didn't know about the caves. There will be hell to pay for that failure, by the way. Maybe I should put you up on charges instead. Ares didn't change his expression. He'd worked with Dante before. The man's thoughts were scattered on the best of days, but Ares would follow his battle plan and his orders. Compliance is how the soldiers stayed alive. You have no sense of humor. I've heard that, Ares replied. Do you want to hear a joke? Dante dropped his field glasses enough to look over the top of them at Ares. Now that's pretty funny. Let's save it for another day. When will we know if your team has had success in their mission? Don't know, sir. Dante grunted his understanding that they wouldn't find out. What do you think, Ares? I'm sending 5 sections up that mountain to act as a blocking force and early warning element. I'll send another 5 west of here for flank support. The rest of the soldiers will bivouac here to eat, rest, and reload. Resupply shuttle is on its way from Mother. The mothership. The troop carrier that brought them to Espinar 4. Antilles was its name. They stopped naming ships after people, because there was always controversy. They named them after geological formations, starting with A, ending with Z, and then restarting with A. It was nonsensically straightforward, but still not without its own controversies. It was just the least disputed. That's why it became policy, so the powers that be could waste time with even more trivial issues, such as why the hungry languished and the destitute became humanity's representatives among the stars. Ares hadn't been poor, but his future had been limited. He was never going to be anybody in the modern world. In battle, he mattered. When, in the big scheme of life, every soldier was expendable as long as they kept non-humans away from Earth. On the battlefield, Ares' section mattered. They fought for each other as much as they fought for the HFP. Where are you, Wheel 2? Ares thought. Without field communications, he would have to be patient. They would either turn up or be found dead. There was no in-between. Ares saluted and returned to his section. 5 soldiers waited for him. 1 wheel and 4 swings. Ares checked his back to find he still carried the mortar tube and had 4 rockets remaining. The power pack in his Mark 71 was still mostly functional. He'd swapped the expended pack for a fully charged one. Those would come on the resupply shuttle. He'd get in line with everyone else. Until then, he'd eat the rations he'd carried and close his eyes for a short while. He could stay awake as long as he had to, but would always sleep when given the chance. He was a good soldier. No sense staying awake when he could sleep. He never knew when he'd get another chance. Wheel 2 chose the highest route possible, and it was taking longer than he wanted. He didn't want to give the enemy the tactically superior position of higher elevation. Point 2 led the group on the vector that Wheel had chosen. Above and over, then climbing once more. They pounded ahead, looking for any sign of the bug staging base. Far below and to their side, the bug army disappeared into a cave. The explosions came as a surprise, even though they shouldn't have. The undulations of the bug army had a singular life of its own, like a stagnant river emptying slowly into an ungrateful sea. The explosions within the valley, where the mass rested, spoke of Ares' engagement. The wash of beam weapons upon the slope highlighted where Ares and his group were. When the mountainside toppled in front of the cave mouth, the fire slowed, and the bugs moved to the defensive. A short skirmish followed by disengagement and retreat. The bug army headed into the mountains. Humanity had won the battle, but the size of the retreating force said the war was far from over. Now it was up to Wheel 2 and Point 2. Where are they going, Seamus? Wheel asked. We need to move. The soldier pointed. Over there. We'll have a view of their retreat route. We better hurry. They're moving fast.
Will had used Point Two's name. It wasn't common, but they were in the mountains, hell and gone from the rest of the force. Ares was a call sign. No one knew his real name. There came a time when a real name no longer mattered. Wheel 2 delivered the order. As fast as you can, Point.
Compliance.
He took off running. His top speed was slower than that of the wheel and swing soldiers, so he set the pace. He pushed himself harder than usual. Leaving fuel in the tank benefited no one if they missed seeing where the bug army went. He counted on their retreat leading him to the enemy's leadership. He didn't know what that looked like. No one did. Point would be first to know, but only if he reached the observation spot in time. He struggled to breathe. Running at 50 kilometers per hour was impossible without the power of the suit, and still challenging with it. He had to pump his legs and arms. He had to maneuver over the uneven terrain. He had to do it all. The suit helped him do it faster. It was a trade-off. Seamus slowed to save enough energy for the final climb to the distant peak. 10 minutes at this speed, less if he could take advantage of a couple short downhill stretches. Pick up the pace, Point, Wheel called. From his perspective, they were going more than 10 kilometers per hour under his maximum speed. To him, they were jogging.
On it, Frodo,
Point called over his shoulder, delivering a nickname that he mixed up. Sam was the number 2, although Sam was the hobbit who made the journey successful. Without him, Frodo would have died. Maybe that was an appropriate nickname. He needed the rest of the team.
Hey,
Wheel 2 shot back, but he knew it was too late. He'd been named. That's how it happened. It might get changed later by someone more important than a point soldier. They focused on letting Point 2 run. He increased his speed until his lungs ached and knees burned. They made the promontory in 10 minutes and 15 seconds. Point was mostly spent. It had taken all he had. But Wheel 2 and the swing soldiers were functional. Frodo studied the area below them. The bug's retreat route disappeared behind a lower hill but re-emerged farther away. Their movement slowed until it stopped. Wheel could see a small portion of what was there. I think we know where they're regrouping, he said matter-of-factly.
Frodo? Really? Sorry, boss soldier man,
Seamus replied. He wasn't sorry. The look on his face told the truth. He was proud of himself. Upstart, I remember when the youth of today respected their elders. Point scoffed.
What are you, 2 months older than me?
And don't you forget it, you belligerent kids. Frodo kept his eye on the army. The weird undulation ended as the millions of soldiers stopped moving and formed into squares.
Who's directing them?
They couldn't see. The leadership had to be on this side of the army, but on the other side of the hill that blocked most of their view.
Up for another run?
Point shook his head.
I don't think we want to run into that mess. I recommend stealth.
Concur, Seamus. We'll take this next one slowly, unless they reform and head back down the hill. Then we'll need to get down there and lay waste.
We can't stop that army, but what we can do is sneak down there and kill the leadership when they can't hide beyond their ocean of bugs.
Stop it, kid. You're making too much sense. Stealth all the way. Watch for a picket. There's a bug in charge down there, and we don't want it to know we're coming. Seamus took the lead again, but loped in a half-crouch, exposing as little of himself as he could, while he angled away from the bug army, using the same hill that blocked their view to hide the humans' approach. The sound of the shuttle arriving from space woke Ares. His section was asleep. He could resupply them. They didn't need to wait in the resup line. He picked up the pile of gear to turn in and strolled to the valley. Ares stuck to the path cleared by the engineers. He already had enough bug guts on his suit. He didn't need more. He was one of the first to the shuttle and didn't have to wait more than a minute. He handed over 10 power packs for swap. He ordered 34 grenades and a dozen rockets. What he really wanted, they didn't have.
No demo?
Explosions for demolition.
None, sorry. We can put it in a requisition when we get back to the ship if you want.
Ares nodded.
Yes, explosives. 5 kilograms with remote detonators for Ares section. Ares? We've heard about you. 4-time winner of the Star. Man, that must be something. What's it like? It's a small medal and sticks on the dress uniform.
Ares held his fingers 2 centimeters apart.
The supply soldier roared with laughter. Get a load of this guy. A hero, and he's here cracking jokes. He took out half the bug army all by himself, and he doesn't give a hoot. More grenades. We love you, man. We're cheering for you. Big explosives coming your way, Ares. I personally guarantee it. There was no guarantee this soldier would be on the next supply run, but Ares appreciated the sentiment. Thank you. We'll be waiting for you, probably somewhere up there.
Ares pointed to the distant mountains.
Why go there? The soldier wondered. That's where the enemy's gone. We'll follow and kill the bugs where they hide. You are the man, Ares.
Ares nodded and walked away so the growing line could have their needs attended to and their requests filled. Explosives on the next resup run. He'd have to address his demolition needs some other way. At least he had grenades and rockets, double what they'd carried before, with fresh power supplies all around. Once they recharged their beam rifles, they'd send the half-used modules to the shuttle. Going into battle with full charges was important. Against the bugs, they needed every shot they could take. What if he could rig the power supplies to blow? Strap one to a grenade or hit one with a beam weapon? One would detonate it, and one wouldn't. No detonators, but he could make do. New plan. Carry the half-used power packs. They could turn them in if the resupply arrived before Ares' section engaged the enemy. The 5 soldiers remained asleep. Ares joined them to catch a few more winks before they were ordered to move out. He wasn't sure how long he'd slept, but he felt refreshed. He could still sleep. He'd sleep as long as they allowed. He was a soldier's soldier. Sleep until you're hungry. Eat until you're tired. It was the axiom for life aboard ship. And work out in a 3-dimensional simulator. Max heartbeat for an hour. Max calorie burn in simulated heavy gravity. It prepared the soldiers' bodies for the upcoming engagement. There was always another conflict to rush to. So Ares slept, because he didn't know when he'd next get the chance. He banked sleep like a power source had a reserve battery. He'd call on it when needed. Chapter 8. Run and gun. Find the enemy. It took the rest of the daylight to reach the hilltop above the bug army. Frodo crawled forward and looked down on the gathering. The mass of black bugs on a plateau melted into the darkness. The wheel soldier switched to UV, which showed him the immensity of their problem. For as far as he could see, the bug army was arrayed in their squares. He tried to count one square and then multiply, but he couldn't differentiate the individuals. He guessed they were 50 wide and 500 deep. He counted the squares, 10 deep and to the horizon in the distance. 250,000 times as many as he could see. Another 10 million bugs? At least. He wondered if they were breeding more. If so, where would they do that? He switched to infrared in the belief that bug growth facilities would generate heat. The sharp contrast of the heat signature jumped out at him from a point against the mountain wall, 2/3 down the plateau. The only problem was how to get to it. The heat came from vents in the mountain wall. How did they build such a complex? Frodo came to one conclusion. They'd been on Espinar far longer than what the soldiers were led to believe. They were dug in with multiple avenues of attack available to them. Thanks to Ares, one of those routes was closed permanently, and the other was filled with dead bugs and less usable, though still open. The one who shapes the battlefield has the advantage. The bugs had dictated the terms of this engagement from the start. They set the humans up to lose the battles, and then the war. But the bugs didn't have Ares on their side. One soldier was making a difference. How many bugs would come for the HFP? Ares' section was down 1/3. If that was the same for the entire force, then where would that leave humanity? One less system in the expansive galaxy under human control. Or was it one system closer for the bugs before they overwhelmed humanity? How many could humanity lose before the bugs closed on Earth? This is the equation that kept humanity's leadership awake at night. If only they'd commit the forces necessary. Conscript labor and lower classes provided the fodder for alien cannons. The military-industrial complex provided the armor and munitions. The soldiers didn't even know if they got paid. They were promised funds, of course, but the soldiers served until they could serve no more. That usually meant death. Funds owed were recouped into the general fund, if they existed in the first place. Numbers on one side of a tally sheet moved to another side. Every entity in the supply chain won. Good weapons for the soldiers, a thriving manufacturer, bonuses for the bankers who took fees from the transactions, even if they were only on paper. It was the soldiers' place to serve and sacrifice, but that didn't mean Wheel 2 and his team needed to die today. They could get some sleep first. Frodo spoke in a low voice. "Point, I need you to scout a route to the cave entrance. You see the vents? But what is being vented, and from where? Find us a way in there. Eat and sleep for 2 hours, all of you. I'll take the first watch. Seamus can move out on his recon after that." The other members of the team would cover the watch while Seamus found the cave entrance and a way to it that wouldn't expose the group. Visibility in a time of war was ill-advised. Stealth was best when 4 faced 10 million. The atmosphere was different from that of Earth. The stars shone brightly, twinkling with regularity. The sky looked like a city in the distance, with people rushing to and fro, while the rest enjoyed an evening in their homes, with the light showing through their windows. The soldiers fell asleep almost instantly. It had been a long day, a rush from one fight to the next, running, always running. Wheel 2 relaxed, but refused to fall asleep so he could watch, make sure no bugs surprised them. The formation stayed intact, unmoving. Did bugs sleep? It looked like it. That was good information for a long war. And they all slept at the same time. An artillery barrage would end the war if it could have reached this far into the mountains. Jamming prevented calling in artillery over a radio. Humanity did it to the bugs. The bugs did it to humanity. No comms. No air support. Because that was against the treaty too. Boots on the ground stayed on the ground. If only they could have used their tanks. The bugs chose the battlefield. The HFP had been reacting from the second they arrived. To change their fortunes, they had to change the circumstances, flip the initiative to humanity. Frodo planned on eliminating the bugs' ability to source additional troops. The HFP would have a chance as long as they weren't fighting an unlimited number of the enemy. There wasn't enough energy in all their weapons to accomplish such a feat. He contemplated an attack, thinking through the variables. There were more than he could account for. He'd have to improvise. What kind of equipment was in a bug lab? Where were the weak points? He didn't know that information, but with all the team members engaged, they'd find a way. He'd talk to them before they went in. If they went in. Point 2 needed to find the entrance and determine an ingress that didn't expose the team. If they couldn't find a way, they had 2 options. Wait, or return to the human lines. Swing 4 was next to watch. 2 hours of sleep would be most welcome. Wake me if the point returns. But he'd make do with less, if he had to. Ares stood and looked toward the mountains, where the forward position had been established. It was nothing more than a way to report the enemy's advance and give reinforcements a place to go that was defensible. We need to move forward, find the bugs where they went, and eliminate them. He was singularly focused. He'd been on 4 different planets fighting for the HFP, but he'd never seen an enemy surrender. Humanity had wiped out the opposing forces, not only removing their will to fight, but their ability. They didn't have to send recovery vessels for their troops. There was no one left to recover. The few captured alive were sent away with intelligence professionals. Ares didn't waste brain space wondering what happened to the captives. That wasn't his department. If it ever became his, then he'd learn what he needed to know. A modern battlefield was complex, despite the technological restrictions. Staying in contact with the units, being able to order an artillery strike, controlling the soldiers in his section, and so much more. Eliminate the enemy. The overriding order had been the same every time. The battle planners determined ways to get that done. This was the first time where the HFP did not have the better strategic position or the better tactical position. In his mind, the battle planners had failed him personally and the entire force. It was his place to question the plan, but not here, not in the middle of the fight. Was it the middle of a fight, or was this a new opportunity? Dante sat alone on a rise above the Ares position. A chair had been brought for him, a recliner that looked oddly out of place in the desolation of the stark hills surrounding the ubiquitous Bog's Death Valley. He briefly raised his binoculars, and then lowered them into his lap as he looked toward the higher mountain peaks in the distance. Ares strolled up the hill. "Battle planner," he said by way of greeting. "Ares, what do you need?" "To win this war. Nothing else works for me. And then I can return to my rack on board Antilles and get some real sleep." "Sleep? It's always the elusive planet side, isn't it?" He lifted his binoculars once more. "They're up there, Ares. Somewhere. Have your people returned?" "Not yet." Ares contemplated, but only briefly, that they may have encountered more than they could handle. Their demise would bother him, more if they hadn't accomplished their mission. In one scenario, they'd be heroes. In the other, they'd be forgotten casualties of yet another war. A cool breeze floated past Ares' face. He raised his faceplate to let his eyes grow accustomed to the darkness, but it wasn't that dark. The stars were so bright in this sector that the thin atmosphere didn't hold anything back. There were no shadows, but Ares could see well enough to operate, if he had to, without the augmentation his suit provided. The battle planner hugged himself to stay warm. "Do you ever have any doubts?" "Sir? Doubts about what?" "Winning, surviving, that kind of stuff." Dante looked at Ares, who stayed down the hill far enough that he was eye to eye with the seated man. Ares contemplated his answer. Of course he thought about it, but he didn't dwell on things he couldn't control. "I shoot the targets that give me the highest probability of victory. That feats survival. Sacrificing any of my soldiers without a payoff for those lives isn't something I'm willing to do. I've lost a third of my team in this war. We've killed a lot of bugs, but there are more out there. If what I think is correct, a lot more. We've only scratched the surface of their army. They've been holding back." Dante sighed. "I'd been thinking the same thing. The fact that one section can kill 1,000,000 bugs means that to overwhelm us, they need tens of millions, or 100 million. What do they eat? How do they supply weapons for so many?" Ares didn't speculate. He wanted the answer to those questions because those answers would help him achieve his objective. He wanted to win the war. "And chow," Dante said. "Sleep and hot chow. When we win, Ares." "I look forward to it. Do you have orders for me?" Ares suspected the battle planner's conversation hadn't been mindless ramblings. "Get me those answers. Either you or your team that's already up there. I need to know if we're going to take charge of this battle. I'm not excited about designing a defensive battle. Show me how I can best deploy the force to eliminate the enemy on this god-forsaken rock. No wonder no one actually lives here. A little atmospheric manipulation, and this place would look like Kansas. You wouldn't be able to stop civilians from coming." Dante chuckled. "And I say you'll have no sense of humor." He waved Ares away.
You have your orders. You have 24 Earth hours to return with information. That should be long enough. You've had food and some sleep." "Yes, sir." Ares saluted and hurried down the hill. He had 5 people under his command. It would be enough. They'd been resupplied. If only he had the demo charges. But he'd make do without them, as he had in every other battle he'd fought. He tapped on the helmets of his team to wake them. "Mission briefing in 5, he told each of them. There were 6 soldiers sleeping side by side in Ares' assigned bivouac area. Wheel 4. But it wasn't Wheel 4. It was that reporter. He must have snuck in while Ares was asleep. "This is a recon mission. You can't go," Ares told him. "I have full authority from the office of Janus 7 to join any unit I deem fit. I deem you fit. You're the one making a difference in this war. I want to see it firsthand. Humanity deserves to know." Ares ground his teeth. "Humanity needs to know that we won. They don't care about anything else. With you, we reduce our chances of winning. I'm an extra shooter if you need." He brought a rifle from behind his back and waved it in Ares' face. With a move too fast for the eye to follow, Ares ripped the Mark 71 from the reporter's hands. "If you want to join Ares' section as a soldier, then you'll learn to hang on to your weapon, and you'll keep your finger off the trigger unless you intend to fire the rifle." Ares jammed the beam weapon into Daryl's chest so hard he staggered backward. Ares knew he was stuck with the toad. He had been ordered to the earlier interview. That was yesterday, nearly a lifetime ago. He'd also been ordered to cooperate as the face of the human force for peace. What he wanted was irrelevant, but he had gotten permission to take his team away from the army of soldiers. Ares could operate independently. He could make war on his own terms, and that pleased him more than it should have. In his life, he'd been good at one thing. Ares knew he'd never return to Earth. He needed war as much as Earth needed him to make it. There was nothing he could do on a planet where he never felt comfortable. Tell war stories among old veterans? He had no desire for such a life. The light burns brightest in those filled with fire. Ares was passionate about one thing. "Keep up," he told Daryl, "and stay quiet. You observe only, unless I order you to shoot. Then aim and fire at the enemy. Don't shoot any humans. It's that simple. Don't use the full automatic setting. I'm a journalist, so shouldn't be subject to orders about killing. I know I offered, but I didn't think you would agree." The reporter took a step back. "I'm actually a conscientious objector." Ares had never had to deal with one of those before. "Then why do you carry a weapon?" "To look the part, so the soldiers are open to talking with me." "They'll talk with you if I tell them to, not because you have a rifle." Ares crooked his fingers at the man. "Give it to me." He studied the Mark 71 before he handed it over. The team was up and watching the exchange. It had been nearly 5 minutes, and Ares was ready. "Mission brief. Situation. The enemy is somewhere up there. Mission. Our job is to find their base, and how they are creating so many bugs. Wheel 2 is on that recon mission as well. Ares' section is going to get this information and get it back to Battle Planner Dante for incorporation into a plan that will guarantee our victory. Execution. We climb those mountains and look for Bug Central. Admin and logistics plus command and signal. Standard hand and arm signals apply. We carry everything we need. There will be no resupply. Questions?" The reporter raised his hand. "Not from you. Stay behind Swing 7. Don't interfere with him." Ares looked to Swing 7 for confirmation. "Am I his babysitter?" This was Swing 7's first deployment with the HFP. He was a rookie, and he was someone that Ares wouldn't put up front. Behind him was a better place for the reporter. "No, he's on his own. Your tail end Charlie for the duration of his recon." Ares slung the reporter's rifle.
Having an extra could come in handy. He could always take the power supply out and ditch the weapon. But someone was signed for it, and that someone wasn't the reporter. Losing gear happened with alarming frequency. The logisticians worked it into their calculations. Keep the butter-fingered grunts supplied. Their logic was irrefutable, except when the soldiers were elbow-deep in firefight after firefight. Equipment was lost. Equipment was left behind. Lives were more important than the gear they used. That was soldier logic. The quartermaster had a different opinion. In Ares' mind, a soldier couldn't do his job without his gear. But if something was lost, so be it. Rearm, resupply, and send the soldier back into the fight. Ares started up the hill, walking carefully between resting soldiers. Once clear of the bivouac site, he jogged to the front lines. Ares section passing through to the unsecured area. What is the challenge and password? He asked. If you don't know it, then I doubt you're one of us. Ares raised his face shield. Good answer. But you should have challenged me before letting us through. The challenge is Big Storm. And the answer is, it's raining buckets. Please don't shoot us when we return. We're Ares section. Pass it on. Ares? Sorry, sir. I'll pass it on. Quick question. Do they have bugs that look like humans? The soldier stood straighter and raised the business end of his rifle toward the sky. Not as far as I know, but we can never assume. Stay frosty, soldier. Ares stepped across the invisible line that separated the protected bivouac site from the unsecured mountain terrain beyond. 5 soldiers and a reporter followed. The guard didn't question an unarmed soldier moving forward. If Ares was in charge, there had to be a reason for it. Ares was a legend in the HFP. 4 planets, dozens of battles, 4 stars of valor, and numerous other awards. He hadn't been in a battle where he wasn't given a personal commendation. The soldiers respected him, which wasn't common. Ares demanded nothing but the simplest. Shoot the enemy until there were none left to shoot. But Ares did it with flair. An unarmed soldier? Maybe he was carrying Ares' medals. Ares checked behind him. Without a point soldier, he didn't have the scanning capability or more heavily armored member of his section. That meant his team could move faster, but would be blind to long-range threats without the special sensors in the heavier suit. The climb dragged on, kilometer after kilometer, steadily rising in elevation, even with the valleys and canyons between each successive ridgeline. The combat suits made short work of the obstacles. They were neither steep nor broken. They were just there. It suggested an aged mountain range, tens of millions of years old. Wind and the elements had reduced the sharp edges to casual slopes with a soft covering of topsoil. The higher they went, the more limited the scrub growth. It was sparse at the lower levels, but morphed into something more severe and limited. The bugs were nowhere to be seen. Where is Wheel 2? Ares wondered. With the next range being the highest and standing 50 to 60 kilometers from his HFP's bivouac site, Ares stopped. He pointed to his right. Cut across here until we see where the bugs passed, if they came this far. Use your UV filters. He spoke low and fast. He didn't see any bugs in the vicinity, but it didn't mean they weren't out there. They hadn't demonstrated an ability to act independently, though. The bugs had operated in groups during every engagement with Ares section. That gave them an advantage. Divide and conquer. Separate the bugs. Keep them from massing into army-sized formations. Or kill them before they're born. It wasn't genocide since this was the bug army. It was engineered to deliver soldiers. It wasn't their civilization. Destroying that would be genocide. If the bugs killed all the human soldiers, would it be genocide? It would be victory in the war. Nothing more. Lose, and no one will come for you. Those were the words of Janus 7, delivered to every soldier on every ship heading into the void to fight humanity's wars. They followed a ridgeline along the military crest, below the skyline so they didn't stand out against the stars. The bugs would have come through a cut, a gap in the ridges. There was one up ahead, dipping 500 meters from the peak. They followed it down, and Ares stopped in the middle of the 30-meter wide cut. The bugs didn't leave impressions on the ground like heavier creatures with smaller feet, like humans wearing combat suits. Ares took a knee and looked back and forth. It wasn't visible at head height, only much lower. The sparse growth had been leveled. Ares put his hand on the ground and lowered himself to look at it from ground level. Despite the hardpack, the path was visible. "This way," Ares said. He stood and headed up the valley, but at a quick walk, not a run. He wasn't tired, but his team was fatigued from the long climb and distance covered. Daybreak was coming. They'd be readily visible to the naked eye, but the bugs had traversed the caves without supplemental light. They didn't see like humans. The daylight didn't give either bug or soldier a specific advantage. Both could overcome the limitations of visible light. Ares kept his beam rifle at the ready, expecting to see the bug army at every turn. Following them up the narrow valley hemmed him in. He felt they were getting closer. They could have retreated to the other side of the range, but that wasn't the best tactical position. It was always harder to attack uphill. Whatever smart bug was commanding them would retain the high ground. They'd have to if they wanted to win this fight. Chapter 9. Contact. Fire, and then fire again until they stopped moving. Unknown hands shook Frodo. He came awake instantly without flailing or disorientation, despite not sleeping as long as he needed. "Point is back," Swing 7 said. "Roger," Frodo whispered. He got to his knees and crawled to the overlook, where he could see the bug army. They remained in formation and unmoving. He crawled back to find Seamus waiting. "Report." "We walk straight down the hill, on the growth to avoid dislodging any stones. Then follow the front of the bug army to the cave entrance, which is between the two exhaust vents," Point 2 stated. "You want us to walk in front of the bug army?" Frodo was incredulous. "They can bring hundreds of weapons to bear in an instant. We'd die before we knew we were under attack." "Then we have to make sure we don't wake them." Seamus relayed his thoughts matter-of-factly. "The risk is low. They are out cold. If you haven't noticed, temperatures have dropped. The bug army is cold-blooded. We have the advantage of night and the high altitude." Frodo contemplated the mission. High risk, but high reward. How would they conduct a tactical retrograde after they attacked the facility? They wouldn't. He saw it as a one-way mission. "Did you see what was inside?" Frodo asked. "I didn't get that far. We might have to kill a few bugs to get in there, because they're piled up against the entrance. And then we lock ourselves inside to do what needs to be done. And then we stay there for as long as we can hold out." It wasn't Frodo's plan, but it was. He could change it or cancel it, but he'd already come to the same conclusion. One way. They weren't getting out unless the explosion was big enough to summon the HFP, and if the explosion was that big, it would obliterate those inside the mountain lab. "Sounds like a plan," Frodo said. "Wake 'em up. Get ready to roll." Only Swing 4 was asleep at the moment. Swing 7 tapped for his faceplate. The 4 soldiers quietly checked their gear. Wheel carried his beam weapon and kept the mortar on his back. At close range with 10 million bugs, the beam weapon would be far superior, at least for the 2 seconds he could engage the enemy until the bugs fired back in mass and killed the human soldiers. "Point takes us in," Frodo ordered. "I'm second, then 4, and then 7. Seamus eased back over the bank and headed down the hill. It was his second time that evening, his limited familiarity making him more comfortable with the path to Bug Valley. The others followed in his footsteps, taking care to step where he stepped, down the hill to the plateau where the enemy army rested. None of the bugs moved. Frodo wanted to study one, see if it was in an induced coma of some sort, mass hypnosis of the hive mind. But that was one risk too many. Maybe they'd find bugs inside that they could study. At least ones they didn't have to kill. Seamus walked casually, but deliberately, in the small space between the first bugs and the mountainside. His heart was in his throat, even though he had already done this once as proof of concept. He had conducted the high-risk reconnaissance without approval for the sole purpose of proving he was correct about the bugs, that they powered down, even though they were living creatures. They were in a state of supreme vulnerability. How long would it take them to rouse from their malaise? That was a question for a different day. Right now, getting inside the mountain was all that mattered. The heat source indicated something was going on that they couldn't explain. They'd find out soon if it was a replacement program for bugs lost in the war, or something else. What? They couldn't contemplate. That's why they were going in blind. Imagination filled a great number of voids, and none in a good way. Wait and see. Flex to the tactical situation. Frodo hoped he could do what needed to be done with little information from which to make life and death decisions. That was Ares' department. It's where the section leader excelled. Seamus moved close to a wall of bugs against an opening. He had initially thought there was a door, but there wasn't. It was 3 layers of bugs standing against each other. He raised his fist to call for a stop, and then he waved the other soldiers close. He signaled that he was going to rush the bugs and power through them without firing. Frodo gave the thumbs up after adding that he'd use his mortar to close the tunnel from the other side. Seamus returned the gesture. Frodo motioned the others to move in front of him. Wheel 2 would bring up the rear. Point would lead them inside and find the laboratory or factory or whatever was generating heat. Seamus took a deep breath and assumed the stance of a runner ready to bolt from the starting block. He'd break through, the others would follow, and in a moment or two, he'd have his answers in how fast the bugs reacted as a group. He estimated they'd take longer than the soldiers needed. If it was quicker, they'd be in trouble. They wouldn't survive the onslaught. Seamus held his hand over his shoulder. He counted down on his fingers. The UV filters of those behind showed Seamus clearly. They watched his count. Muscles tensed within suits that would respond instantly. Seamus ran forward, hitting the bugs and straining them inward, as if they were a cargo net. He pushed forward a half a step and stopped. He was caught. Wheels 4 and 7 rammed into his back, straining the bugs' intertwined bodies until the 3 of them fell through the opening. The bugs that had been blocking the entrance ran without rhyme or reason. Some scooted past the soldiers and down the tunnel. Some bolted up the mountainside. Others ran into the formation, scurrying over the bug warriors. The soldiers scampered forward, rising as they moved. Frodo was stuck outside. His heart raced with his predicament, and his eyes shot wide. He carried the mortar tube and wouldn't be able to respond except with a single, high-explosive rocket if the bugs came to life. "Get inside!" he shouted over his shoulder. "Go, go, go!" Seamus called. Frodo backed into the cave as the first energy beam splashed him and the mountain wall around him. He aimed his mortar almost straight overhead while he backpedaled, and fired. Ares was first to the top of the nearest rise. The route the bugs had taken continued upward, slowly and surely, as if a glacier had carved its sinuous path a long time ago, leaving a singularly minded track from mountain to valley. Ares jogged, setting an easy pace for the others to follow. He would find them, and then he'd send that information back to the HFP. They'd return in force and eliminate their enemy. If only artillery could reach this far into the mountains. What would it take to put their tubes in the mountains so they could fire over hills and drop rounds on an unsuspecting army hiding in a valley somewhere between here and the highest peak? An explosion from up ahead surprised him. It shocked his senses and brought his head up from his examination of the ground. Ares launched himself forward and ran faster when others would have hesitated. His team sprinted after him. The reporter, Darrell, fell back. He'd heard the explosion, but wasn't as energized to join the battle as real soldiers. Despite the combat armor, Darrell wasn't a soldier. He only wanted to see Ares and his people in action. He didn't want to be in the middle of it. Ares held up his fist for the group to halt. A dust cloud rose from a far wall. on the other side of a sea of neatly organized bugs. There were so many that they defied any opportunity to quickly count them. Ares didn't give it a second thought. His focus was on the mountain and what appeared on the other side of the dust. 2 exhaust vents had been carved through the stone and burned brightly under the infrared filter. The bugs had been firing at the cave mouth, but stopped during the rock slide. They didn't resume fire after the dust cleared and revealed the entrance had been blocked. Ares lay prone, watching. Darrow stumbled up and joined him. At least he whispered when he spoke. "Aren't you going down there to do your thing?" Ares raised his visor to see how much ambient light came through. It was the time of the false dawn, when the air was the coldest. The altitude played against the humans because the air was thinner. They could always lower their visors for supplemental oxygen generated by the suit. Ares would, later. "I think you have a mistaken impression of how a war is fought," Ares replied. "Show me then," Darrell argued. "I am showing you. Not everything is a soundbite or a one-sentence quote in a news article." Ares pointed to the mass in the valley below. "There are millions of bugs down there. We can't kill them in large enough numbers to make a difference. They would swarm us and kill us. When we have the advantage, we'll exploit it. Not before." "You have to be able to do something." Darrow was getting louder. Ares resisted the urge to punch the man. "Stay quiet. We wait and we watch. That's the order." He motioned for swings 1, 2, 6, and 8. They eased close to him. "Return to our lines and tell them where the bug army is. Then get back here, fast as you can." "Compliance," they whispered in unison. They crawled backward until they could stand without being visible to the bugs. They loped for the first few steps, and then increased speed to a maximum downhill sprint. "Are you insane? Why send 4 of your soldiers away? You're going to need them," Darrell argued. "If you say one more word, I will turn off the power to your suit and let you die out here." "You can't do that." "That suit is from my section. I have complete control over every suit in my section. Now do you see? Not another word." "You wouldn't do that." Ares lowered his visor. With a series of eye movement interactions with the screen before his face, he accessed Wheel 4's combat armor and powered it down. The suit stiffened as it locked into its current position. Wheel 3 chuckled. "I'm okay if you kill him. I won't tell." Leads had latitude in combat. Swift and harsh disciplinary measures weren't questioned. But he was a civilian, not a soldier, despite the suit. "No. I need to make my point for him to shut up and just observe." "Can you cut off his comm?" Ares had never done that to one of his soldiers. There had never been a need. He accessed the team's suits and shut down the speaker on the reporters. He could hear, but couldn't speak unless he raised his visor. Ares locked the visor down. He then powered the suit up, freeing the reporter from his brief incarceration, which was far less than the bugs would do to him if they caught Ares' section in the open. The reporter growled and then screamed when he realized his voice wasn't being projected. He tried to raise his shield, but couldn't, which frustrated him even more. He thrashed about. Ares' arm shot out and grabbed the reporter by his neck armor. "If you don't settle down, I will shut you down again. And this time, I won't bring you back. You are jeopardizing our lives. All of us, you included. I told you that in the interview. I don't care if you want to kill yourself. But when it comes to me and my team, you will not put us at risk. Settle down. We're going to be here for a while." Darrell stopped his flailing and pointed to his mouth. Ares shook his head. "We're all hungry. But you know what we're not going to do? Eat. You'll do without, just like us. Welcome to what it means to be a soldier. Add your suffering to your story. Then we tortured you for our pleasure. But don't forget to add that we saved your life by keeping you from exposing us because you're an idiot." Ares brought up Wheel 4's armor and was ready to shut it down. But Darrell had a change of heart and stilled. Like Ares and Wheel 3, unmoving but watching.
It was a stalemate. Something would have to change in the valley below for Ares to take action. Something would have to give him an advantage, or his action would be to withdraw. The more he thought about it, the more he suspected that Wheel 2 had taken his group into that tunnel, because that's what Ares would have done. How they got there, he didn't know. He lowered his visor to scan the area left, right, and above the cave mouth, to look for a dead soldier, but there was none. What was inside that mountain? Chapter 10. Human Frailty. Find a way in, and use your body to hold the door open. Frodo's suit never lost power. Balance, yes, but not power. He pushed himself up off his face, dumping the few rocks that had settled on his back. Dust filled the tunnel. Up ahead, he could make out the 3 forms of the other soldiers. 2 were facing away, and 1 was coming toward him. "You okay?" Swing 4 asked. Frodo worked his leg under him, then stood upright. The tunnel was 3 meters high and 2 wide, almost like it was made for humans. "We'd better go." The group moved out. Swing 4 moved to the rear position, although there was no one behind them. The entrance was blasted, and the cave-in was complete. If they were to leave, it wouldn't be the way they came. Dim lights cast eerie glows from up ahead. Point 2 led the way, radiating his systems. In the tunnel, they operated flawlessly. No jamming signals interfered. The team was committed. If reinforcements were coming out of the tunnel, where were they? Millions of bodies would require a constant stream moving at a steady pace. The tunnel was worn, but clear. Millions of bug feet could have done it, but not in 2 weeks. They'd been on the planet for much longer, or the tunnels had existed before their arrival. Tunnels carved by an intelligent race of beings. A voice from ahead called out in an alien language. Seamus stopped, his fist held over his shoulder for the others to see. He took a knee and aimed his weapon down the tunnel. A humanoid creature appeared, tall and lanky. It stopped and cocked its head back and forth, as if the changed perspective would make the soldiers in their combat armor clearer. The creature disappeared around a turn in the tunnel. "After him!" Frodo ordered. Point bolted out of his stance and moved quickly, aiming his beam weapon ahead of him. The carved walls of the tunnel stood in stark contrast to natural stone. Decorative lines followed them in. The heavy slam of iron on stone preceded them. A heavy door blocked the tunnel ahead. There was no going forward, and no going back. Frodo checked the door. There was no handle, no access pad like on a ship. He pushed on it and then kicked it, but it didn't give, not a single millimeter. "It could be worse," Seamus said. Frodo threw up his hands. "How?" "We could already be dead." The logic was irrefutable. As long as you lived, you had a chance to keep living. Once dead, it was too late. "Back up around the corner. I'm gonna shove a rocket into its face hole." "What was that thing?" Swing 7 asked. "I heard of a race we call the Skinnies. No one's ever made contact with them, only seen them from afar. I'm thinking that was one of them." "What do we do?" Swing wondered. "We break through that door, and then we kill them. And if they've been supporting the bugs, they're our enemy. We kill the enemy." "First contact with a new race, the humanoid, which puts them in the minority. We might be able to talk with them. In this war with words, instead of Mark 71s. "Are you a college boy?" Frodo asked. He raised his visor to scratch his face, but it was pitch black in the tunnel. The glow from down the tunnel was blocked by the door. No light escaped from before or behind him. He put his visor down and switched to IR. The door was warmer than the surrounding stone walls. "Yeah," Frodo agreed. "It could be worse." He gestured. "Everyone behind me." He loaded his mortar with a high-explosive rocket. He checked behind him, where the other 3 soldiers were tight against him. "Give me some room." Frodo aimed at the frame where he guessed a lock was located and fired.
The rocket left the barrel and impacted the stone in an instant. The explosion reverberated up and down the tunnel. It took more than a few seconds for the dust to settle and stone to stop falling from the ceiling. A large rock chipped off and fell in front of the door, but the ironwork itself stayed strong. Seamus said, "I recommend you don't do that again, unless your plan is to bury us under this mountain." Frodo pushed on the door and found it wouldn't budge. A pinhole of light penetrated between a heavy metal frame and the stones within which it had been set. Another rocket might open it enough to do something, or it could bury them. But it wouldn't be just the 4 soldiers. It would be every living creature inside the mountain, unless there was another entrance, and then it would be a futile gesture, dying for no reason. Frodo leaned against the wall and contemplated the decisions he'd made in his life. He was in a tomb with 3 men who were the closest thing he'd ever had to friends. The one person he trusted to save him didn't know where he was. "We need to find a way through that door, or we're hosed." The bugs blended with the plateau in neat rows, packed tightly together like they were inside a starship cargo container where no space was wasted. Every cubic centimeter was precious. The formation was tactically unsound. They were too close and susceptible, but their numbers were so extensive that any attack would be trivial. Even an attack of the magnitude Ares could deliver. With the daylight and the crisp morning air, the full magnitude of the formation dawned on him. More than 10 million bugs. The number could have been infinite as far as Ares was concerned. It was too many. How many had Ares trapped and killed inside the tunnels down the mountains? How many millions had they already killed? How can we amplify our explosions? Ares wondered. Will 3 studied the surrounding landscape. There were no overhanging cliffs ready to drop on the unsuspecting formation. The plateau sat within a bowl of 2 rolling hills before more dominating peaks, the final row of the highest peaks in the range. "Is there another entrance into that mountain?" 3 asked. The cave and mountainside were on the far side of the valley, with too many bugs in between. Ares had thought about it, but the bigger question was why the bugs weren't moving. It was like they were nothing more than drones responding to a singular command. Who gave that command? That's what he sent Wheel 2 to find out. The head of the snake. If Wheel 2's team is in there, then they'll be looking for an alternate way out, assuming they survived the collapse of the cave mouth, which I believe they caused. That means we need to find the far end of this formation and set up a blocking force. The army will come up the same valley we did and hit the bugs from this end. We need to leave them nowhere to go. Wheel 3 looked over the formation. A blocking force was easier for 2 soldiers to pull off than taking on an army. But there was still only 2 of them. The reporter didn't count for anything other than an annoyance, like sand in one's boot. Ares unlocked the reporter's visor and opened it. "If you talk, keep your voice down," Ares said in a low rumble. Darrell exercised his jaw, like he'd had it taped shut. Wheel 3 snorted. "Is that the longest you've gone without talking? You love the sound of your own voice, don't you?" The reporter blanched at the denigration. He was in the mountains, a long way away from the closest thing resembling civilization, which was still nothing more than a shuttle back to the transport ship. A front-line reporter. That hadn't been his first choice, but he had been trying to make the most of it. The misperception that war was all action had led him far down the wrong path. The ability of soldiers to do absolutely nothing for hours, even days on end, before engaging at a frenetic level was something he had been wholly unprepared to appreciate. "Sorry," Darrell whispered. Ares accepted the apology with a quick nod. "How far does this formation extend?" Ares wondered. "Sounds like we need to do a circumnavigation," Wheel 3 offered. "And that's the conclusion I've come to." "Sailor man," the reporter whispered. "The only one who uses words like that. So let it be said. So let it be done."
No, no, no! I've made it this far without a bogus nickname, and that's what I get? I have to put my foot down on this.
Put your foot down or up. Makes no difference, sailor man. The corner of Aries' lips twitched upward for a moment in a rare show of emotion. The reporter chuckled. He hadn't known about how nicknames were awarded to the soldiers. The camaraderie of the wartime soldier. The interactions. The loyalty to each other. Darrell didn't see the propaganda that played on Earth. Flags waving as they were planted on distant planets. Flags emblazoned on combat armor and uniforms. Tattoos on the arms only bared on the transport vessel in space. Aries didn't portray any of that. Do you have a flag to plant when you win? If we win, Aries corrected him. And no. I wouldn't have taken you as a defeatist? Aries wanted to close the reporter's visor. He didn't dignify the statement with an explanation of how reality differed from the expectation of those not in the fight. But then again, humanity always won, no matter the cost. For Aries' section, the war had already been expensive. There was a long way to go before anyone planted a flag. Let's go. I'm on point. Sailorman, bring up the rear. Darrell, you stay in the middle and don't do anything stupid, like kick rocks down the hill. You're going to move in the daylight? Darrell recoiled in shock. Bugs don't have eyes. I don't know how they see us, but they don't do it like us. Moving in the daylight helps us more than it hurts us. Aries replied. He waved toward the bug army and then at the hill in front of him. If we were down there, we'd have patrols in this area to keep anyone from sneaking up on us. But they don't. What's that tell you? They're dumb? Darrell ventured. They're unconcerned, and they don't value the lives in that valley. That's why taking them on may play into the enemy's hands. Killing bugs is killing the enemy. Darrell looked back and forth between the bug army and Aries. I'm convinced they're not the enemy. They are simply tools. They've demonstrated no individual initiative or battlefield smarts. They throw their bodies at us and fire the weapons attached to their backs. No, Darrell, they're simply drones. The question for the headshed is whether living drones violate the no artificial combatants law. The smart bug race might have to come down on the Scudagarans. We don't want robots laying waste to whole planets. War has to come with a risk. Otherwise, every planet capable of sustaining life would be destroyed. War has to have rules. Without those, war is too easy to wage. Loquacious, Darrell said, making as many mental notes as he was capable of making. He wished he'd recorded Aries' speech. He was the premier thinking man in combat. Darrell would make him exceptional, while keeping him as the norm. Only the smartest humans are allowed to fight for their race. He could see the headline now. By field reporter Darrell Schwartzman. Aries stood and walked down the right side of the hill, where he could still see the bug army, but didn't show his whole body to the enemy. Darrell stayed on his heels. Wheel 3 left a gap of 20 meters. If Aries walked into anything, 3 would have time to react. Aries walked at a casual pace and glanced intermittently at the bug army. The reporter's movements were jerky, with frequent twists to face the bug army and jump forward to catch up to Aries. Anxiety and fear drove his movements. In his mind, stories appeared of the bugs swelling and flowing over the hill. Waking nightmares plagued him. The more they walked, the more he feared. He staggered down the small hill away from Aries, away from the bug army, until he dropped to his seat. Aries looked back, but kept going. Sailorman didn't give the reporter a second of his time. 50 meters on, Aries raised his fist over his shoulder, and the 2 soldiers stopped. He signaled for Wheel 3 to help the reporter. Despite their disdain for the man, and their understanding that he would probably be a liability at a critical juncture in the future, they gave him this one pass. Aries reached Darrell at the same time as Sailorman, and they yanked the reporter to his feet. I'm only going to say this once. I recognize that your job is important. I'm sure the people back home
want to listen to what you have to say, but your presence here is hindering my ability to complete my mission. Next time, we'll leave you where you fall."
Darrell raised his visor. "What is your mission? I thought it was to find the bugs. You've done that. You sent soldiers to tell the HFP where they are. But now, we're going to casually stroll around the bug army? I can't even comprehend what's going through your mind."
"You wouldn't, you little freaking toad,"
Wheel 3 snarled.
Ares raised his hand. "This is the last time. Keep up, shut up. Observe and write a great story when we all get out of here."
"Are we getting out of here?"
Wheel 3 shook his head. "Negative thoughts, negative actions. We should point this guy down the hill and send him on his way. We'll tell him what happened after it's over."
"I can second that," Ares agreed. Darrell hung his head. "Carry on, soldiers. I'll keep up." He raised his visor and shrugged off the hands holding his arms. Ares returned to his mission. He walked parallel to the bug army. 1 kilometer, then 2. The valley started to constrict, and the swell that gave him cover integrated into the mountains. A steep face rose before them. The bug army filled the valley right to the end. Ares had been wrong. There was no escape from this end of the valley. It was blocked by the terrain. 3 kilometers long and nearly a kilometer wide, completely filled with bugs. They were so tightly packed within that it boggled the mind. To Ares' military mind, they couldn't maneuver. They had no cover or concealment. They were as vulnerable as newborn babies. Humans weren't supposed to be up here. Ares checked his systems to dig out ancillary information. It said they were 8,000 meters above sea level. Not that the seas on this planet were anything to write home about, but the air was dangerously thin. How much did the bugs know about human physiology? Who led this ocean of bodies? They were Ares' enemies. The bugs hadn't reacted to them during their movement. That gave Ares confidence to continue. He walked tentatively down the hill to the very edge of the rocky rise that marked the end of the valley. The bugs were nearly up against it, leaving enough room for a bug leader to walk around the formation. He walked beside the bugs, taking care not to step on a leg or body. He kept one hand against the rock wall while he moved. Ares made it look effortless. Darrell was the problem. He hesitated and then staggered with the overwhelming assault on his imagination. Reality was greater than anything he'd ever contemplated. Without weapons drawn, Ares walked casually along an army numbering in the millions. He showed no fear, no hesitation. Darrell knew nothing but fear. His award for the article he had yet to write was a given. He was doing what no sane mind would do, put themselves in harm's way to get the story. It hadn't been done in ages, because no sane mind. He raised his visor because he found it stifling. He lowered his visor when the air was too thin, and he gasped and wheezed. The air flowed once more, and he could calm himself. Wheel 3 pushed him, gently at first, but then with more urgency. Ares didn't look back. It was all or nothing. They all had to make it, or none of them would. He quickened his pace when the space between the wall and the bugs increased. When he reached the other side, he was loping, casually, bending his knees to keep from slamming his armored boots into the ground. He started climbing the hill on the bug army's left side. There were no bugs up there. Darrell tottered and stopped. Wheel 3 shoved him forward, and he stumbled. Darrell's armored hand shot out to the side and caught the rock. He leaned toward the stony wall. It held strong despite his human weakness. He found solace in its presence and continued walking, dragging his hand along the wall to provide him comfort. The exhilaration of more space to walk and the draw of the hill beyond the bugs sent a thrill through him. For a moment, he felt what a soldier feels when they win a battle, when the firing has stopped and they're still standing. The thrill of outmaneuvering your enemy. Darrell grasped at the distant tendrils of a deeper understanding. Why do soldiers do what they do? If they were the dregs of society, they wouldn't survive here either. They needed confidence in their abilities. They needed a ferocity he couldn't understand, because battle was courage and fury.
except when it was calculated and cold. How could those two opposing states exist within one body? They didn't exist in just one, but all the soldiers. Ares exemplified the best. He stood on the rise above the bug army and looked very much like the god of war. Chapter 11. Intelligence. Leave the lights on. We'll be coming home. Soon. Frodo checked the crack between the door and the wall once more. It was barely more than a pinhole, but he was sure it hadn't been there before he fired. Another rocket hitting that spot, or the beam rifle. Deliver energy to widen the hole until a rocket could blast it apart. He backed away and fired his beam weapon. 3 shots, then 6. The door frame remained stalwart, but the rocks within which it was set were starting to fracture. Now we're getting somewhere. He hit it with a series of shots. Just a few at a time so he could maintain a steady aim. 100 shots later, the pinhole was the diameter of a cheap cigar. Frodo looked through the hole. Reality did not live up to his expectations. The tunnel continued until it turned. At the edge was what appeared to be another heavy metal doorframe. This could take a while. He gestured for the others to stand back. Fire in the hole! He took aim with his mortar and fired a high-explosive rocket into the small breach. Frodo tried to duck back, but took rock chips to his faceplate before he was clear. A small scratch marked his failure to get clear. It left a purple line when he used his UV filter. The opening allowed for easy view down the tunnel. Seamus, look through there for me. My screen is bunged up. He tapped the scratch. Point 2 looked through the opening and studied it. He ran through the spectrum of his sensors. A tunnel the same length as the one they were trapped in, leading to a door, the same as they were struggling with. How many rockets do you have left? Seamus asked. 4. Was it enough to get through both doors? And worse, what if there was another door? Anyone have a chisel and sledgehammer, or maybe an acetylene torch? Frodo knew everyone's inventory. It wasn't impressive. They'd already survived an extended battle and continued into the hills from there without resupply. They had 6 grenades, which was the extent of their munitions besides their Type 71 beam rifles and 3 extra power packs. Can a grenade fit in there? Frodo asked. Swing 4 pulled a grenade and placed it against the opening. The grenade was too large. Don't tell me. I need to fire another rocket. Frodo waved the others behind him. He hit the hole with energy beams, but the gap funneled the energy away from the rocks and through. The energy spent itself on the wasted effort. Seamus raised his rifle, but Frodo pushed it down. He tapped his mortar tube. Fire in the hole! Frodo called. The others moved out of the way. Frodo aimed, held the barrel steady, and then leaned back and pulled the trigger. The rocket exploded, but unlike the first 2, this one sent the bulk of the blast through the hole and down the tunnel on the other side of the door. The dust settled, and the rock chips stopped falling. Progress was made. Who wants to stick their arm through there and rip that door off its mount? Frodo asked. No takers. You first. He pointed at Swing 7. Compliance. Swing 7 looked it over, then reached in to rip out rocks that had cracked and loosened. He didn't go after the doorframe. It appeared as stalwart as ever, a monument to the builder's genius. But the mountain could be beaten, 1 stone at a time. They didn't have a sledgehammer, but they had powerful, armored fists. He punched into the rock on the crack lines created by the explosions. Microfractures widened with the pummeling. Swing 7 stepped back and flexed his fingers. Hands aren't digging it, if you get me vibe. He leaned against the wall, and behind his visor, he closed his eyes to will the pain away. Your hands were digging away, but I think I understand your dome lingo. A growing number were living in domed cities, where everything was controlled and climatically every day was perfect. Swing 4, you're up. Get us through. Compliance. Swing 4 slapped 7's pauldrons 1 time, with both hands. A warrior recognizing the fighter who just left the ring. He studied the gap
and after 7 points to the lines in the stone and their vulnerabilities depending on angle of impact, he stepped back to let 4 swing away. The first punch shattered a section of stone nearly a meter tall. It fell through the growing gap into the empty space beyond.
"I'll be damned," 7 said. "I loosened it for you."
"But you bailed before getting the glory. Frodo, I made a big opening for us." He emphasized the word I. He couldn't get his head through. When he retracted his visor, it was narrow enough to get through the gap, but his shoulders and breastplate caught. 4 lowered his visor for a moment and breathed in the good air, then retracted it and removed his helmet. He shoved it through the opening, reaching a second hand through to extend the visor, and used the mirrored front to see the reflection of the door on the other side. "It's a simple mechanical lock with a central wheel." He pulled his helmet back and put it on to get enough air for the work that was coming. He reached through as far as he could until his fingertips touched the central wheel. Clockwise or counterclockwise? That's a good question. Frodo had no idea which way an alien civilization turned their screws. Best guess, 4. "Lefty-loosey," he said, and pulled downward with his fingers. He leveraged as much as he could, but it wasn't enough. The handle didn't move. He grunted with a renewed effort until he gave up and pulled himself out of the gap. "Next up, righty-loosey." Swing 4 shoved himself into the gap once more and pushed up on the side of the wheel. It moved, slightly, but enough to convince him that was the correct direction. He pushed hard once more, and it moved a couple centimeters, then spun freely. 4 kept going until it stopped. He pulled himself out of the gap and gestured toward the door. Frodo pushed the door. It soundlessly swung open. He raised his rifle and moved through the door and down the tunnel. 50 meters was a long way underground, with each new step being a new step farther from the sky and fresh air. Within the constraints of a firefight, it was danger close. This was the last place they wanted to demonstrate their close-quarters combat skills. When the final soldier stepped through the door, he secured it, for what that was worth. Any bug could crawl through the hole they'd made beside the frame. A single soldier could snipe them as they attempted the breach. An open door would allow them to flood in. With the supporting firepower in place, Frodo switched out his Mark 71 with the mortar tube and loaded one of his final 3 rockets. "This is the last door, gentlemen. Once we're through it, we'll be where we want to be." "How do you know that?" Seamus asked. "'Cause if it isn't, we'll be trapped in here with no way out. I choose to believe freedom is through that door." He pointed with his mortar tube. "No sense worrying about what's out of my control." He sent Point 2 forward to study the door using his sensor systems. He examined it all the way around. He took a few steps back and talked while watching the door. "Good news and bad news." "Good news first. This door is nothing like the last one. A rocket could possibly blast it apart." "That good news is pretty good. How can there be bad news?" "It's unsecured. We can push it open, but so can they." "If they wanted to, they would have." Frodo signaled the group to form up behind him. "That's not the bad news. That's only the start of the bad news. They're waiting, and it's a trap." "You suck," Frodo said. "Explain what's behind that door." "There's machinery, and people arrayed in a semicircle facing the door. I think they have weapons based on the linear return, but the door muddies the view. My interpretation is that they are lined up like a firing squad. I'm sure they're not bug weapons." "You said people. What's beyond them?" Frodo chewed on his lip while watching the door. He tried to envision what was beyond and a way to defeat the forces arrayed against him. "More machinery, and then it gets clouded. Beyond the first 10 meters, I can't make out anything specific." He shrugged, but kept both hands on his weapon. They all did. The battle could break out at any time, but an ambush gave Frodo an opportunity to do something in their favor. "You know, we have grenades." Ares headed down the back side of the small hill that ended with a steep, sky-reaching mountain. The majesty of the final range stood in stark contrast to the rising hills below. 10,000 meters tall, it dominated the landscape. The valley with the bug army sat before it, as one last testimonial to the flat land and the military parade that filled the space, and a mockery of homage to the great peak above. Ares visually scouted their next route, parallel to the valley, across a rise under which the tunnel passed. How far did it go? And what was in there? Those were questions that occupied Ares' thoughts. A breathless Darrell arrived. He kept his visor down so his oxygen would continue uninterrupted. He breathed the outside air enough to know that he could breathe, or he could talk, but he couldn't do both at the same time. It caused him a great deal of internal strife. Ares ignored the man's requests to restore his external speaker. He could observe. That's what the military allowed. His inane talk was distracting. Ares wasn't used to explaining himself and didn't want to make it a habit. They continued along the parallel hillside, the opposite side from the valley, so they could see the bugs without being overly exposed. It had worked before. A single data point from which to draw a conclusion. It wasn't optimal, but it was all they had. Ares held up his fist to call for a halt. He slashed his hand forward and then pointed at his eyes. He directed Sailorman to the right flank. He gave no direction to Darrell. Wheel 3 moved quickly into position. Ares' concern became painfully obvious. Bugs were marshalling ahead, moving into the small area beside the rise that covered the heat-generating area below ground. The bugs oriented themselves toward the two soldiers. The barrels of their weapons pointed toward humans. The number of bugs grew as they came up from behind the hill. "Looks like there is another exit from that underground," Wheel 3 said nonchalantly. Ares risked a look into the valley. Those bugs remained still, from left to right. "There's even more bugs," Ares mumbled. "Infinity." They couldn't fight an infinite number of enemies. That didn't mean they wouldn't try. Ares gestured to Sailorman with his attack plan, and then pointed his beam rifle. "Attack!" Ares shouted, and sprayed fire into the front ranks of the swelling bug force. Sailorman fired too, with the greatest enthusiasm. He bolted forward to minimize his exposure to return fire. Ares did the same, rushing the bugs before angling toward their flank. Their aiming was rudimentary. Getting out from directly in front of them was important to long-term survival. Darrell was left standing, and he did the one thing that Ares counted on him to do: panic. He turned and ran until the mountain blocked him. Then he dropped to the ground and tried to dig a hole that he could disappear into. That left Ares and Sailorman to prosecute the attack. Fire and maneuver, with more fire than maneuver because of the constraints of the battlefield. The winner chooses the battlefield that forces the loser to react. Ares hated being on the losing end of a battle. He refused, even when the battle was already lost, like at Elbow Gap. Unless he was dead, he still had a chance. He pulled the second beam rifle over his shoulder and used one in each hand. Aiming became less important as the bug numbers grew. Full auto on both weapons. He sprayed the bugs, trying to hit their weapons to get more damage from each shot. Sailorman tossed a grenade, but kept pushing forward and kept firing despite the risk of getting hit by his own shrapnel. The bugs started to fire at the humans. The grenade exploded and blasted a hole in their swelling mob. But like dipping a bucket into water, the gap filled in as if it had never been there in the first place. Ares sprinted along the hilltop. A movement to his left caught his eye. A ripple passed over the bug army to his left. They were coming to life. They had been activated. The soldier's presence was no longer a secret. Ares fired sideways with one weapon into the growing ranks. "Where are you coming from?" he shouted at them, never letting up on raking them with the energy beams. He cleared the rise above, and to the side of the tunnel entrance and the underground facility. The bugs weren't farther down the mountain. They were coming from underground. He found what he'd sent Point 2 to locate. Not just the bug army, but the reinforcement facility. Command and control probably existed within. Ares knew where he had to go, if humanity was going to have a chance to win this war. He set his speakers on maximum volume. "Head for the tunnel entrance!" Sailorman couldn't acknowledge whether he had heard or not. He had big problems. His room to maneuver had disappeared. The bugs covered the ground from Ares to a mountain wall. There was nowhere for him to go, unless he wanted to climb while under fire, exposing the largest joints of his armor at the backs of his knees and his lower back. The area ahead flooded with bugs. He tried running over them, but the footing was treacherous. He crushed the bugs beneath his armored boots, but their weapons tripped him and twisted his balance. The last thing he wanted was to go down. He'd be swarmed, and they'd fire their weapons into him from a range where they couldn't miss. Up. He switched his rifle to his left hand and fired while he climbed, staying sideways to the bug fire to limit his exposure, using one arm to pull himself upward while scrabbling for a foothold with each step. His view of the battlefield was unprecedented. The bugs swelled and contracted like a great flock of birds flying on a twisting wind. Ares was a blur of motion and energy beams. Ares ran down the bug flank, avoiding their return fire. But the bug army bedded down in the valley beyond was on the move. Beams raked the hillside and climbed toward Ares. He instinctively ducked to keep the hill between him and an entire army with their weapons aimed his way. Ares ran into the rear of the bug formation that slowly attempted to turn. They were coming after Sailorman, having abandoned their hunt and flowed back into the mob. Ares kicked and fired, blasting their weapons to create explosions that washed over him as well as the unarmored bugs. The shrapnel and concussion didn't cut through his armor, but it shredded enemy bodies. He left a swath of destruction on his way to the spigot from which the bugs emerged. Ares disappeared over the hill. A few seconds later, a blast and dust cloud signaled the use of a rocket. The flow of reinforcements slowed, and the bugs stopped firing. Sailorman thought about diving into the mass and laying waste, eliminating the bugs while their backs were turned. Their numbers weren't overwhelming, but that thought disappeared when the first ranks of the entire enemy army rolled over the hilltop from the valley beyond and stopped. 1,000,000 bugs ready to engage. He thought better of his brash plan to destroy the enemy group that looked small and insignificant compared to the army standing atop the short hill. He stayed low and watched, not daring to move. Not his head, not a finger. The bug collective didn't bother coming after him. The group beneath him consolidated without adding more bugs. Ares was nowhere to be seen. It dawned on Sailorman what had happened. Ares had sealed the tunnel from the inside. Darrell, the reporter, was nowhere to be seen either. Being alone wasn't something Sailorman feared. He trusted in his abilities, but he never thought he'd be alone, entrapped by a vast bug army. There would be no escape if they focused their attention on him. Until they moved away, he was frozen in space and time. Chapter 12. Divided. If you can't count on yourself, there's no counting on others. Ares bolted through the open tunnel mouth, firing to clear his way. Inside, he sent a rocket into the ceiling behind him. He ran forward, killing every bug in his way until there were no more. He returned to the entrance, clearing his rear area of the enemy. The cave-in filled the tunnel ahead. He feared that this was the secondary exit, and there wasn't another. He was well and truly cooked. He had also condemned Wheel 2 and his team. What was in here? The bug reinforcements had been at their end, otherwise he would still be fighting them. A nagging pain stabbed at his knee inside. His suit should have taken care of any minor issues, like a trivial breach. But he stopped and checked himself over, despite the unknown into which he had thrust himself. Ares needed information. If he found an excavator, that would be helpful. Whoever dug these tunnels had used equipment that could still be in there. The bugs didn't dig these tunnels without serious equipment. He guessed the bugs didn't dig the tunnels. Another race did that, and the bugs occupied them. 3 meters high and twice as wide for this corridor. It was a superhighway into and out of the mountain. Ares took a knee and prayed. Originator, hear my prayer. Guide my hand to deliver death to a worthy enemy.
May he find peace in his next life. Recognize the honor we do you through this battle. If you determine that it's my time to die, may it be with glory, fighting with every fiber of my being, in your honor, originator. Let me be the instrument of your will." He stood, reinvigorated, as he always was after his brief but one-way call to the higher power. Alone and trapped inside a mountain, but so were more reinforcements. If there were no additional exits, then he had accomplished his mission, and the bug army could be destroyed when the soldiers he had dispatched returned with the bulk of the force. A dead bug was the only bug he wanted to see on Espinar 4. How long would it take the HFP to arrive? The bug army had been on the move in response to his attack. Would they keep moving? It was no longer his problem. Wheel 3 was in charge of every remaining member of Ares section outside this underground facility. Wheel 3 was in charge of himself. And Daryl, wherever he ended up if he was still alive. That was the risk he accepted when forcing himself into Ares section. But a little voice nagged at Ares. It was for a strategic purpose. More and better support from the home front. The stories the soldiers told were lost between the battles and Earth because so few returned. Those who did sat in silent bars for vets, most of whom never left Earth. Combat soldiers were pariahs among their own because they had survived violence that humanity could no longer comprehend. Killing 1,000,000 bugs? No one could relate. Ares would be called a liar by people with no skin in the game. If he returned, he wouldn't relate the tales of his battles. Even now, still in the void of space, the battles seemed unreal. Yesterday and the day before were ancient history. Fighting to win against an unfamiliar enemy. Every battle was different, and every battle was the same. Two adversaries attempting to impart their will on the other, drive them from the field of battle and back into space. Yield. Destroy the enemy's ability to reinforce and resupply, Ares told himself. Compliance. He marched down the corridor looking for the heart of this complex, looking for who was in charge. There was a door set in the left wall, heavy and metal with a frame that integrated with the stone of the cave. There was no handle on this side. The leadership was somewhere in there, in a place where the bugs couldn't go. Ares pushed on it, and wasn't surprised that it didn't budge. The main tunnel continued straight ahead for another 10 meters before angling to the right and descending. Ares sought answers, which were more likely to be found through the door, but he couldn't expose himself by making noise when he didn't know what could come up behind him. Until he secured the main corridor, he couldn't breach the door. If bugs were being grown or manufactured, then he could destroy that process, end that part of the enemy's supply chain. Answers could be gathered after the fact. Cut off their ability to reinforce, then find the leader of the army he had blocked outside. Solving problems one at a time until there were none left, or the leadership pulled him off the line. Since that wouldn't happen with him inside the mountain, he'd keep going, from one problem to the next. The corridor curled downward in a large, lazy spiral, the interior of which contained stairs looking like they were made for abnormally tall humans. Ares took the stairs down. It was impossible to gauge flights. There weren't levels at regular intervals. Ares switched back and forth between UV and IR. Infrared showed deeper and deeper red the farther he descended. He was getting closer to where something was happening, and there was a distinct lack of aliens. Despite the number of bugs that had flowed from this facility, there were no more to be found. Down below, he'd get some answers there. Frodo checked his people. They each had 2 grenades in their hands, one to get tossed in as a group. When they exploded, they'd send the second round of grenades into whatever was left. When the second round exploded, they'd rush through and clear out the survivors. It was the best plan they could come up with. The 4 soldiers lined up next to each other, preparing for an action they'd never practiced. Throw a grenade through a tight gap without getting your arm shot off, and jump back before the explosion.
Frodo counted off using his fingers. 3, 2, 1. After 1, Seamus pushed the door open, using the barrel of his Mark 71. The four tossed their grenades in a single motion. Seamus struggled to get the barrel of his weapon out of the way before he tossed, and sent his grenade against the door, and not into the opening. It bounced back among the four. Frodo started to move toward the activated grenade, but 7 was closer. Swing 7 grabbed it and sent it through, dodging back as the 4 grenades exploded together. The second round of grenades went more smoothly, since the door was wide open at that point. They had no way to pull it shut without exposing themselves, and the explosions opened it the rest of the way. They threw their second grenades much farther into the room. With the opening as it was, there was no constraint of simply getting it through the gap. The 4 stayed out of the way of the second round, but they were far enough that a little of the blast and shrapnel found its way out of the room. Point was first in. He had the heaviest armor. He went straight into the room, firing before he acquired a target. The others fanned left and right, spraying the room at the height of the workstations that had been arrayed as a barrier. They weren't thick enough to serve as cover, as they hadn't stopped the grenade's blast effects. The second grenades had gotten past the barricade and blasted the computer systems. Frodo directed the soldiers into the room, providing overlapping fields of fire, even though they were already on the move. On board ship, they had practiced close-quarters movements. They applied in any constrictive environment, like a jungle or a canyon or inside a facility. This room lacked three-dimensionality. The roof was at least 3 meters high, but there was nothing up there besides the lights affixed to the stone. Lights. It didn't mean anything to Frodo at the moment. He was occupied with making sure the room was clear. He wanted to know what the room was for. There was a great deal of equipment. An explosion as loud as a grenade registered from their right, and a slug slammed into Seamus' armor. He staggered back from the impact, but he didn't go down, and the slug didn't penetrate his armor. The other 3 soldiers fired in that direction without knowing exactly where the round came from. Then other slug throwers opened up. The 4 dove for cover. "Grenades!" Frodo called. "On 3, long toss, 120-degree frontage." The soldiers took their grenades and readied to throw into their designated sector. "1!" Frodo shouted without bothering with the other numbers. The soldiers flipped their grenades to active and tossed them high and long. The grenades bounced off the back wall. A second later, 4 nearly simultaneous explosions thundered through the space. A section of ceiling fell in the middle, nearly crushing Seamus. "Move!" Frodo was first up, and firing into the dust and debris floating through the destroyed room. He stepped on and over the bodies of the first ones killed, while he pressed farther into the room. Humanoid. Tall and thin. Skinnies. First ones he'd ever seen with his own eyes. Just another enemy to be killed. Frodo plowed through a barrier and fired into the spaces beyond before he saw if there was a target. More skinnies. Already dead or dying. He forced his way to the rear of the room where another door stood, bolted from this side. He turned back and searched more thoroughly for armed enemy, but the last round of defenders had been behind the third barrier. They didn't survive the final round of grenades. "Clear," Frodo announced. The other 3 moved through their sectors to the far wall and made an identical announcement. "Point, what's on the other side of that door? Swing 4, provide cover. 7 with me." Frodo moved to the middle of the room and tried to recreate what it had been before it was turned into a battlefield. 7 scanned the systems with his UV and IR systems, while Frodo raised his visor. He took a deep breath and announced in a full voice, "There's more oxygen in here than outside, and there's light too." 7 followed his lead. Seamus and Swing 4 focused on the door, keeping their plates in place. "You probably want to be ready just in case." Frodo nodded to 7. They lowered their face shields and raised their weapons. Seamus spun the central wheel clockwise while muttering, "Righty-loosey." Once it hit the stop, he pulled it toward him until the door was open a hand's breadth, and then he pushed it shut. Don't give an enemy a chance to shoot, because it only takes a glance to see an immediate threat. Stuffing one's head out the door and leaving it there made for a juicy target for anyone with a weapon.
Another room, but with less stuff than this one. I didn't see anyone.
Secure the slug throwers if they're operable. Disable the energy weapons and prepare to move into the next room. Frodo gestured wide enough to encompass the entire space they were in.
We could go now, Seamus suggested. Don't give them time to set up a defense.
Frodo shook his head. If we plow through this place too quickly, we'll leave too much in our rear. Anyone else tired? They hung their heads. They were exhausted. That's what I thought. They left that door open to catch us at our weakest. But even when we were tired, we were better than them. Frodo closed and secured both doors. We're taking some downtime, but get those weapons first.
I don't feel so good,
Seamus said when he finally slowed down from the rush of combat. What do you mean? Frodo had him raise his visor.
Damn!
Point's complexion was a darkening shade of purple. Veins throbbed in his face.
What the hell happened to you?
He pointed to his armor, where it had been hit by the slug. There was a pinhole through the metal. A penetrator round. I thought things were too easy. Take your armor off, and let's see what's going on. Seamus slowly removed his armor. It took a great effort until Frodo helped him. He placed the armor on the floor, covered in debris from the grenades and the attempted defense. Frodo winced at the smell. Soldiers fresh out of their armor after days engaged were ripe. It's just how it was. No one smelled like mint juleps after a single day spent entombed in combat armor, let alone several. Wheel 2 recovered quickly and pulled up the lightly padded undershirt. The wound from the penetrator was slightly larger than a pinprick, but the purple around it said it was far more. The skin was already dying. Why didn't your suit deal with this? Seamus shook his head.
Don't know. How bad is it?
I've seen worse. Frodo lied.
Were they alive?
Seamus chuckled softly until he grimaced and coughed.
Keep the lights up. You don't need to turn them down for my sake. Your voice is getting weird, too. Like my ears are stuffed with cotton. Are you doing that, too?
Yeah, that's us. We're doing that so we can talk about you. Just relax, Seamus. I'm pulling you off the line. We'll cover for you.
Off the line? In here?
He tried to sit up.
Don't leave me behind.
He gestured feebly toward his armor.
Help me get my gear on.
His hands fell to his sides. Frodo held his head to keep it from banging against the rocky floor. How about a little water? He held a small bladder to the man's lips and poured a few drops into his mouth. Seamus's eyes rolled back in his head. He took one last deep breath and stilled. It had been less than 10 minutes since he'd been shot. Frodo stood. Swing 4 and 7 stared. He's gone, Frodo said to save them from having to ask. Important safety tip. Don't get hit by the slugs. Poison? Swing 4 asked. Doesn't matter. It'll kill you. End of story. He motioned angrily. Get those slug thaws and any ammunition you can find. I don't want those falling back into the enemy's hands. 7 nudged an elongated skull with his toe. 2 eyes, nose front and center, but flatter than a human's, and lips around teeth. Close enough to human that the 2 species could have shared an ancestor sometime in the distant past. What are these things? They're called skinnies. At least that's what I've heard them called. Frodo kicked the head nearest him. It came apart, spreading brain and gore into the debris on the floor. He headed to the left side of the room to look for intact weapons. The 3 scoured the room in silence. 2 slug throwers and 1 energy weapon. The rest were junk. There was a stock of slugs, a bullet with a combustible propellant. Old school, but the bullet was the newest technology. The impact liquefied the central core of the bullet, sending it into the target at high speed. This was known as a sabot round. Very little could stop the penetrator. A direct impact, 90 degrees, was optimal. Angling the impact meant the sabot might skip away. Don't let them shoot you straight on.
Frodo advised. There was only so much a soldier could control in a fast-moving combat action. Control what's in your control. The rest was in the hands of the originator. There was plenty to worry about, and none of it served the situation. The mind was best used to absorb the stimulus of the moment and decide what to do based on that information. Filling the void with fantastic scenarios led to bad decisions. There were already enough of those without making it worse. Frodo's team was trapped inside a mountain. The only known exit was blocked. At least they had air and light, and the hope of another tunnel. Keep going until they could go no farther. Walk if they couldn't run. Crawl if they couldn't walk. But always keep moving forward. Frodo flopped to the floor near Seamus's body. He looked at the scant armaments they'd scrounged, along with points Mark 71, extra power pack, and single grenade. Take 5. Get some water and something to eat. Chapter 13. Enemy Unleashed. A strategic victory will lead to a tactical victory. Ares stopped to listen. Dull thuds from above resonated through the stone. Combat. But from whom? Grenades? Rockets? Something else? He couldn't tell. At the moment, that wasn't his mission. The elimination of bug reinforcements had risen to prominence as his primary concern. The rest of his section would get themselves out of the mountain. But if they did it too soon, it would be into the waiting arms of the Scudagarans. The bugs didn't really have arms, but the result would be the same. Escaping from relative safety into a cauldron of fire. How was Ares going to get out of the underground facility? That wasn't a problem to be solved at the present. The stairs led downward 100 meters before they ended with a single exit. There was no door, only an opening. It fed into a maze of corridors, none of which seemed to be the track that had spiraled down from the wide corridor leading outside. Ares studied the corridors before him. Openings at random intervals showed varying degrees of heat. Above him, a vent pulled air through and sent it out of the area. There had to be another vent that brought air in. Did the bugs need heavily oxygenated air and light? Ares didn't think so. There was something else down here that did. He'd find whoever or whatever that was and deal with it. The first opening led to a work area, a shop for technological repairs. It was set up with high tables and stools that supported humanoid physiology. It looked too much like the avionics department on board the starship. The next opening led to a storage area with shelves and crates, circuits and wiring and fiber and chips and connectors and more. Humanity brought this type of technology to the stars, where it already existed in similar, slightly altered ways. Ares examined the boards and chips. He could discern no difference between what he was looking at and what was on board ship. Had espionage armed the Scudagarans and whoever was controlling them? More questions than answers, but it gave Ares a direction that wasn't confounded by the mystique of alien technology. There was nothing mysterious about the capability of modern computers, although fascinating in how they solved problems that would take a human with pen and paper 1,000 years. A noise from down the corridor drew Ares' full attention. He waited inside the opening, listening, rifle ready to engage the enemy. A scrape and a squeal. Ares jumped into the corridor and aimed unerringly at 2 aliens pushing a cart. Skinnies. He knew what they were. He'd seen them before. Their eyes shot round as they stopped, mid-step. Ares held his aim at the one on the right. He was quicker swinging right to left when firing. The wheel squeaked when the skinnies leaned forward. Ares fired, and the first skinny blasted backward. The second enemy reached for a weapon atop the cart, but he was too slow. Ares' energy pulse blew off half the creature's head. Ares backed into the doorway and watched down the corridor, expecting enemy soldiers to flood in, but they didn't come. Branching corridors and room openings remained vacant. It was silent when sound amplified easily within it. Ares retrieved the cart from the corridor and stashed it in the storage room. He checked it over quickly. 2 energy weapons rested on top,
He took both and slung them with the mortar tube over his back. That was the extent of what he wanted to carry. But he added a collection of circuit boards and chips for the intel types to analyze. The cart carried 2 frames for a project Ares couldn't discern. For when he returned to the HFP, whether that was up the mountain or down, he wasn't sure. All he knew was that he had plenty of power remaining for his combat armor, and his arsenal was growing. They wouldn't be ending his career any time soon, unless he stumbled into something extreme. He didn't plan on doing that. Every step was measured. He entered an area having a plan based on available information, even if he had to take a quick look before stepping inside. There were 2 bodies conspicuously lying on the floor, with 1 alien arm in each hand. He dragged them to the storage room and dumped them in the corner. He checked the corridor before he continued his exploration. The next room was another storage space, but for heavier materials, and also contained clear tanks to hold liquids. But those were on pallets, ready to move. It was too much like a human-based facility for Ares' comfort. Did the skinnies learn from humanity? Or did they descend from humanity? Questions that Ares hated to ask. He didn't want to know the answers despite the intelligence personnel. When he made his report, they'd be on him like darkness at the end of a long day, and they wouldn't let him go until they had their answers. They were going to be disappointed. Ares had no intention of looking for the evolutionary roots of the enemy. His goal was to remove their ability to keep fighting. After that, he'd find a way out, solving problems one by one. A doorway to the right with a steel door, like the other doors he'd seen in the complex, metal, heavy, and with no outer latch. To the left, a corridor that split in a Y 50 meters ahead. Ares raised his visor to find the tunnels were well lit and the oxygen was good. The stone of the carved walls glimmered with hints of quartz and veins of granite. A bitter odor wafted past. The mix of ammonia and wildflowers assaulted his senses in a harsh smell that suggested industrial efforts requiring toxic chemicals. He shrugged off the odor and studied the stone floor, a product of modern mechanical tools. The floor held the clues as to which route was most used. The tunnel he was in had a polished floor, if only a hair smoother than the side tunnel. Ares followed the shinier trail. He was looking for bugs and those who supported them. He didn't need to see any more storage rooms. He only needed to know they didn't have any enemy hiding within. It would have been easier if Wheel 3 had been with him, but he had gotten caught on the other side of the bugs. At least Daryl hadn't followed him in. That would have hurt far more than it helped. Ares found himself alone once again. For some, their psyche wouldn't stand up to the stress of fighting an enemy within a constrained environment. It was like being trapped on an alien spaceship after the friendlies pulled out. No one was coming. Either Ares lived or died based on his own actions. He had more confidence in himself than he did in others. As the section leader, he was responsible for developing his soldiers. They were the ones who had his back. They were good soldiers. Why had he sent 4 down the mountain? 1 would have made it. But the information was critical to win the war. Hedge the bet. 4 to guarantee the bug's location was delivered to Battle Planner Dante. The soldiers would be back, in force. Ares had confidence the HFP could defeat the bug army if they caught them in the valley, without bug reinforcements coming from the flank or rear. Ares continued down the side tunnel. It started sloping upward. That wasn't the right direction. He ran. The main tunnel had branches that he glanced down. The farther he ran, the more he was convinced to return to the main corridor. After yet another turn and another Y intersection, he stopped and listened. Nothing. He turned around and ran back the way he had come. He had wasted time, and that was unforgivable. He sprinted, taking care to make as little noise as possible. Ares stayed on his toes, keeping the heels of his armored boots from slamming on the stone floor. When he reached the main corridor, he stopped, watched, and listened. A scrabbling from below, shadows of moving bodies. Many moving bodies. The bugs beneath Sailor Man joined the army and returned to the valley that was already filled to capacity. but they were making room by flowing out the entrance that led down the mountain. The bug army was on the move. They had received their orders, but from whom? That didn't matter. The way was clear. Sailorman climbed down from his perch. He stood for a moment. His first thought was to go after Ares, but his last order from the section lead was to watch out for Darrell. He turned left and ran for the last place he'd seen the reporter. "Ah!" He screamed his anger at being strapped with a civilian. A kilometer back, the wall at the end of the valley that rose to impenetrable heights. At the base, a pile of armor lay unmoving. Sailorman turned him over and looked close, past the mirrored faceplate. Darrell's eyes were wide open. He shouted, but nothing came out. His suit was still limited because of Ares' override. Sailorman laughed and made faces at him. Then he pulled Darrell to his feet. "Come on. We have to find Ares. I'm sure he needs help." Darrell found that he couldn't raise his visor either. He was locked out of those two functions. He was better off not trying to breathe the thin air, and Wheel 3 was better off not listening to Darrell rant about a perceived slight. He was in the middle of the chaos that was combat on an alien planet. Darrell was going to be anxious and upset regardless. It was inevitable, and more so because he was a civilian. He didn't even have a weapon. Ares had taken that away from him. "Pick up the pace," Wheel 3 growled. He jogged toward the battlefield where Ares had engaged the reinforcement bugs. The army continued to move slowly out of the valley where they had sheltered. They had lost their hiding place. If they weren't going on the attack, then they'd have to be found again. If they were attacking, they'd meet the HFP, who had to be on their way. Those thoughts brought comfort to Sailorman. He had the reporter. His new top priority was to find Ares. In Wheel 3's mind, he was out of the fight except for rear area mop-up operations. This was the new rear area, a place that the bug army had controlled but abandoned. No bug soldiers were left behind, at least not outside the tunnel. Wheel 3 slowed. His worst fear was finding Ares' body on the other side of the rise. The closer he came to it, the more the thought tore at his soul. That was why he went after the reporter first, to delay his worst fear. Darrell caught up to him and grabbed his arm. He pointed to the ground and then took a knee to write something. "Where is Ares?" he scrawled in the thin dirt. "He's ahead. He took on the bug reinforcements while going after their origin. Let's go. He'll be waiting for us," Sailorman said without confidence. He didn't believe the words. He also didn't want to explain why he hadn't gone with Ares. Darrell slapped Sailorman's leg armor and pointed at the ground. Sailorman pulled away and strode briskly forward. He had delayed the inevitable long enough. He would have his answer soon enough. A recent landslide marked the backside of the slope. Dead bugs littered the area. There were no human weapons or pieces of armor. Sailorman's breath caught in his throat, and he gasped for air. He raised his visor and panted with the relief of revelation. Ares had found the exit tunnel he had been looking for, and then he sealed it from the inside. The dead bugs pointed them right to it. "Have you ever worked a construction job?" Sailorman asked. He labored for a breath, but the cool air, as little as there was, felt good. He knew what he had to do. Darrell shook his head. "There's always a first time." He pointed at the landslide. "We're digging that out. If my math is correct, there was a primary and secondary entrance to the underground facility that was generating the heat. Both entrances were blown. That means our people have no way out. Maybe they've reached another. Maybe not. There could be a lot of bugs down there. If they're going to be saved, we're the ones who will have to do it." Darrell pointed helplessly down the mountains. "The HFP? If they're on their way, they might see the bug army on the move. They'll go after them. We're on our own. And this is how it works. You make do with what you have to accomplish the mission. Our mission was to recce this site. That means all of us. We're not leaving them behind just because they're inside. Do you have a different idea on how to get them out?" He gestured to the other side of the hill in the main valley. "The heat vents are too small.
We may end up digging over there too, but I know Ares went in here. This is where we're digging. With the suit, you're a lot stronger than your desk jockey body is normally. How about you put that to use? Chapter 14. Longing for the Sky. Where you are might not be where you want. Frodo woke up with a start. The room was as silent as a tomb. He was disoriented, unsure of where he was. Silence and light in a destroyed control room. Some lights flashed on half-working consoles. Dead bodies were scattered throughout, including one member of his team. Point 2, who had been shot by a sabot round, a weapon that hadn't been previously seen on a battlefield. Frodo had heard of them, but on Earth, never from an alien enemy. He had no idea how long he'd been asleep. The team had secured themselves inside the room and slept like the dead. The other two were still asleep. Frodo tried to clear the cobwebs from his mind. His body was stiff, as it always was after a day of combat. Add in the lengthy and uphill run, and there was no surprise that the team was exhausted to the point of collapse. They hadn't been attacked while they had been unconscious. That was something. They could always return the way they came and attempt to dig themselves out. That meant facing the bug army, or they could forge ahead. Frodo used his internal water supply to take a drink. He preferred the external bladder that attached to the small pack on his back. The water in the suit was recycled with minimal fresh water added. It tasted foul on the best of days, and there was nothing any soldier had learned to make it taste better. It was survival water, nothing more. Frodo felt like it was about that time. Every minute they lived was one more chance to escape and rejoin the other members of Ares' section. Come on, you lazy bums, get up. They didn't acknowledge his subtle request until he nudged them with the toe of his armored boot. Swing 4 and Swing 7 grumbled themselves upright. They raised their faceplates and breathed heavily of the oxygenated air before coughing and gagging. They lowered their plates. Bad smell, like someone died in here? Frodo observed. They opted for their survival water. Frodo had known the air would be mostly unpalatable. Dead bodies in enclosed spaces had a tendency to do that. Unfortunately, one of the dead was one of their own. Point 2, called Seamus. An old slug thrower using chemical propellant and a sabot round. It fit with permitted war technologies, but with an edge that removed the defensive capability of human armor. It had to be short range, but within the constrained space of the cave system, it was the right weapon. They knew about this planet, and the humans did not. Despite their reconnaissance from orbit, with the best technical systems government money could buy, they never knew a spider web of caves and carved tunnels existed. That changed the battlefield significantly, skewing the odds in the bugs' favor. They moved through the tunnels effortlessly. It was almost like it was their natural habitat. Someone had built this complex long before the bug army and the HFP arrived to do battle, and the bugs knew about it. Frodo got angry. It wasn't supposed to be like that. The medieval nature of modern combat had been agreed to by treaty where all alien races signed. Its stated purpose was to make war so costly in lives that no one would opt for it, but it had the opposite effect. No rest for the armies who kept war from the shores of their home planets. Winning was an ethereal concept. The next opponent waited for the humans to appear. The HFP would deploy and fight. New soldiers would magically appear and join units before they hit the planet's surface. The blood of patriots, refreshing the tree of liberty and all that. How patriotic were they? Frodo shook off his descent toward the madness of interstellar politics and his role in them. His part was trivial in the big scheme. The only thing that mattered was the present. Find who was giving the bugs their orders and eliminate them. He scanned the room once more, turning around to take it all in. This could have been the place, but he didn't think so. The skinnies were well armed. The leadership would have a security detail, but they themselves would be unarmed. It was the way of generals. The soldiers did the shooting, and the soldiers did the dying. With a last glance at the body of Point 2, he turned his attention to the door
and how best to move to the other side. Unlike the former occupants of this space, planning for a defensive contest was a losing strategy. There were benefits being the aggressor. 4 and 7 raised their beam rifles, while Wheel 2 turned the wheel. Righty, Lucy. He spun it to the stop and nodded to his 2 soldiers. Compliance, Swung 4 said softly. Frodo pulled the door inward, and he held it to give the swing soldiers a chance to see what was beyond. Clear, Swing 4 stated, and moved through the opening, looking over the barrel of his weapon, flowing left and right to cover the entirety of the tunnel before him. Another tunnel, lit by weak overhead light, carved walls glistening from the quartz ingrained in Espinar's bedrock. The tunnel continued straight for 50 meters and ended in another door, but that door also had the wheel on this side. Easy, Frodo said. Relax while they could. He took point and moved to the far door. It was dialed shut. They set up again, and Frodo spun the central wheel and opened the door. Swing 4 fired first, 3 rounds in rapid succession. 7 joined him with a 3-round burst of his own. Frodo stayed clear of the line of fire. Report, he called. Skinny's running around. There's a huge open space, 4 reported after reducing his rate of fire to sniping, well-aimed shots. On my order, cease fire. I'll go through and to the right. I'll lay down cover fire, and you come through. 7 first, then 4. Compliance. Now! Frodo waited for the soldiers to raise their barrels before he bolted through the opening and dodged to the right, putting the wall at his back. He crouched and fired at shadows in movement. They were not well aimed, but they were quick. 4 and 7 came through and went left. With their arrival, Frodo slowed his fire to better select targets. This space looked like something from a starship, where the last control room had been more pedestrian. Screens lined the walls, and the control stations meandered through the area, avoiding any pretense at straight lines. A dais in the center rose above the stations, and remained at eye level with the video screens on the walls. Behind and above Frodo, a screen showed something unintelligible. He only saw it with a glance. His focus was forward. Skinny scrambled for cover. Heads popped up above a wall made of computer terminals lining the outer area of the dais. The heads disappeared before Frodo could get a shot. Don't shoot the equipment, Frodo ordered in a departure from how they cleared the other control center. We need to move, Swing 4 said, going left. He scurried from his position along the left wall without waiting for Frodo's confirmation. He was right. They weren't pinned down yet, as there was only minimal and poorly aimed return fire. A rifle held above a head and sprayed toward the soldiers. Energy weapons. Frodo watched for a slug thrower. Those were one-shot deadly. A group of skinnies popped up together, aiming their weapons at him. He dove for the stone floor. The metal of his suit screeched with the impact and slide. The volley of energy beams painted the wall behind him. 4 and 7 fired at the group of 5. They both shot the closest one to him, and the next before the final 2 dropped behind the equipment. Frodo continued low-crawling to his right, but the open area in front of the door had come to an end. Workstations along a sinuous table butted up against the cave wall. He rose until he could see over them. Then he dove past and into the gap between this table and the next. Fire poured into Frodo from beneath the next table. It was open underneath, and skinnies were prone, delivering energy beam after beam. The pain! He lurched to his feet and fell over the table into the open area. Swing 4 and 7 moved close, pouring fire into the open area between the first and second row of tables. The skinnies weathered the attack and retaliated once 4 and 7 regrouped to assess their next target. Layered defenses, unlike the impromptu efforts of the outer room, but the technology in this room was vastly superior. Why would they subject it to such a defense when the door only locked from the outside? Frodo's thoughts were scrambled. He pulled the slug thrower from his back and fired through the blocky metal that went to the floor and covered the first row of tables. The gun thundered as he sent round after round through the defensive barrier. Time to go, Swing 4 declared. He took one of Frodo's arms, and 7 took the other to drag him backward through the door. Energy beams slashed through the air and cut across the 3 soldiers. They staggered out, and Frodo kicked the door shut once they were in the tunnel. That sucked, Frodo gasped. Blood oozed from the wounds in his lower abdomen and both upper leg joints. He couldn't walk. He found that he couldn't sit upright. He fell backward and laid there. Swing 4 staggered back to the door and turned the wheel to secure it closed. He leaned heavily against the wall. Swing 7 winced as he dropped to a knee and leaned over wheel 2. 7 raised his faceplate. "How are you doing?" he asked, concern creasing his face, along with a full dose of his own pain. "Been better, but the suit is squeezing me." It pressed against his midsection to stem the bleeding. A shot had been administered to help the blood clot and to relieve the soldier's pain. Each of the soldier's wounds were being treated, minimally. It was combat medicine. Pressure to stop the bleeding and drugs for the pain. It wasn't a long-term fix. They'd have to see a doctor for that. But first, they'd have to get themselves out of the mountain. "We seem to be trapped between a rock and a hard place." Frodo knew it was the pain reliever talking, but he found it funny. None of them were in any shape to dig through the boulders blocking their way out. None of them were in any shape to conduct another attack on the skinnies in the room he thought of as the Starship Room. Which is why they were going to attack again as soon as they were able to stand. But this time, he'd start with a rocket into the dais. See how they reacted to that. And another rocket, with Swing 4 firing the sabot rounds and 7 slashing across the area with 2 Mark 71s. That was the plan in Frodo's mind. Then the pain relievers kicked in. They had a tendency to make one sleepy. Frodo let his head rest on the stone and closed his eyes for only a moment. Chapter 15. Push. When you've reached your limit, you find you can always go farther. Ares stepped into a side tunnel and waited for the group that headed toward him. He had 2 Mark 71s and a mortar with 2 high-explosive rockets remaining. He carried 4 grenades, too, but he filled his loadout after ensuring his soldiers were restocked. When the remainder of Ares' section departed on this reconnaissance, they had been fully resupplied: food, water, and ammunition. That's all they needed to keep going. It was all any army needed. The footsteps closed on his position, but the enemy moved without a sense of urgency. They weren't tactical, like conducting a bounding overwatch with short sprints. They pounded up the tunnel. A motor whirring faintly grew closer. The first skinnies passed. They carried wire and bags. The next bunch carried pickaxes and shovels. An electric vehicle rolled by, nearly silently. It had a long probe with helix spirals. A drill. Ares stayed back. He had no intention of interdicting the group that was going to repair the exit from the cave system. None of this group was armed with anything other than their tools. He remained flat against the stone wall. Let the group do their work, unless they found their fellows killed closer to the entrance and became painfully aware of the presence of an enemy soldier in their midst. If things changed, then Ares would act, but from the perspective of an enemy within. They should be motivated to open the cave mouth and let themselves out. The work group continued up the tunnel. 22 skinnies and 2 pieces of mobile equipment. Ares guessed the wire was for an explosive to break up the larger pieces of rock. The equipment and workers were to clear it away, making the opening as large as they could, without destabilizing the roof. Ares was good with that. If he did his job, there would be no bug reinforcements to use the new exit, only him and any skinnies willing to surrender. He didn't know if the intel types had ever had a skinny prisoner. There was always a first time, and more of them would help the smart people decipher the language. Being able to talk with them could reduce the need for the HFP. More time between the endless wars to recover, train, and develop new weapons. A full section that had trained together for longer than 2 weeks would be nice. He can employ more complex tactics and keep his people alive for longer than a single battle. He had lost 5 in the first series of battles, and 2 more to wounds. This war needed to end, and future wars needed to be avoided. Was anyone working on that? Skinny captives. That was the ticket. If they were leading the bugs, then maybe they were the force to be reckoned with. Remove them from power, and the battles on Espinar 4 would have never happened. Strategy. Win the next war without fighting by winning this war. Once the skinny work detail was out of sight, Ares headed downward. At the next turn, it leveled off. By Ares' reckoning, he was pointed in the direction of the largest mountain of the range, if not already under it. The walls here were sharp, carved with precise details by tools that Ares couldn't fathom, a power beyond what the Skinnies and Scudagarans brought to the planet. How long ago was this place created, and by whom? The answers to those questions mattered, but only if they impacted humanity now. The work could have been done a year ago, or 100,000 years ago. There was no way for a soldier to tell. Ahead, the tunnel led to a room the size of an airplane hangar. Immense space with massive pillars holding a ceiling that was easily 30 meters high. It was bright, brighter than anywhere else inside. Ares raised his faceplate. The advanced imagery shown inside his helmet was nothing compared to the immensity of it all. Round tanks emitting vapors connected by heavy piping. Industrial machines hummed. It was the greatest factory he had ever seen, even though he had not seen any in person, only pictures. Efficient and busy. Everywhere he looked, something was happening. Conveyors ran, pistons churned, levers rocked, and inventory was produced and neatly stacked, moving down the line by carts without drivers. Few skinnies worked inside, here and there, busy fixing machinery or operating it. In the middle open space, bugs were lined up to move through an arch that applied the weapon to their back. Behind the bugs were machines that belched creature after creature. The bugs were manufactured. Ares had stepped in enough bug guts to know that they were biological within a minimal overlapping carapace. It wasn't armored. Their legs weren't built for the extra weight. Above and around, no one carried weapons besides the growing bug reinforcement army. Raw materials for a biological army? Some were out of sight. Stalks from under the mountain, minerals and metals for their weapons, endless geothermal energy. Ares lowered his shield to check the temperature. It was hot in the factory, much hotter than above. He stepped into the area and slid left along the wall, trying to be nothing more than a shadow that no one saw or cared about. He needed to see the bug builder. He'd send a rocket into that, all four if that's what it took to take down the machine. But Ares wanted to make sure it was the only one. Expending his ordnance on one system would be folly if there was a readily available backup. Intel. He appreciated what they did when they got it right. Missing the tunnel structure of this planet had been a huge miscue. He'd spent half of his time on Espinar underground. That was where the most important battles were being fought. A ripple passed over the bug reinforcements. They moved forward as one, turning toward Ares. The time for a reconnaissance was over. Sailorman and Darrell started with the smallest stones. Some were at the top of the rock slide. Some were in the middle. Take one and toss it to the side. Let it roll downhill away from the pile. Take a flat one and wing it away. Dig, pull, and toss. Each stone was harder to move than the last. Sailorman leaned into a boulder the same size as him. He could get it to wiggle, but could not shake it free to send tumbling down the pile. Darrell, over here. The reporter stepped back from what he was doing. In the morning sun, his mirrored faceplate reflected light and gave no insight into the face behind. But his body shook with his efforts to take deep breaths. Not being able to raise his visor was starting to wear on him, even with the bad air outside. He stumbled across the rock pile, slipped, and went down. Sailorman thought he should have felt sorry for the man, but he didn't. The reporter had injected himself into the team, and a higher authority sanctioned it. Ares was stuck with him, but he had passed that responsibility to Wheel 3 when Ares had to do his thing to stop the bug reinforcements. Sailorman took a short break to catch his breath. This was hard work, even with the suit. A thud from inside yanked his attention away from Darryl. He dropped to the slide and placed his audio pickup next to a small gap. Thuds. More than one. A multitude. Steel on stone. A grinding that could have only been a drill. Ares didn't have any of that equipment, and there was far more than one person working on the other side. A drill. That meant explosives. "We need to move," Sailorman called. He popped to his feet and twirled his finger over his head. He bounded down the rock slide and moved away, toward the mountainside and not the valley where the bugs had been. Darryl threw his hands up in disbelief. He gestured angrily at wheel 3 until he stopped. He listened closely. He straightened so he could jump up and down. He almost lost his balance on the slope. "Get over here. They're going to blast it. That's not Ares." It finally dawned on Darryl what Sailorman had said. He slid down the rocks and jogged to where the soldier stood. He pointed at the ground. Sailorman gave him the thumbs up. He'd listened to what Darryl had to say. They had time. "Ares not in the tunnel?" Darryl wrote in the topsoil. "That's where he went, and he closed the tunnel from the inside. He's still in there, but who is digging out the rock slide and opening up the tunnel? That's anyone's guess." "Bugs?" "Bugs don't have hands, and we haven't seen them operate any machinery, not even artillery. No, I think that's something else. Maybe Ares has met up with Wheel 2 and his people. They're the ones we thought went into the tunnel from the valley. That would make more sense than anything. Where they got the drill? No idea." "What are we going to do?" "Relax and wait for them. They have the numbers and the tools. So let's just say I'm okay with not killing myself. On a side note, if they have explosives, the last place we want to be is on that rock pile. We'll wait for whoever it is to clear the entrance. Then we'll figure out what to do." "If enemy? A new enemy?" Darryl took a knee. He leaned close enough that Sailorman could see through his visor. The reporter looked worried. It was a normal enough expression that Sailorman didn't get overly excited, even though he had a point. A new enemy. If so, they'd hit them as hard as they could. A Mark 71 could do a lot of damage when fired into a tight space, like the area that would be cleared. A new tunnel opening would most likely be narrower than the old, although Sailorman only guessed at how wide the old opening was. He wasn't into doubting himself. He was a soldier with a mission. The reporter was still alive, and they were in position to go after their section leader, although rescuing him wasn't something Wheel 3 contemplated. It was Ares who did the rescuing. "If there's a new enemy," the soldier replied, "then we'll destroy him where he stands. We're here to defeat the enemy on Espinar 4. We're going to do that until we can't any longer. We have plenty of energy and a working Mark 71. We're going to fight. Well, let me clarify. I'm going to fight them. You stay out of the way." "I'll be here." Darryl thumped his chest with an armored fist. "I know you're a tough guy now that you've survived a few encounters in spite of yourself, but you're still here. I'm sorry I don't have an extra weapon for you. Wait, can you throw a grenade? Activate it with the manual release and chuck it into the middle of the enemy." He handed 2 grenades to the reporter. Darryl looked at them oddly. "Don't say I never gave you anything," Sailorman added. "Sit down and take a load off. The safest thing we can do now is watch and wait." They both looked toward the sky. It was morning, and the air was crisp. Clouds roiled up from the lower elevations. The day was gray, with no blue skies in sight. Frodo came to with a start. He jerked, and the pain reminded him that he was injured. It could have been a flesh wound. He'd have to remove the armor to learn the extent of the damage. If it was too bad, he wouldn't be able to get the armor back on. He couldn't take that risk. Using the wall to assist, he forced himself to his feet. Sweat dripped down his face. He lifted his chin so it wouldn't go into his eyes. He raised his faceplate, expecting the air to have been sucked out of their space, but it hadn't been. They were in the corridor, not the first control room where they'd left a pile of dead bodies. If Frodo remembered the purple haze of high-intensity, close-quarter combat, then there were a bunch of dead bodies cluttering the starship room, too. They needed to press their advantage. He assumed he had only been unconscious for a few minutes. He leaned over to inspect the 2 soldiers in his charge. Both had energy burns across their armor. Cosmetic damage didn't bother him. The weaker joints also showed damage: elbow, waist, neck, and knee. Drops of blood had stained the cave floor. The outer edges of the drops had dried and turned reddish-brown. The inner areas of the drops remained bright and viscous.
It couldn't have been that long.
Time to get up. We have to press our advantage, Frodo said, using standard military speak. Tactics 101. Don't reinforce failure. Reinforce success. He who commits his reinforcements last wins. Standard stuff that was meaningless until the soldiers were elbow-deep in blood and guts. Then the fire and maneuver part made sense. When your whole team was injured, was that the best time to press the attack? What other choice was there? Go back to the other control room and wait for their water to run out? How long would they survive? And then what for? The HFP could recover all personnel and blast out of the orbit before then. Withered soldiers entombed, their hard-earned knowledge of the enemy gone to waste. The way out is through there, he pointed for emphasis. He helped Swing 4 and Swing 7 to their feet. They raised their faceplates. Both were as ashen as Frodo felt. Soldiers don't ascend and meet the originator when they die. They get recycled to the first day of basic. So don't die, because nobody wants to go to hell. He laughed. The tired old joke made him feel better. You both look like garbage.
At least we don't smell like it.
Swing 4 held his nose and joined in Frodo's mirth. 7 helped himself to a drink of water from his pack.
What's the plan, Frodo?
We open the door and hit the dais with a rocket. Then we do it twice more, because that's all the rockets I have. After that, we run in and keep running until we reach the far side. In between, we kill everything we see.
Rockets. It's okay that we don't leave any of the equipment intact?
4 asked. That was a good idea until it almost got us killed. Frodo shook his head. Destroy it all if we have to. 4 and 7 checked their weapons, making sure they were ready to employ.
Getting down there on energy. This might be the last battle before I run dry,
7 reported. 4. Frodo had the mortar in his own beam rifle. It had plenty of power left.
I'm down to 40%. I'm good.
They both looked at 7.
I know. Fire discipline. It's my first action, and this is what they call a target-rich environment.
He exaggerated a nod as if that would relieve him of his over-reliance on full auto.
So rich,
4 agreed.
40% remaining. Keep it on semi-auto boot.
Whatevs, old man. 4 was instantly angry.
You run out of energy, and you put all our lives at risk. It's not whatevs, you jackhole.
Frodo held him back. That's enough. We're probably going to die in the next 2 minutes, so there's no sense in fighting ourselves. Go out with a bang. You're both getting names. You, P, short for P.E., which is short for premature ejaculation. You should not carry a rifle because you shoot off early and often. 4, I'm going to name you Square. 4 Square. It's a child's game.
Square? You're doing me ugly.
Earn a better one with your combat skills, like Ares.
What was he before?
Square asked. Don't know. I've always heard him called Ares. You're a piece of work, P said. If I thought I was going to live for this, I'd argue, but I'm too tired, and in too much pain to think about it. Frodo smiled. You both are in the right state of being. Time to blow up a starship control center. He didn't take a knee, as he wasn't sure he'd be able to get back up. Originator, hear my prayer. Guide my hand to deliver death to a worthy enemy. May he find peace in his next life. Recognize the honor I do you through this battle. He opened his eyes. Ready? Compliance. they replied automatically. Square hoisted his weapon and took a deep breath. I didn't take you for a roller. Me a holy roller, Frodo snorted. Ares prays before each battle, and look what it's done for him. We could use a little of that right now. Square nodded slowly. I get you. Past transgressions forgotten. P strode first to the door. Square, you ready? The two swing soldiers prepared to turn the wheel. They both gestured which way to go. Frodo loaded the rocket and steadied himself. He needed to be tended to by the medics, but that wasn't going to happen. He had a battle to win first. Chapter 16. Move. It's harder to hit a moving target. The swing soldiers yanked the door open, pulling hard as it resisted, but not enough. It came open with a jerk. Frodo had been aiming at where he remembered the dais to be. It was still there. He fired. Square and P closed the door. Why did it catch? Square asked nonchalantly. They had something attached to the other side. It fell off, Frodo replied while reloading. They pulled the door open again, and Frodo fired into the bank of computers to the left of the dais. They pushed the door shut again. Frodo held the last rocket for a second to contemplate its value. Was this the best way to expend it? Now or never. They pulled the door open a third time. He fired into the computer stations on the right. They left the door open while staying clear of the opening. With Mark 71s at the ready, the last rocket plowed into the workstations where Frodo had been injured. Its explosion rocked the entire room. Shrapnel multiplied as it accelerated outward from the blast. With the last noise of falling debris, the three soldiers bolted into the room, limping and wincing. They fired indiscriminately, left, right, and center. New pathways through the stations had been cleared by the rockets. They took those, shooting preemptively into gaps before determining targets. Through the second series of stations and to the dais. It had been blown apart. It was no longer functional, even if the soldiers could have figured out how to work the systems. They moved past the dais. The skinny bodies were stacking up. Those who survived the first round had not survived the second, less precise efforts. Behind the dais, energy weapons lanced through the air. Frodo dodged left, firing into the area where the shot had come from. He hit the floor and wrestled the slug thrower around to the front. P and Square fired a final volley as energy beams sought them. They ducked behind cover. Frodo pumped round after round into the metal sections behind which the skinnies hid. The slug thrower's bolt locked to the rear. He tossed the weapon aside and re-shouldered his marked 71, jumping up to renew the attack. His body protested his efforts, and he nearly doubled over with the assault on his belly wound. Pain, and then constriction as the suit compressed the area, driving the breath from him. He took a step and fired, then another labored step. He moved forward in a parody of a spirited attack, but he was giving it his all. Square and P took their positions on his flank, barely an arm's width separating them while they worked their way toward the rear wall. An energy beam scorched Frodo's breastplate. He fired at the attacker. Square joined him. The skinny tried for cover, but he was too tall. His head was the last thing to get behind the makeshift barrier. The beams exploded his face and skull, sending a fount of gore across the back wall. P jumped the final barrier and laid down fire at anything and everything behind it. "Clear!" he called. Square took one last look. "Clear." Frodo nodded. "Good work, gentlemen." He staggered and fell against the dais, sliding down as his world went black. Ares sprayed the bug formation with his Mark 71. He'd gotten used to firing sideways, even though it meant he was running a beam an active enemy. It wasn't his preferred tactic. He'd much rather fire well-aimed rounds. One shot, one kill. Every battle had its unique characteristics, based on how each enemy acted and reacted. By moving, he kept the bugs from taking the initiative. The quickest way to lose a battle was to cede the battlefield to the enemy. Ares made it his. Ahead, working machinery, catwalks, material handling, raw materials, power conduits, and the heavy metal framework holding it all together. He found cover behind the first machine. The bug shifted toward him, but didn't fire. "You need this stuff, do you?" He taunted them, knowing they didn't understand a word, even if they were capable of independent thought, which he doubted. He sniped the front ranks to keep them from surging toward him. With a conventional enemy, losing your fellow soldiers before your eyes would have created hesitation, pause. It didn't affect the bugs. He ducked back toward the wall to keep circling, moving closer to the bug generator. He decided he'd call it. Destroy that. A rocket was preloaded into the mortar across his back, ready to take down the source of the bug reinforcements. He needed to do it soon. How many bugs was it producing? 100 a minute? Ares didn't have enough weapons to keep shooting them. A bug phalanx appeared in front of him. He was cut off, but only in a two-dimensional world. He vaulted upward, caught a crossbeam, and pulled himself onto it. He moved across it and jumped onto a catwalk. He fired rapidly, hitting the bugs in front of him. This new bunch didn't have weapons, but the first ones had. They were easier to blast in bunches. The unarmed bugs were different. He decided not to waste ammunition on them. They weren't opposed to swarming him with their bodies to make way for those bugs that could kill him. Or the skinnies. He found the catwalk to be their domain. One ran before him, his first hostage. "You there! Hold!" he roared. The skinny tried to run, but Ares was too quick. He was on him in an instant. The skinny squirmed, but Ares had him around the waist, which was as thin as a human neck. The being thrashed helplessly against Ares' armored forearms. He twisted until he could reach behind him. A welding torch came to life in the skinny's hands. With a single squeeze and shake, he broke the creature's back. It went limp in his hands. He tossed the body at the bugs below, who moved in close to keep it from hitting the cave floor. They formed a living stretcher and hurried away, the body carried with reverence. Ares tucked the information away. It wasn't of use now, but might be later. He dashed forward, keeping the machine he thought was the bug generator in sight. He angled toward the middle of the area, but energy beams slashed toward him. More and more coming from the extreme edge of the bug mob. The ones that were armed, while the others provided a cushion between them and the human. He retreated until they stopped shooting for risk of hitting one of their precious machines. He would have blasted them all, except their operational presence provided cover. Ares took aim and fired, sniping the weapons of those at the perimeter of the mob. The explosion sent a small thrill through him. He delivered bullseye after bullseye until he could see no more armed bugs. Ares popped up and ran along the catwalk, through the area where they had fired at him. No new energy beams came for him. He found a vantage point where the bug generator was in sight. A discharge chute reached toward the center of the area, but the main system was farther back. The bugs ran out, forming themselves into 10 by 10 blocks to move out when the last one arrived. The next bug out started a new block. They filled quickly. 100 a minute seemed more than believable. He took aim with his mortar and sent a rocket into the guts of the great metal beast. The rocket flew true. At the last instant, it exploded before reaching the machine. The shrapnel from its blast spread out, passing the machine and leaving it untouched. Ares reloaded, but didn't fire. He couldn't waste his ammunition against an energy screen. The barrier confirmed his belief that was the right machine and the foundation of the bug army. How long would it take to field an army of 10 million bugs at 100 per minute? The enemy had been on Espinar 4 for a lot longer than 2 weeks. They had been here for months, at least 3, once the machines were up and running, and probably much longer. Static defenses were penetrable. One only needed to find the cracks in the armor. Ares used his beam rifle to fire at various points around the bug generator. They all splashed off the barrier, except for the shots that skipped off the cave floor, but he was too high. He needed to be at ground level to shoot underneath the defensive shield. That presented his original problems. There was a bug army that wanted nothing more than his head. Nothing less either. Ares ran along the catwalk until it ended, He vaulted to a frame that contained another production machine and loped across its horizontal surface until he reached the far side. He accelerated and leapt across 5 meters of space separating the machine from the next catwalk. He landed hard, shaking the catwalk to its support braces. He ran toward the generator and jumped from over a high rail. He plunged to the deck below. It was the extent of how far he wanted to jump in a combat suit without external jets to soften the landing. The cave floor reached up to meet him, jarring him to the roots of his teeth. He flexed and took a shaky step forward. Another 2, and he was over the impact. He loosed a grenade, activated it, and sent it skidding across the floor toward the bug generator. Ares ducked to the side, where the bugs were coming for him. He crushed them beneath his boots in an effort to get away from the blast should the grenade not make it beneath the barrier. Ares busied himself destroying bugs without firing a shot. He was a whirling dervish of frenzied hand and foot attacks. He realized that he hadn't heard the grenade go off. He shouldered his rifle and stalked around a heavy metal foundation to find the front of the discharge chute twisted and the refuse of newly created bugs wedged within its malformed shape. He pulled a grenade with his left hand, ready to throw it under the barrier and into an area of the machine that contained more moving parts. But bugs were racing into the gap between him and the generator. He fired one-handed to clear the way. The shot sprayed, and he flipped the selector to full auto. He pulled the trigger and held it to blast a hole through the bugs using their bodies to block a vulnerability. With a hard turn left and rush back to the right, he caught the bugs trying to adjust. He hit them with a final burst and skidded the grenade underneath the energy barrier. He put his back to it. It sizzled when he got too close, his warning not to touch it. A calm passed over the area as all beings held their breath in the instant before the grenade exploded. The death cry of a machine in failure echoed through the space, much louder than the grenade's explosion. One part failed and ruptured, sending debris into a balanced gear nearby, which led to a catastrophic failure in a gearbox. It came apart with a force greater than that of the grenade. This explosion ripped farther and farther through the great machine. Biological materials splattered the roof. A tank tumbled from its support and spilled a black ichor that could have been bug blood. Tens of thousands of liters. The energy barrier disappeared. For a millisecond, Ares contemplated hitting the machine with a rocket, but he only had one left. He'd save it for a critical need. The bug generator was done. Ares unloaded on the bugs near him. He relentlessly sprayed them with energy beams. Once dead, they were dead forever. Finally, the bug count would decrease. He did his part to reduce the numbers. From one side to the next, he blasted the bugs hundreds to thousands. He moved a few meters left and forward and back. He grabbed a ladder rung and climbed to the catwalk. From above, he had a better angle, but without the restriction of hitting their own equipment, they unleashed a torrent of fire that melted support cables and lesser metals. Ares dove to the top of a nearby fabrication machine and crawled along it to get closer to the wall. He looked for an area where they couldn't get behind him. In the massive underground facility, that was too tall of an order. He jumped from the top of the machine, hit, and rolled back to his feet. He came up firing, still on full auto. His section would have been appalled at his lack of fire discipline, but this was the final protective fire. Everything he had, as the entire bug replacement army was focused on him alone. Not all had weapons, but they were all coming. He wasn't sure what the unarmed ones could do to him, but even if it was as simple as interfering with his ability to pull the trigger, then he was on his way to having a real bad day. Except for one thing to console him. He had completed his mission to eliminate the enemy's replacements. Now if he could figure out how they were getting their orders and interdict that, it would be a perfect day. Unless he died. Then it would have been just a good day. Chapter 17. Bring it down. I'll be damned if they get to shoot and I can't. How long this time? Frodo wondered. The other two were crawling through the wreck of the Starship Control Center. Sparks and smoke filled the air. He left his visor down. The fumes were undoubtedly toxic. He pulled himself to his feet, slowly. Every movement was pain multiplied. His soul ached from the assault upon his person. He brought his Mark 71 around and stood guard. It was the only thing he was capable of doing, as long as he didn't have to fight anyone or do anything besides stand there and look menacing. The metal door had the central wheel on this side. On the far wall, there was a central wheel on the door as well. It was the only two-way door they had found in the underground so far. Why hadn't they entered the tunnel when the soldiers were passed out? They could have been easily killed. Thank the originator for his help in allowing me, P and Square, to survive to renew the fight. Each win in battle does you honor. Frodo hadn't been a holy roller, but he had never been injured before. Despite this victory, they were no closer to getting out of the underground facility. They were running out of power packs, ammunition, and water. These things have to eat and drink, don't they? Frodo called. Where's their food? Can we eat it? The skinnies had mouths with teeth. They chewed their food. They had to eat something. Where was the water? Water was life on Earth and all distant planets. They had yet to encounter a race that didn't need water. Hydrogen and oxygen were the givers of life. If there was a universal constant, it was that. Water. The three soldiers needed to replenish the fluids in their body, make up for the lost blood until it could be replaced in kind. They needed to escape into the open. Roger, bossman, P the upstart replied. His armor had taken a beating. Scorch marks, scrapes, scratches, and blood, both skinny and human. The swing soldiers were wounded, but not as bad as Frodo. They went about their business locating functional weapons, ammo, or anything else they could use. Square held up a metal plate with alien script on it. It says, no eating or drinking in this room. Ha! He laughed until he doubled over in pain. He straightened and added, I'm the funniest guy I know. Indubitably, jackhole, P said. Sorry about that. You were being a wiener. My mother had nothing to do with me being a soldier, but your mother and I had a lot to do with you being a soldier. P slapped Square on the arm. Is that how it's going to be? Let me push you down so I can kick you. You push me down, and I'm not getting up. He pointed at Frodo. Kudos to you. We thought you were finished. Frodo chuckled softly to himself. Not yet. The originator has other plans for me. I need to be here to see what those are. P made eye contact with Square. He's gone full roller on us. No atheists in combat, P. He motioned toward the door in what they'd been calling the rear wall, but it was every bit of front entrance as the one on the other side. What do you say, Frodo? Time to fly? Let's fly, Ares section. Compliance. He shuffled a step back. 4 and 7 moved in. They spun the wheel and pulled the door open. Another tunnel that disappeared around a corner while angling slightly downward. They stalked through, side by side, looking over the barrels of their weapons. Frodo followed as best he could, but he clumped and scraped as his booted feet refused to fully lift up or set down softly. He thought it might have been damage to the suit, but he knew better. It would do what he told it through his own actions. It was him. He was the problem. The suit only reflected his shortcomings. He knew instinctively, as all humans did from the moment of birth, that he was dying. The goal was to put it off as long as possible. When the end approached, the attitude changed from one of delay to acceptance. But he didn't accept it. He resented being injured. Espinar 4. As far as one could get from Earth. Not even a particularly shiny star in the night sky. You wouldn't see it without a good telescope, and then you still might not. The anger fueled his adrenaline, yet another surge. How much more did he have? He wouldn't know until he surrendered. It wasn't the time for that. But he had growing confidence that P and Square would complete the mission. Not because they were getting better as soldiers, but because they were the only choices. Decisions were binary. Do or do not. That's it. You two have to get the information about this place back to the Force, Frodo managed to say. The three of us will. Hang tough, Frodo. We'll make it. I got a good feeling about this tunnel. What makes you say that? Frodo asked while shuffling to catch up. No doors. We're on the other side. They locked themselves in from both sides, which tells me there's a way out over here," Square said. He moved forward at P's side. Their weapons were aimed, but there were no targets. There was nothing to aim at. The tunnel led downward, twisting and turning its way into the bowels of the mountain. At a Y intersection, they had to make a choice. Take a hard right and head upward, or continue on the track that seemed to be more heavily used. Square checked the cave floor. Was one shinier than the other? Did bug feet buff the floor, or was it the skinnies? How many would it take to affect the bedrock? More. Many more. Even with months of back and forth, they wouldn't have smoothed the rock. Decades or centuries. Another race had carved these tunnels and lived here. It was their feet that showed the way. The skinnies had borrowed the facility to develop and unleash their bug army. Both lead somewhere. I say, follow the more traveled road. The masses determined that way led to something that drew them, like a galley with food and water, Frodo suggested in a halting, panting voice. Compliance, Square said. They had no idea, and their ability to reason suffered from the loss of blood. Each of them was less because of it. Critical thinking wasn't in the cards. They were in survival mode. Frodo had to admit that the mission was limited to escaping the underground. Another 100 meters found a main tunnel, 20 meters wide, with lazy turns out of sight to the right and left. The sounds of digging reached them. Far away, but they carried down the tunnel. Somebody is digging, P observed. To their left, the unmistakable sound of a Mark 71 on full auto. Frodo loped down the corridor, barely able to stay upright. There was a soldier down there, fighting for his life. Had Ares found them, or was this someone else? It didn't matter. Soldiers didn't abandon a soldier while he was still alive. P and Square ran faster than Frodo. They turned the corner and disappeared out of sight. Coming as fast as I can, Frodo promised the empty tunnel before him. He loped downward, growing increasingly lightheaded with each step. He slowed to a walk, then his world turned black, and he fell on his face. Ares pumped beam after beam into an endless army. He wondered how many he'd killed, because they kept coming when they weren't supposed to. The numbers had to be on a one-way trip downward. Unless there was a second bug generator. He had one rocket remaining. What he didn't have was the location of the second generator. He looked across the ceiling. The far side, the place he hadn't been. On the other side of the pillar, there was a shortcut. He stopped the closest bugs while he rotated weapons. With the mortar in hand, he aimed. It was a long shot, but the pillar was a big target. He wasn't sure the rocket would even damage it, but it was worth the risk. He was starting to run low. His Mark 71 was out of energy. The second rifle carried a 50% charge, and he had one energy pack in reserve, plus 2 grenades. On second thought, he could keep fighting for a long time. The pillar wasn't worth the risk. He lowered the mortar and switched it to his back while bringing the second Mark 71 forward. He set it to full auto and let it rip, clearing enough space to give himself a running start. He accelerated into the mass and kept running, pounding through the mass of bodies, adding to the substantial blood and guts that already covered the floor. He fired ahead while running, spraying an unending stream of energy beams back and forth. Ares saw the mass as a body of water. The second he dipped a cup out, it filled back in. He was fighting against infinity, and the odds weren't on his side. To the pillar and beyond, he kept his eyes on the intermediate goal, the pillar. It held a massive roof over an immense space. He guessed they could have put Antilles in its entirety within this space. That was a vessel that carried half of the human force for peace, personnel, weapons, ammunition, field rations, and water. And this was just a production facility, where skinnies manufactured bugs. Was Scudagarin a race, or was it the creations? That question didn't waste any time within Ares' mind. It made no difference. Where were all the bugs coming from? That was his new target. He could fight them, and he would. He wanted to make it easier on himself. He wasn't sure he could kill 100 a minute to stay ahead of the production process. But he could try. Ares continued to run while the bugs crawled up his legs. He tried to shake them off, but with 100 legs, they clung like they were glued on. He used the butt of his weapon to brush them away, but he had to stop firing to do that. He headed for a ladder in the catwalk. His left knee locked up, and he butt-stroked the bug clinging there. There were small divots in the joint. They may not have had eyes. They had mouths capable of biting through metal. Even unarmed, they weren't harmless. They posed a great threat to Ares. He had 1,000,000 bugs between him and freedom. That convinced him more than anything that he needed to bring the roof down and bury this place once and for all. He angled down the catwalk after clearing his armor of the creatures until he found a better firing point to hit the pillar. From this range, he knew his rocket would be useless because the pillar was a block of granite, 50 meters wide. It would take a starship hitting it at full speed to knock it out of place. The HFP hadn't brought enough explosives if they used everything they had at one time. He needed something that would explode, and there was nothing down here that was up to the task. Not that he'd seen. Save the rocket for the bug generator. Destroy that, and then whittle the enemy force down. The bugs stopped their attempts to climb after him and headed toward the exit. He took a breather as he watched. The coast to the pillar and beyond was clear. He vaulted over the high railing, hit, and rolled. He ran anew, away from where the bugs were going, toward what he assumed was another production line for them and their weapons. The sound of 2 Mark 71s told him that reinforcements had arrived. A diversion. He couldn't have drawn it up any better. This was his opportunity to scour the facility unmolested. With the bug teeth out of his joint, his suit worked as it was supposed to, although not as smooth as it had. He could run and he could dodge. He needed nothing else to conduct his reconnaissance of Bug Central. The far side of the space was mostly empty. There was no production facility over here. Only a bug army that nearly rivaled the one outside. And this one was moving toward the exit. They were being moved from storage to active use, and their first stop was to remove the thorn in their side. Section Lead Ares. Doing what he did best, creating chaos within enemy ranks. Never take ammunition home when there's a chance to use it on the battlefield. Ares rotated his weapons and aimed the mortar at the ceiling on the production facility side of the pillar. He fired, sending the rocket upward into the rock. It penetrated and exploded, sending stone chips and dust over the area. That was it. The pillar remained steadfast, and the ceiling stayed where it was. He rotated back to his rifle and set it on full auto to blast the bugs from the rear. He lowered it to the level of the bugs and fired along the cave floor to hit as many bugs as possible with each shot. Not many of this bunch had weapons. For those who did, he sniped them and was rewarded with explosions that were as gratifying as watching a grenade explode within a mass of enemy bodies on the attack. That put a crimp in any assault. The soldiers at the far end. He could tell who they were. Swing 4 and Swing 7. He'd sent them with Wheel 2 and Point 2, but Wheel and Point were nowhere to be seen. The 2 Swing soldiers retreated under the onslaught. Swing 7's rifle stopped firing. He swung it to his back, tapped 4, turned, and ran. Swing 4 unleashed an automatic volley that decimated the rank attempting to enter the tunnel, but he too ran out of sight. Once again, Ares found himself on the wrong side of a bug army. Chapter 18. A Rock and a Hard Place. Breathing free air is something you never take for granted. Frodo was unable to stand, but he found himself getting dragged backward. The cave roof was above him. It looked unspectacular, dimly lit with insets that highlighted the quartz and granite. He could vaguely make out the 2 soldiers hauling him as fast as they could with one hand, while one of the soldiers fired his rifle behind them. Frodo couldn't tip his head enough to see what was coming for them. He bounced with their sense of urgency. Even the originator couldn't get him out of this one. It had been looking good for a while, but not anymore. Life's gentle stream had run its course. He closed his eyes, but the end eluded him. The bumping along the tunnel shot eye-popping streaks of pain through him.
He sighed with the anguish of renewed life. He had let his mind tell him the worst story to expound upon his agony. Frodo contemplated whether he could stand, but doubted it. He settled in for the bumpy ride. "Skinny's ahead," P reported. "Bugs behind," Square added. They let go of Frodo. P aimed his weapon up and fired. Frodo looked for his Mark 71, but it was nowhere to be found. Same with his mortar. It had been empty, but he could have swung it as a club. Wasn't P's weapon almost empty? Frodo's wasn't. Square was getting toward the end of his power. They both fired carefully, limiting their shots. The skinnies screamed in their language. It made no sense to Frodo, or any human. They were working on the tunnel exit. Frodo took this in from where he sat between the two soldiers, covering their front and rear. Enemies on both sides, and only stone walls on the flanks. There was nowhere to go. Fire and maneuver, a standard tactic. But without maneuver, they only had fire. They were almost empty. Their world was coming to an inglorious end. "We escape outside, or we die," Frodo announced. He struggled to his feet and staggered toward the skinnies working on the rock slide. He ignored them as he thrust his body into the opening they'd created and pushed a boulder out of the way, then moved the one next to him. The skinnies stepped aside. "This way!" Square cried and ran for Frodo. P fired a few more times, then turned and ran. He stopped short of where Square and Frodo worked. He faced the bugs and sniped them, but they were coming far faster than he could kill them. The skinnies screamed, and the bugs slowed. They didn't want to be on the wrong end of a bug attack. Frodo ran out of adrenaline quickly. He raised his arms, but that was the extent of the power in his body. He couldn't push the rocks out of the way, no matter how large or small. He stepped back and gestured toward the skinnies. The humans needed help. "Give them room, Square. These guys were doing just fine before we arrived. Let them finish." "I killed a bunch of them," Square said. "They might not be so keen." "We could kill the rest of them." Frodo shrugged and hung his head. "We could kill the rest of them, or we make an uneasy peace. Their lives for ours." He leaned against the rocks. There was no fight left in him. He was happy to be upright. "There's daylight," Square called out, stabbing a finger toward the gap he worked to enlarge. But he had gotten as far as he was going to get. He stepped clear, pointing at the skinnies and then at the hole. They stared at him, unmoving. He walked around them and used his rifle to nudge them toward the exit. They raised their mining tools like weapons. Square aimed at the small opening and blasted chips from the adjoining rock as a way to show the skinnies what he wanted. They lowered their tools and stood their ground. "A standoff," Frodo stated. "Nice." Square aimed his weapon at the skinnies. "They're either brave or ignorant. If we kill them, we condemn ourselves. If we don't, how long are we going to stand here?" "Longer than if we kill them. They're holding off the bugs. Maybe they'll let you two use their tools," Frodo suggested. "Hold my gun," P said. He handed the weapon to Frodo. "This looks like mine." Frodo studied it for a moment before letting his arms drop, barely holding the weapon. Square slung his weapon over his back. P approached an alien who held a sledgehammer. He grabbed it, but the skinny wouldn't let go. He yanked it out of the alien's hands. Square helped himself to a long bar that skinnies used as a chisel. When he grasped the bar, the alien let go. Anyone holding the bar while someone else hammered? It was a very human thing to not want to be on the receiving end of sledgehammer blows. Square looked at the skinny differently. "Thank you." The two soldiers picked their spot and started hammering away in an effort to break the larger rocks into manageable sizes. Frodo kept his eye on the skinnies and the Scudagarans. Let the humans widen the opening and escape so the races could fight outside where decent folk could die under an open sky with the universe spread before them. And then they'd be buried. The irony wasn't lost on Frodo. He chuckled to himself, sounding like a man who had lost his senses in the final throes of defeat and victory. It started as a low rumble. The sound permeated every aspect of Ares' being, confusing his senses. The shake suggested something more than a weapon. The bedrock itself was rebelling at the forces unleashed within its bowels. The first rock fell near him, a rock the size of a man's head. It exploded on impact, sending chips and shards in a small circle around it. Then another fell, a little larger, and more. Ares ran for the exit tunnel. He accelerated as fast as he was able into the mass of bugs, stepping on them and between them, and anywhere he could get footing. He slowed and danced through them, opting to avoid stepping on their backs as they twisted and erupted in slippery entrails. He slowed to pick his way forward. The bugs shared no similar sense of urgency. They didn't demonstrate a natural fear response. They soldiered forward on their mission, up the tunnel and into the fray. It told him the skinnies had broken through, and the way outside was open. The tunnel roof cracked with a thunder that nearly shook Ares off his feet. He stopped to retain his balance, but the bugs swarmed him. He shook them off before they could stick to him and chew their way through his weaker joints. One side of the tunnel's roof slipped free and crashed to the floor. Ares looked for a way through. Dust, debris, and crushed bugs. A trail on the right side of the tunnel was covered in loose stone. Ares dashed into it and through, expecting the roof to come down on top of him. The mountain bellowed its displeasure. It roared in pain. The sound let no other noise through. The overhead lights flickered and went out. The bugs continued inexorably forward through the darkness. Ares switched to UV to help him see the way. To the next corner and beyond, a sea of Scudagarans filled the space before him. He forced them to share. He'd shoot them if he had to, but didn't see the reason. Speed was his only route to salvation. He recognized the side tunnel opening where the stairs were located. It was a shortcut, and bug-free. Ares dove inside and raced upward, taking the stairs 3 at a time. He bolted into a bug-infested tunnel near the entrance. He was surprised to find them halted. He danced through to get to the opening that wasn't open. There was no daylight ahead. He slowed with his disappointment. He'd been so close. But he discovered that he wasn't alone. "Ares!" Frodo called. "I wondered when you'd show up." The swing soldiers stopped working and stepped out of the growing gap. The skinnies watched the newcomer. Ares glanced at them, but they were unarmed and mostly harmless. "This whole mountain is coming down. Don't stop on my account, because we need to get out of here. Dig like your lives depend on it." He talked matter-of-factly. That was the extent of the briefing. No questions, just direction and a time limit. It was the same with all Ares' orders. He told them what he wanted accomplished and when he wanted it. That was it. In between, he'd be wreaking havoc with the enemy. "Did you find where the bug replacements are coming from?" Frodo asked. His words were slurred as he fought to stay conscious. They were close to salvation. Ares would make sure he got to sickbay in time. That's what Ares did. He won battles and he saved people. "Yeah, and it's coming down on their heads." "That sound. You're doing, I surmise. Well done, boss." Frodo leaned back. His rifle fell from his numb fingers. Ares picked it up for him. The skinnies watched with mild interest. Square and P renewed their efforts to turn big rocks into smaller rocks. The rumble from below announced the demise of the underground facility, and the destruction roared up the tunnel. The floor down the way disappeared when it fell through the ceiling of the tunnel below. Walls fell in when they lost support. The destruction from the cave-in crawled toward the tunnel mouth, the opening and the way out. It added haste to the soldiers working the pry bar. Ares watched his enemies. "Will too. You established a truce with these creatures?" "Call me Frodo," he replied. "P and Square are breaking us out. And yes, a fragile truce, based on our not understanding each other beyond we're willing to do the manual labor, and they're holding the bugs off." A cloud of dust boiled up the tunnel, dripping toward the hint of the great outdoors. "Come on." Ares pulled Frodo into the gap. It wasn't going to cave in anymore. They were mostly through,
and the tunnel was almost completely gone. The skinnies joined them in the gap. 18 skinnies and 4 humans in combat armor. No bugs came. Ares looked up at the skinnies. "Hey, how's it going?" he asked casually before addressing Frodo. "Where's Point?" "He didn't make it. There were 2 control rooms. The skinnies have a slug thrower that shoots sabots, like needle-like penetrators that went through his armor. It didn't get him right away. We're banged up. Probably need a doc before we can fight again." Frodo sighed with the exhaustion of his extended narrative. Ares accepted the report and logged the additional loss plus 3 wounded. He saw the damage to their armor. He had known they were hurt, yet they still did their duty. "You do us honor," he told them. The skinny wedged against Ares gestured. "They have explosives," Ares explained. "What? Why are we beating the rock into submission when we can just blow it up? The tunnel is already caved in. Can it get any worse?" Square groused. "There's not enough space left out there to be clear of the blast. We'll defer on the explosives. Keep at it and get us out of here," Ares replied. His tone told the soldiers that there was no room for discussion. Ares pointed at the crack and motioned with 2 fingers, like a character walking out. The skinny stared at him. "Glad we're on the same page," Ares said and gave him a thumbs up. The skinny mirrored the gesture. His thumb was long, nearly the length of his fingers. "Look at you," Frodo slurred. "Humanity's diplomat." "How many shots has your suit delivered?" Ares wondered. "All of them. Out of juice. Running on pain and adrenaline." Ares put a hand on his shoulder. "Hey!" A voice from outside shouted through the opening. "Is that you, Swing?" "Wheel 3, can you do anything about this last rock? We're not finding a crack." "There's one out here. You have a sledge and pry bar? You guys have some serious ingenuity. Who's in there with you?" Square passed the bar through the crack. P sent the sledgehammer through after it. "We've got Ares, Wheel 2, and us, Swing 4 and 7. "It's me and that reporter," Wheel 3 said. "Stand clear." He turned away from the opening. "Daryl, make yourself useful. Hold this." The clang of hard blows hitting the bar vibrated through the rock. Square and P crossed their arms and acted like they were reclining in comfort. "Where's everyone else?" Frodo asked. "Getting the rest of the force and sending them into the bug army. The big fight might already be over, or it might not have happened yet. We'll find out." The final boulder blocking the entrance split and angled inward, threatening to roll over the 4 soldiers and a mob of skinnies. Square and P responded at the speed of those facing imminent death. They caught the rock and pushed, levering the full strength of their combat suits. The rock leaned back into position and then over the other way. They drove it forward until it rolled free. The 2 soldiers stumbled through the opening behind it. Ares didn't wait for an invitation. He pushed Frodo ahead of him, and the 2 burst into the open. "Help him," Ares ordered. Sailor Man stopped and brought up his rifle. Ares stepped in front of him. "They helped us out. They're under my protection." "Compliance," Sailor Man replied. Daryl gestured wildly. Ares unlocked his suit. The faceplate rose. "You suck!" he screamed, stabbing an accusatory finger at the section leader. "Because you didn't like the consequences of your actions? I told you to be quiet. You didn't. If you're going to insult me, I'll lock you up again. Is that what you want?" "No," Daryl replied. The experience of being trapped in his suit was far too fresh in his mind to argue. Punishment had been swift and merciless, except for the mercy of not abandoning Daryl. He had survived. "What are we going to do now?" "We're going to find our people so we can get medical help for these 3, and then we're going back into the fight." "There are 2 of you." Daryl pointed at Ares and Sailor Man. "Yes, and?" Daryl shook his head. "Don't lock me up again." He panted with each breath until he lowered his visor and breathed the oxygen-heavy air generated by his armor. "Testing, 1, 2, testing."
"We can hear you, unfortunately," Sailorman said. He half-carried Frodo. Darrell moved in on the other side. Together, they kept Frodo upright and moving. To their left, the valley had a great depression marking one end, the place where the roof had caved in on the Skinny's manufacturing facility. It didn't rate a second look. It marked the spot where a battle had taken place. A monument to humanity and the risks of building an army underground. "I'll take point. Square and P. Flank this mob and keep them going in the same direction as us. If they want to run off, let them." Ares stepped off. The Skinnies were already suffering. They shivered in the cool air and panted for breath. "There's help down there," Square told them. He called to Ares. "We have to hurry." Ares nodded and increased his pace to lope down the hill. He wanted to find a vantage point to see if there were indications where the HFP had deployed and where the bug army had gone. Chapter 19. From Fire to Fire. Run for your lives. From battle to battle. Ares directed the remnants of his section toward a valley that led down the hill. It was the one the bugs had used to retreat up the mountain. It's how Ares had followed them. It wasn't the route the Scudagaran army used on their latest departure from the valley. They had crossed out of the valley and moved parallel to the mountains. The army and the doctors. Ares had lost nearly half his section. He didn't want to lose any more. They had traveled 10 kilometers before the swing soldiers called for a stop. The Skinnies were turning blue from both the cold and from a lack of air. Although they were descending, it wasn't quick enough. "Do we let him go?" P asked. He wasn't moving well, and neither was Square. The blood stains on the suits were obvious. They were suffering, but without complaint. The prisoners were suffering worse, even though they weren't wounded. Ares scanned the area for scrub they could burn, to make a fire to keep the prisoners warm, but there wasn't anything. "Afraid they're going to have to make do. There is nothing we can provide that will help them. Stay here." Ares ran up a hill to gain a better vantage point. He climbed and climbed until only a goat could go farther. He saw movement and pointed. The HFP. Another 20 kilometers, not far from where they were when Ares left them. They had to have a reason for not maneuvering, even if the reason was flawed. In Ares' mind, the battle should have already been over with humanity's victory assured. How many million reinforcements had been denied joining the battle? Ares had delivered a finite number of enemy. His mission was complete. He could have rested on that, taken his section out of the battle, but that wasn't how he operated. Everyone would fight, if they were able, to the last soldier, even if that last soldier was Ares himself. They would fight until the battle was over. Attitude delivered victories as assuredly as good strategy and well-executed tactics. Ares returned to the group. The Skinnies were in a miserable state. There were too many to carry them all, but they could carry some. "Here," he said, but they didn't understand. He found the worst among them and picked him up. Then a second. They sat on his arms and hunched over to hold his helmet. He gestured toward 2 more. It was clear what they had to do if they wanted to survive. Square and P tried to emulate Ares. They couldn't carry 4. They weren't big enough and were injured. Square managed 3, and P, 2. The other Skinnies followed. Ares picked 2 to be carried by Sailorman. "Are you up for this, Darrell? Means the difference between life and death. If we're to ever talk with this race, it starts with this bunch." Darrell nodded and held out his arm. 2 Skinnies climbed aboard. That left 5 aliens without a ride. The soldiers strode quickly, not running so they could maintain their balance. The Skinnies getting rides didn't get any worse. Those trying to keep up did, but they kept at it. They seemed to understand that the humans were trying to help as best they could, and that safety wasn't far away. The group moved in silence, each to his own thoughts. Ares wanted to see battle planner Dante. Darrell wanted to get his story down. Frodo wanted to live. He had made it this far,
as much as it hurt. He didn't want that effort to go to waste. The little things that made life worth living. The efforts of his comrades in arms to kill when necessary and to save lives when that was the right thing to do. "You guys are the best pals anyone could ever have," Frodo muttered. "Save the schmoopiness for someone who won't punch you," Sailor Man replied, and bounced his helmet off Frodo's. Ares walked faster until he was nearly running. The HFP was in sight. He slowed to let the others catch up when he realized they were falling back. "Ares section coming in," he shouted to the sentries, "with injured and prisoners." The group straightened to walk through the lines with their heads held high, loaded with skinnies and carrying Frodo too. "Get a stretcher. Get the security detail," Ares ordered the soldiers. They passed the orders down the line to the consolidated landing area where a shuttle was parked. Battle Planner Dante walked out of it and looked in disbelief at Ares. The skinnies and the injured came with him. Ares was going to see it through to the end. He put the 4 skinnies down and saluted the battle planner. "We need to get this bunch somewhere warm. Plus, I think they need more oxygen than us. We found them underground in support of the bug army, which was manufactured. I can give a more detailed report later." The medics jumped into action to take Frodo and the 2 swing soldiers into the shuttle, where they had a temp sickbay established. Dante gave an order to someone in the shuttle. He waved to a group of soldiers nearby. "We'll take these off your hands." "I promised them my protection," Ares told the soldiers. His implication wasn't lost on them. Anything but good treatment of the prisoners or the soldiers would answer to Ares. "How did you talk with them?" Dante asked. "I told them they were under my protection. I don't think they understood. It doesn't matter. We didn't save their lives just to see them tortured or mistreated. If we're to talk with this race, it starts with this bunch. But I don't have to tell the intel types that." Dante laughed. "You don't, but I do." He glanced around but didn't see what he was looking for. "We have 4 of your soldiers around here somewhere. Take them and head into the rear for rest. I'm pulling you off the line." Ares wanted to ask why they hadn't moved to engage the bug army, but he had been dismissed. If Ares' swing soldiers were there, they'd made their report. Ares had done his duty. There was only one thing for him to say. "Compliance." Ares saluted and left, taking Sailor Man with him. Darrell tried to follow. Ares stopped him. "Turn in that armor and be on your way. You have a story to write." "I want to see this through to the end." Darrell raised his faceplate and straightened. He was still shorter than Ares. He also looked unimpressive with eyes puffy and face flushed from the exertion of helping Frodo and carrying 2 skinnies. "This is the end. We've been taken off the line." "What happened to fighting until you can't fight anymore?" Darrell argued, echoing Ares' earlier thoughts. "Orders. When the battle planner gives orders, they are to be followed. If they need us, they'll call for us. Until then, we eat, rest, and rearm." "Then that's what I'll do." Darrell was ill-equipped for anything he'd done. As soon as he sat down, he'd be out cold. Ares was tired too. He didn't remember the last time he sat down. But tired and done were 2 completely different things. "Let's find the rest of our section." Sailor Man joined him. Darrell followed. Ares had said all he was going to say. It was on Darrell's head if anything bad happened. At least the man knew how to stay out of the way. The 2 went to the collection area, where broken soldiers convalesced. They were in between needing to be medevaced to the ship or returning to the line. Ares felt like he didn't belong. He wasn't a casualty. Not as far as they knew. He should probably get his injury looked at. He wasn't sure if he remembered where it was. The soldiers stood as Ares entered the area. They stood, even if they were just barely able, and saluted as he passed. He saluted back. "What's that about?" Darrell asked Sailor Man. "He's a 4-time Star of Valor winner. There's never been someone with more than 1 before, let alone 4. He'll get another one for what he did here. He deserves them all." "But he lost half his section." Darrell shook his head. Sailorman stepped in front of the reporter, pulled his arm to drag him off balance, and then threw him over his hip, lifting him while yanking down to body slam him. He crashed to the stony ground with a grunt. "You don't ever talk like that. Tell me what Ares could have done to save those men. Tell me that he did less himself than anyone else on the team. You know what we did when he was underground fighting. Do you think he sat down or took a nap? None of that. He eliminated Bug Central by himself, while Frodo, I guess that's his name now, destroyed the control rooms. Those men are heroes. I won't hear you say anything different." "Easy." Ares' voice resonated from behind them. "Get your armor off and get a shower. Get any blisters or sores taken care of. Then meet me at the comm tent." He waved the two away. He needed to find his swing soldiers. He hurried through the recovery area, but his people had heard he'd made it back. They strode briskly in, looking fresh and recovered. "Been in more bug fights?" Swing One asked. "Just a few. Are you rearmed and reloaded?" 5 by 5. Swing spoke for all of them. The others nodded. "Make sure Sailorman and Daryl get cleaned up. Then help Sailorman to get his gear back to 100%. I'm going to the armorer. Frodo gave me this weapon the skinnies used to kill Point 2. "Who's Sailorman? And Point 2 is dead?" "Wheel 3 has a name. Something about circumnavigation. He brought it on himself." Ares laughed with his section. It was good to have his team back together, even if it wasn't all of them. "Who's Frodo?" "Wheel 2. Something about him needing to be carried. I don't know. I wasn't there. They were inside the mountain at the time. Get Sailorman to bring you up to speed." "Who are the skinnies?" Swing 8 asked. He was the youngest member of the team since 9 and 10 had been killed. "A race of beings that are controlling the bugs. Guys, so many questions. Get Sailorman and Daryl talking. They'll never stop. I need to see the armorers about a gun." He walked away before they could ask more questions. He wanted a shower and a refurb on his combat suit. He had a feeling that he would need it soon. He found the rearm point where weapons from dead soldiers had been stacked for cleaning and reissue. The armorers jumped to their feet when he walked in. "This thing fires a sabot round that can penetrate our suits. The skinny soldiers are using them. Take a look and see what we need to protect ourselves from this stuff. It's loaded. I ran out of places to store stuff." "Yes, sir." They took the weapon that Ares had liberated from Frodo. They pointed the barrel skyward while they worked out how to open the breech and clear the weapon. "I need grenades, rockets, and 2 power packs." He tossed 1 pack on the table. "Sir, you know it's a 1-for-1 swap." The armorer put 1 pack on the table as he slid the used one toward him. "Lost it. In combat. Along with a Mark 71. Put it on my tab. I lost the rocket launcher too. That came from my Wheel 4, who perished during first contact. So I'll need another launcher." "Sir, that's not a TO weapon for a section lead," the armorer argued. "Table of organization, that then defined the TE. Table of equipment, so each soldier was given exactly what they were supposed to be given, and nothing more." The others in the tent sucked air through their teeth. The senior armorer, the one who had taken the skinny weapon, pushed the younger soldier aside. "Start cleaning those weapons." The younger soldier crossed his arms. The senior armorer grabbed him by the wrists where he couldn't unfold his arms and threw him to the ground. "I gave you an order." The younger soldier stood. "Compliance is a violation," he started. "Doesn't apply to section leaders. We're given latitude over weaponry. I'll sign for it all. I don't want anything under the table." Ares needed the armorer to learn. He didn't want to see him get beaten into next week. "The weapons and power packs are under the table," the senior armorer pointed. He faced the younger soldier. "Until you know the regs, don't try quoting them. And you never argue with a section lead. You give them whatever they think they need. That's it." The senior armorer dug under the table where crates were stored. "Mortar/rocket launcher, Delta TAC 19er, 1 each. High explosive rockets, 4 each. He looked up to see Ares with his thumbs up, thrusting it higher. I meant 8 each. 8 grenades too? Ares nodded. A second power pack. You want a clean Mark 71? Ares checked his weapon. No. This one has served me well. It'll see me to the end. Ares tucked the ammunition into his small pack and slung the 2 weapons. Much obliged, soldier. Always a pleasure to serve you, Ares. The senior armorer snapped to attention and saluted. He didn't have to do that. This was his tent. Ares returned his salute and headed out. A shower and clean armor. That sounded like what the doctor ordered. A volley of beam rifles woke the camp. Soldiers were running toward the perimeter. Ares was supposed to be stood down. That wasn't his way. He ran for the shower tent to find Sailor Man already putting his armor on, without it getting a quick cleaning. The swing soldiers refreshed the water pack and gave him rations, too. Darrow was still taking a shower. Wheel 4's armor hung on a rack, looking lonely and unloved. Leave him. I need to talk to Dante. Ares section with me. Ares pounded away, invigorated by having a full combat load of arms and ammunition, along with a purpose. Swing 8, get me 2 bladders of water, please, and a supplemental ration pack. Swing 8 sprinted away from the group like his hair was on fire. The rest of them ran to where they had last seen Dante. 2 familiar soldiers walked stiffly out of the shuttle. Square. P. Fall in. He nodded toward the section. They had everyone they were going to have. No point soldiers, and only 1 wheel soldier. Swing soldiers were going to have to do all heavy lifting. Load them up. Ares went inside looking for Dante, but he wasn't there. He was out, managing the battle, something he was supposed to do. Why hadn't he moved the force to a better position was lost on Ares. He found the 4 outside. Did you deliver the message on the Bug Army's location? Yes. We packed up and we moved out, but then we came back here. Seems this is the only place with suitable landing sites for our orbital resupply, Swing 1 replied. Ares didn't have to like the plan. He only had to comply. Knowing why was important if he were to offer assistance in a way that the battle planner couldn't refuse. We've been up there. We've seen the areas in between. We need to go where the bugs aren't to hit them from the flank or rear. That's their greatest vulnerability. Exploit it. And we can't do that from here. He delivered the arm signal for them to follow, and they fell in behind him. It wasn't difficult to locate Dante. He had a parade of people who ran to him, and then ran off. Ares trooped the line to better understand where the bugs were coming from. A broad front, wider than they were deep, to get the most from their numbers. Hit the line simultaneously with overwhelming power, like a phalanx of old. Bring the most firepower to bear at one time. 20 million energy weapons delivering their charge at one time. It would wither the force like a fresh flower placed under a blazing sun. The front line was a shadow of its former self. The force had lost more soldiers in the first engagement than Ares estimated. The injuries had piled up, and the soldiers had been evacuated. That left an army that was half what it had been when a smaller bug army attacked in the first engagement of the 2 main forces. Ares returned to Battle Planner Dante, waiting impatiently for others to deliver their tidbits of information. He waved each quickly away until he saw Ares. Glad you ignored my order. Seems like they've changed their tactics. We won't be able to weather their charge. Let's see if your recommendation and my plan have something in common. Seed this ground. Evacuate everything and head downhill. Then split the force left and right to loop back and create a killing ground covered by artillery, and 2 forces converging on the bug army from the flanks. I'll take my section uphill, into Bug Central, right up the middle, and climb that outcropping. My section will hit them from behind and drive them into your pincers. He raised his binoculars. You think you can get up that rock? Yes. It's the only place where we have command, but not for very much longer. The bugs will swarm around it soon. If we go, we have to go now. Take your section, and good hunting. Chapter 20. Foot Race. Fire and keep firing. Compliance. Ares was already loping toward the front line before Dante delivered the order to the section leaders to evacuate and split the force. No one was going to remain behind,
since nothing could stem or even slow the bug army on its way down the hill. They needed to stay in front of the race downhill. Ares vaulted over the front lines as the soldiers abandoned their positions to feign a full retreat. "Originator, hear my prayer. Grant us victory, for your honor, in your name," Ares muttered as he ran. No time to do it right. The Originator would have to compromise and show Ares grace. Section leaders had the hardest job to keep it all together through the run downhill and then turn to higher ground on both the left and right. It was incumbent upon Ares' section to attrite the bug numbers to a manageable level for the remainder of the force. Ares sprinted up the hill. It was a foot race to get to the hillside and start climbing before the Scudagarans could shoot them. Limited intelligence following orders issued before the underground complex caved in. Would they be able to adjust based on the ebb and flow of combat? The battle plan didn't suggest they were going to do anything other than use their numbers to act like an ocean's tide and cleanse the beach of refuse, leaving nothing but smooth sand in their wake. Ares didn't want to have anything to do with that. The only way to defeat an unstoppable force was to avoid being the immovable object. Distraction and disarray would change the dynamics. Mines were another forbidden weapon by the treaty. Not that the HFP could have dug holes to emplace them. The topsoil was no more than a few centimeters at its deepest. Maneuver warfare. Dante had come to the same conclusion, but with a diminished force. He needed to draw the bugs into a single place for a single combat. He had used the location to resupply and refresh the force as they shone like a beacon to the bug army. Now that they had drawn them in, he could spring his trap. It would have sprung the same whether Ares defied death or not. He thought he was needed. Ares always knew that this was the final battle. There was no way he was going to miss it. No one fought his battles. Ever. The four-swing soldiers that had been resting with the force kept up with Ares' mad rush toward the rocky outcropping. P and Square were falling back. They had been injured and were still injured, but they showed up when called. That was worthy of respect. But they wouldn't be around long if they couldn't reach the outcropping. Respect was there, even if they died earning it. But they shouldn't die for no reason besides misplaced honor. "Keep up," Ares called over his shoulder. He was first to the rocks. He took a moment to look for the best way up. The first ledge was a good 3 meters high with no footholds. He vaulted upward, caught the edge, and pulled himself up. Wheel 1 hit the wall and kicked off. Ares caught his hand and pulled him up. One took the duty to pull the others up, while Ares looked for the next path. One foothold and a handhold after another, he climbed to the next level. Swing 2, 6, and then 7 mirrored Swing 1's maneuver, and each was hauled up to start the next phase of the climb. Square hit the wall and tried to kick off, but he wasn't straight on, and his foot slipped along the rocks. He tumbled to the ground, where P stumbled over him, foiling his attempt at getting to the shelf. "Go!" Square ordered while lying on his back. Delay wasn't going to help the others get into position. "I'll give you a boost." P pulled him to his feet. Square moved under the shelf and made a cradle with his hands. P stepped into them. Square rose and lifted his arms. P hooked his elbows over the ledge and dragged his torso higher, stepping on Square's shoulders, where he received an extra push from below. P pulled himself up. He spun around to offer his hand. Square jogged a few steps down the hill and then took another run. He didn't hit the rock fast enough and couldn't jump high enough. Square ran farther down the hill and then turned to run at the rocks. The first bugs swarmed around the outcropping. With a burst of adrenaline from the fear of getting swamped, he bolted forward, hit the rock, and jumped almost too high. P reached out to grab his hand, but missed, and caught him by the elbow, where he didn't have as good a grip. P flailed with his second hand to wrap both around Square's one arm, where he couldn't use his hand to grip anything. He held the ledge with his left hand and hung there, unable to pull himself up farther. P was unable to change his grip or lever himself to get Square onto the shelf. The two remained like that. P couldn't let go, because the bugs filled in the space below on their headlong rush down the hill. The bugs didn't look up or attempt to climb the rock, even though they could, as the soldiers had learned. But that would require independent thought they didn't have.
They were drones sent by an order from a dying leader. Ares' section had left little in the caves untouched, and the bugs had to be following their last command, nothing more. It was time to do or die. If the bugs won, then what? Without the skinnies to call their ships with the news, would that count as a victory? The bugs were never going to leave Espinar 4. Tens of millions of them? That was never the plan. The plan was to have the survivors be few, but that there would be some at the cost of all the humans. Little different from a Pyrrhic victory, while still being a complete and overwhelming victory. Just not for the Scudigarans. The skinnies were the real adversary. They couldn't face the HFP. They weren't built for the rigors of real combat, but they could build something that was. The care and feeding of a modern army came with a long logistics train, unless you manufactured living drones on site with a few massive tanks of biomass. The skinnies possessed technology that humans didn't have. The intel types needed to crack the language barrier between the two races for a hearty discussion. If the skinnies could become an ally, how many fewer wars would humanity have to fight? Ares climbed until there was space beneath him for the others to stand and wait for the bug army to pass. With a frontage kilometers wide but thin, all their firepower massed side by side, it wouldn't take long for them to pass. Ares watched the enemy, looking for a weakness, but they presented as a single force flowing toward the HFP positions. He kept glancing down at P and Square, hanging precariously off the lowest shelf while the enemy army ran past. In a minute, it was over. The army continued downhill. "Go, go, go!" Ares ordered. P mercifully dropped Square, and then crawled over the shelf and hung until he could drop the last meter to the ground. The uninjured soldiers jumped from the shelf, landing hard, but were ready to press the attack. Ares also jumped from the shelf. He hit the ground running. Without saying a word, the others came after him. He gestured for them to spread out to his flanks. He pulled his Mark 71 to the front and set it to full automatic. "Fire the FPF!" he roared. The final protective fire. His beam rifle spit energy into the back ranks, exploding their weapons or missing and hitting a bug instead. One dead and many. Sailorman was to the left, with Square and P. The 4 other swing soldiers were to the right. They opened up on line and en masse. The soldiers spread farther apart, creating more space to limit overlap. They didn't need to kill the bugs twice. They just needed to kill as many as possible. This wasn't a time to do anything but hose down the bugs with maximum lethality. Wheel 3, Sailorman, and Ares rotated their mortars up front and pumped 4 high-explosive rockets halfway into the enemy formation. They rotated back to Mark 71s and fired. The bugs fell in droves before the onslaught, and not a single enemy beam reached back to touch the human soldiers. Deliver death without risk. It was the epitome of tactics. Ares might have felt bad not giving the enemy a chance, but they weren't to be given such consideration. They were little more than things that rolled out of a factory. What was their intelligence? They knew enough to bite at the joints on the combat armor. Rudimentary intelligence. Enough to create a limited perception. An enemy like any other, with both strengths and shortcomings. Ares fired until the barrel on his weapon glowed. Then he dropped the spent energy pack and put the new one in. He rotated to the mortar and lobbed his last 4 rounds toward the front of the formation. "Hey!" Sailorman groused. He fired them and returned to his rifle, but Ares shot 2 more rockets. He carried the standard load of 6 for a wheel soldier. You should have known that Ares didn't do anything to the standard. The soldiers continued the bug slaughter. The mob slowed after it passed well beyond the HFP camp. Tents had been left standing during the hasty departure. The bugs left them alone. The enemy didn't continue into the kill zone. Ares stopped, but continued to fire. The bugs had started to fall for the ruse, but that was at an end. Ares had to consider that they may have inherent intelligence, or there was a smart bug with them issuing orders. All the bugs looked identical. He couldn't tell one from another, and there weren't any skinnies with them. He risked a look over his shoulder to make sure, but saw nothing. Sailorman followed his lead, wondering what Ares was looking for up the hill. They continued to fire until the bug army started to turn. "Uh-oh," Sailorman said far too loudly. "Run!" Ares ordered. The soldiers hesitated because they weren't sure where Ares wanted them to go, but he didn't wait. He bolted straight into the bug army, firing to his side, halfway between straight ahead and straight right. The other soldiers ran after him like their feet were on fire. This was the turning point. It would make or break the battle. "Would you look at that?" Square shouted. "Ares' section alone in the company of 1,000,000,000 bugs." "Sounds familiar," Sailorman shouted back. He whooped and fired as bug weapons made their slow turn in his direction. The soldiers cleared a path for themselves by shooting and stomping, but it slowed their progress. Losing their footing would be a death sentence. Everything ended with either them dying or the bugs dying. That was the way of the final battle in any war. All in, or all dead. Humanity had tried to bluff and gotten called. Ares would keep going if he reached the other side. Keep going until he ran into friendly forces. Until then, they had a lot of fighting in front of them. The first Scudagaran energy beam slashed through the air near Ares' head. The bugs were turning and taking aim. Then all hell was unleashed. Chapter 21. Determination. Survive to live. Ares ducked as low as he could go, taking himself out of the immediate target lines of the bug beam weapons. He held his weapon low and fired at bug height. It blasted a swath through the creatures. He waved the barrel back and forth as he moved forward at an agonizingly slow pace. He clicked over to the semi-automatic firing mode and pulled the trigger quickly, but not like full auto. He needed the energy pack to power his weapon for a while longer. It wasn't time to waste it. "Tactical fire! Tactical fire!" Ares shouted left and then right. He could no longer see his entire section. "Keep moving! Downhill! Go!" He couldn't hear the Mark 71s over the noise of the bug weapons. Energy weapons crackled, and the beam weapons cracked with each capacitor discharge. The sounds were distinct and different, but this was battle, and there was a flood of noise. The combat helmet filtered out what didn't matter and lessened the impact of that which did. None of it was deafening. It was too much sound competing for attention and limited to what the suit let through. What Ares wanted to hear was the reports from his soldiers. He wanted to know they were still with him. Energy weapons scorched and skipped off his armor. He wondered if his backpack was still on. He expected it wasn't, but he had used all his spare ammunition and energy. The only thing he had lost was food and water. This engagement wasn't going to drag out long enough for that to matter. He'd be back on the ship before he had to eat something. He had the nasty suit water for an emergency. For now, the only thing that mattered was executing the new plan. Kill bugs while recovering to the HFP for however they were determined to address the change in the bug tactics. "Report!" Ares bellowed, maintaining as low a profile as possible. He was making agonizingly slow progress, keeping his fire from 10 to 2, using the old clockhand method for directing fire. He kept the closest bugs from shooting him while clearing the way for him to pass. Downhill. Always downhill. "Wheel 3, Sailorman called out. Positions were more important than nicknames. There was no doubt with the position. "Swing 1. "Swing 2. "Swing 4, a strained voice called. After a delay, "Swing 7. "Swing 8. They were missing swing 6. "Swing 8. Do you see 6? Ares asked, never taking his eyes off the targets ahead. They had to be getting closer to the far end, what used to be the front of the formation. He fired and pounded ahead. He finally stood, because the firing had stopped. He was at the front, now the rear of the bug formation. The gap where 6 should have been was 100 meters back. Ares set his Mark 71 to full auto and set out to collect his soldier. The rifle bucked in his hand and started to misfire. It seized and buzzed as the circuits fried. Ares grabbed it in his armored fists by the glowing barrel and swung it like a club, wading through the sea of bugs. Swing 7 moved toward the gap, clearing space where Ares was headed. There! Swing 4 stood upright and pointed at a spot at least 100 meters from where they were. Ares couldn't run in front of the bugs. He couldn't expose his back to a barrage of energy weapons. Slow and steady, he continued unabated, swinging his Mark 71 like a scythe. The others changed direction to coverage on the motionless pile of armor. Swing 7 fired into the bug mob behind Ares to keep his 6 o'clock clear of enemies. Swing 4 fired in front of Ares, getting rewarded by a barrage of fire that washed over the injured swing soldier. He staggered and went down. Ares roared in fury and redoubled his efforts, swinging his rifle and motoring toward Swing 6. Wheel 3 headed toward Swing 4. His rifle continued to belch energy beams at a weakening foe. Having made it to the other side, with few rows of enemy remaining, they found the bugs stopping once more. The flood they were happy to be past was beginning to turn once more. Ares abandoned his efforts to bludgeon the bugs between him and Swing 6. He sprinted, jinking left and right, ducking and jumping to make himself a harder target. Swing 7 sprayed the area behind, but there were too many bugs. They focused their fire on Ares. Energy beams lashed the leader's armor. Ares went down, but by choice. He low-crawled toward the downed swing soldier, grabbing his collar to drag him out of the bug army. But energy weapons had cut through his neck joint and nearly taken his head off. Swing 6 was long dead. Ares had lost too many soldiers, but if he wanted to die and take the rest of his section with him, he could continue his efforts to carry the lifeless body of Swing 6 off the battlefield. "He's dead," Ares announced. The pain throughout his body screamed at him that he had not come through unscathed. Swing 7 had cleared a path behind him. Ares lurched to his feet and hatcheted his arm down the hill. "Run," he ordered, "before they turn back." Swing 4 crawled ahead and pushed off to get to his feet. He staggered toward the edge of the bug army. His arms hung loosely by his side. His rifle dangled from his hand until it fell. Ares plowed through the last rank of bugs toward his injured soldier. He ducked in front of him and let Swing 4 fall over his shoulder. Ares hoisted him up and loped downhill. The other soldiers ran free of the bug army and ran after him. Not a single soldier had made it through unscathed. The bug army was turning, slowly but assuredly. "Hurry," Ares called over his shoulder. The others didn't increase speed. Swings 1, 2, 7, and 8. Wheel 3. Ares carried Swing 4. 7 survivors of the final battle. 7 targets of a massive bug army. A depression in the ground ahead with a small, rocky outcropping. A place where only a few bugs at a time could come over the top at them. "Here! Get in here!" Ares shouted. He vaulted the small rise of stone and landed beyond it. He placed Swing 4 against the rocks. He rotated his mortar tube forward, gripped it like a baseball bat, and waited. One by one, the others jumped into the depression and lined up next to Ares, aiming their rifles at the space where the bugs would come over. "It was a good run, Ares," Square muttered. "Sorry I held you up." "For those about to die," Sailorman started. "Screw that. I want to know how you got 8 rockets from those twisted panty armorers. Standard load is 6. Swing 8 backhanded him across the chest. "We've got minutes to live, and you're complaining about the armorers?" "Sure. 2 rockets would have come in real handy about now, don't you think?" "Grenades," Ares said. He had not forgotten about them, but they would have been as much a threat to the soldiers as the bugs had they used them in the open. "We have minutes left to win this fight. So how about we live in the originator's glory? Grenades!" The soldiers pulled the ordnance around to the front of their armor, loosed a grenade, and prepared to activate it. "Standard spread. Positive approach. 0 degrees. Prepare to throw." Ares delivered the fire order. He popped up to see how close the bugs had gotten and pulled his head down before they could shoot at him. "Fire in the hole!" Ares threw his grenade first, and the others angled theirs off of his to deliver a pattern. "Rearm," he stated. The soldiers prepared a second grenade. "Fire!" They threw together.
Get down!
They covered themselves and aimed their weapons above Square's head. It wasn't the safest place for the injured soldier to be. Square closed his eyes. A scream from overhead and an explosion from beyond the rocky barrier that was all that separated Ares' section from the remaining bug army. The sky above filled with air-shredding shrieks. The ground shook with the thunder and violence of their explosions. It continued until it resonated only in its absence. Soldiers poured over the small hillsides and fired into the remnants of the bug army, shattering it on the rock of Espinar 4. Ares let his mortar rest across his lap, the only weapon available to him, to use as a club. Because he was going to fight until he could no longer. He leaned back, and with the violence of a battle turned in their favor raging in front of his position, he fell asleep.
Is he dead?
A voice asked. Someone shook Ares and pulled him up. He opened his eyes and stared at the soldier through his raised faceplate. Only one person could override a lead suit, and that was a battle planner. Dante leaned over the rocky edge of the depression where Ares and his soldiers had hidden for their last stand.
Battle planner?
Ares saluted as part of his greeting.
Were you asleep?
Dante asked with a hint of both surprise and respect.
I was tired,
Ares replied matter-of-factly.
It was the battle for control of Espinar 4. It was the last battle, and it appears we've won.
Dante looked for a response from Ares, but he didn't give one.
Then I have nothing else to report regarding my observations regarding the disposition of the bug army. Since it's over, I'd like to get my soldiers medical care and then recover to the ship for rest. We need to turn in our gear for repair and cleaning. If you could point me in the right direction, I'd appreciate it. You're bleeding, Ares.
Dante pointed to Ares' hip plate.
Why don't you get yourself seen, too? Take your armor off and pile it outside this hole. Medical staff are on their way.
Dante straightened and looked over the battlefield. Mark 71s barked a long way behind him. He didn't flinch.
Are you going to make me say it? Say what, sir?
Ares had unsecured his helmet and taken it off. Short but matted hair stuck to his scalp. Stubble covered his face. Dried blood trails stained his neck.
Without your actions, we may not have won this battle. Running through the bug army was the most insane thing I've ever seen. I wouldn't have believed it had I not seen it with my own eyes. I'd say you need to see the ship shrink, but your kind of crazy is best if we don't interfere with it. Take care, Ares section. You're off the clock, and you'll be off planet on the first shuttle to orbit.
Dante saluted and walked away without waiting for Ares to return the gesture.
Sailor man, are you with us?
Where else would I be? The soldier replied, but he made no move to get up. Ares reached down to help the soldier remove his armor, after making sure the medics were close, in case something went awry as often happened. Removing armor could make the injuries worse by releasing compression or tearing flesh caught in shredded equipment. Sailorman's helmet was first off.
Have I mentioned how ugly you are?
Sailorman quipped, looking at Ares through eyes that had a difficult time focusing.
You should keep your helmet on.
Ares released the other armor elements one by one. The injuries worsened with every new area exposed. We'll take over, a voice said from outside the hole. He motioned for the soldiers to leave the depression. The swing soldiers stepped out. Ares was last to move. He didn't need to tell them to take care of his soldier. That's what they were there for. He only stated the obvious.
Sailorman is important to my section. He's a good soldier.
Of course, the medic replied without looking away from his patient. A second medic climbed in to help remove the combat armor. Ares finally climbed out. The battlefield was a blackened wasteland peppered by craters. A vast army had spent its last there. Every single one of the enemy's soldiers had been blasted. Whether the biological drones violated the restrictions on robot soldiers was for the politicians and diplomats to decide. The real enemy had a face, and it wasn't the bugs. The skinnies. Aries dropped his chest plate to the ground. He removed the padded undershirt, heavily stained with sweat and blood. He tossed it on the ground and flexed his muscles in a vain attempt to loosen the tension. He was dehydrated, and his muscles shook with spasms. Here, Swing 6 handed his canteen to the section lead. Aries took it, knowing that they would have access to all the water they needed. He wasn't depriving a member of his squad.
Holy originator!
A medic gasped as Aries' leg armor fell to the ground. A chunk was gone from his knee, and the blood that had pooled in his boot oozed out.
I thought that thing bit me,
Aries said without bravado. The medic looked at it before spraying it with an antibiotic and artificial skin component.
Not as bad as it looks. I lost some skin, but it scraped off the bone and missed the tendon.
You're fine. Well, on that one.
The wounds on your waist, neck, back, and arm warrant attention. We're calling for a stretcher.
No, Aries stated.
No one carries me off a battlefield. I walk or die fighting. You're Aries, right? The medic asked. I should have known. Billy Bob, take this bunch to medevac. Most Ricky Tick. Fast as you can.
The others were a mess. None of them were free of bloodstains. Aries looked them over and nodded.
You're real soldiers. I'm proud to fight alongside you. Come on before you knuckle-draggers get all schmoopy, the medic said.
He led the way downhill, and he kept looking back to see the soldiers were following. They all limped, even Aries, until they stopped.
What about him?
Aries nodded toward the depression.
They'll get him down.
A shadow passed over the man as the shuttle swooped overhead.
We'll carry him,
Aries offered. Absolutely not. The medic faced them and stabbed a finger at the red cross on white armband. In matters of battlefield injuries, I have the final say.
Fine. You can take one handle,
Aries said. The group headed back up the hill and waited for the stretcher. Once it arrived, the medics eased sailormen onto it. The medic stood his ground and wouldn't let Aries help carry. The less injured swing soldiers took their handles quickly to keep the lead from jumping in.
Don't drop him,
Aries quipped. He led the way down the hill toward where the shuttle landed. Every muscle in his body ached. The pain that he had fought against renewed its assault on his nervous system. He tried not to limp, but his knee was injured more than the loss of a little skin. It made him wonder if the bug bite had carried a toxin or something simple that was harmful to human life. It would give the docs on ship a reason to explore every pore on his body. He wasn't looking forward to that. He appreciated the combat medics, but did his best to avoid them. The medic with them bumped the group to the front of the short line. The combat had yielded few injuries, and most of those were minor. The least injured of Aries' section was worse than anyone else in line. They readily moved aside to let the men carrying the stretcher through. Aries glanced at them, humbled by their looks of awe. His heavily scarred and injured body suggested he never left a battlefield without an injury as a testament to his engagements. Hushed whispers marked him. The name Aries passed through the support team like wildfire among prairie grasses. Chapter 22. Recovery. Are we done? Aries woke up with an IV stuck in his arm, his leg in a cast, and the tightness in his waist and neck where stitches pulled his skin. He tried to sit up, but found himself held down by a loose chest strap.
Get this thing off me,
he growled in a raspy, dry voice.
There you are. Welcome back, a doctor said.
Aries was instantly confused. The docs stayed on the ship. They were a commodity that was too hard to replace for the HFP to casually put them in harm's way. They were in a tent, and not on a ship, if Aries' eyes weren't deceiving him.
You're wondering how I got here, the doc started. I stowed away. Made myself useful until they dragged me back to the ship and threw me in the brig. Alas, such is life. But while I was here, you needed attention, so I threw a few bandages on you to make you look more banged up than you really are.
I knew it.
Unhook me, Doc. I'll return to my squad.
I've said a bunch of things, and all of them were lies except one. Can you guess which one that was?" Aries tried to relax and failed miserably.
"Can you at least sit me up?"
The doc nodded to someone Aries couldn't see. His bed cranked up until he was sitting but slightly reclined. He was stiff, stiffer than he felt he should have been.
"Lies versus truth, Aries. You're not taking me out of the service."
It was a statement that broached no opportunity for a refusal. The doctor laughed. "Normal people would look at any chance to head home and avoid the madness of war, but soldiers! I swear, you people are just different. No, Aries, you'll be fine and back in fighting shape before you have to get back into the fight. Nothing major, and it's all fixed, both inside and out. You lost a lot of blood. I'm surprised you remained conscious."
"Too busy to go to sleep. My section was under fire."
Another matter-of-fact statement. In the service of Janus 7. Soldiers fought humanity's wars against the aliens. They fought for honor. They fought for each other. Passing out from loss of blood isn't the same as taking a nap. But you didn't. It's easier on us when patients walk into the clinic than if we have to carry them. Aries undid the strap across his chest. The doctor and nearby orderlies didn't stop him. "That was for your own safety. We expected when you came to, you'd try to get up and leave." The corner of Aries' lip twitched upward.
"You weren't wrong."
"You're getting your last bag of blood. Once that's in you, we'll give you a bag of normal saline to top you off. Then you can leave. No workouts until we remove the stitches. Maybe a week. That'll be done on board Antilles. Congratulations. You and your section have an all-expense-paid return trip to orbit."
"Are we done down here? Bugs are cleaned up?"
"Let me ask the battle planner if he's able to see you." The doc motioned to an orderly, and they hurried from the tent. The doc smiled and moved to the next patient, who was intubated and unconscious.
"Sailor Man," Aries called. "You get better. We need you."
"Hoorah, Aries," a voice called from behind him. Aries leaned as far as he could to see Sailor Man behind him and not beside him.
"Good."
"I thought you were going to get all weepy and huggy on us. We're here, at least those who made it through. Point 1 and Wheel 2 are on the ship. Swings 1, 2, 4, and 8 are annoying people over there." Aries couldn't see where he pointed.
"Here, sir,"
5 voices shouted in unison. "Quiet," the doc called, raising his hands in the vain hope of regaining control.
"Looks like you're gonna have to kick us out, Doc. Unruly sort's damaging your calm."
"I promised to drink lots of water. Unhook me, and we'll call it a deal," Aries said. "I heal. I impart my medical knowledge upon the sick and injured. I don't do deals. You'll get your saline, and you'll like it." "Hey," Sailor Man called. "He sounds like one of us." The swing soldiers chanted, "One of us! One of us!" The doc raised his hands once more, with his eyes closed while he struggled to find peace. The swing soldiers' chant drifted off. "Orderly, remove the IV and check them out, but escort them to the shuttle pad to await pickup. Otherwise, they'll run off." He rounded on Aries. "I swear, for a soldier whose actions have been recognized at the highest levels, you are nothing more than a toddler." Aries waved to the doctor. "Sounds like we can go. Get your gear and meet me outside in 5. "Straight to the ship. No detours." The doc stared at Aries. Aries stared back.
"Sure, Doc. Thanks for patching us up."
"I should have known better than to try and keep you here." The doc shook his head and returned his attention to the unconscious soldier.
"Nothing personal, Doc."
Aries held out his arm for the orderly to remove the needle.
"Put pressure on that,"
she ordered. She prepared a bandage to go over the gauze. Aries removed his finger, and she taped the gauze into place. He threw his legs over the side of the bed to find he was butt naked. There were no boots or clothes in the vicinity.
"Orderly?"
Aries ventured.
"Everything you need is in the next tent. We washed you in betadine solution. No shower for 3 days."
I'm good for 4, maybe even 5 days, Sailorman said. He started whistling and walked out, followed by the swing soldiers.
Did you give them pain relievers?
Aries wondered.
Oh yeah, a lot. Keep your eye on them.
She winked at him. He moved. He was stiff and in pain.
And me?
Local anesthetic only in your case. The battle planner was rather insistent on not giving you drugs. We did pump you full of antibiotics, though. No one knows where that bug mouth has been, or what grows in there. Aries knew. The vision of the bug generator rushed to the forefront of his thoughts.
Thank you, ma'am.
He headed outside to find the others hadn't waited. They were in the next tent, where barracks clothing was being thrown at them by a soldier behind a stack of small unit shipping boxes.
This is too small,
Swing 8 complained.
It's fine, shrimp,
the soldier barked from behind the counter. 8 lunged forward, but Sailorman caught him before he went too far. Step back. There was a slight pause where 8 clenched his teeth so hard his head began to vibrate.
Are you taking care of my section?
They get the same thing everyone else gets. You ruin your clothes and expect me to pamper you? Ain't happening. The soldier stopped rummaging around in the clothing stocks and leaned back with his arms crossed. Most of Aries' section was still naked.
You're clearly having a bad day, Aries said softly. How about you take a short break, and we'll get clothes that fit. Then we'll clean this up for you. Does that sound like a good deal?
The soldier didn't move.
It is a good deal,
Aries stated. He humped himself around the makeshift counter. The soldier was a wisp of a man compared to Aries, but the section lead was heavily bandaged. The other soldiers were too, and were hurting despite their joviality. Got a smoke? The soldier asked. Aries held up his arms and chuckled.
If I had one hidden on my person, you definitely wouldn't want to have anything to do with it.
Fair enough, the soldier said, then cracked a smile.
Sorry, guys. It is a garbage day.
He walked out from behind the counter, took in the soldiers for a moment, and left the tent.
4 and 8, make yourselves useful. Get us the right size gear, and then organize the remainder, smallest to largest, folded with the tags out so he can quickly see what size he's grabbing. After the way he talked to us, you want us to help him?
Sailorman asked. The tent, like all expeditionary tents, smelled of creosote and paint thinner. It could be erected in less than a minute with pneumatic supports and braces. It was little more than a bouncy house, while being much less fun.
You heard the man. He's having a bad day. We're on hold for the next shuttle, so we have time. Let's make his life a little bit easier. And then later, when we mess up, maybe he'll hook us up so we don't look so bad to the head shed.
Like you would ever look bad, Sailorman said. He worked his way around the counter to help the others organize and arrange the restocks. Swing 8 passed clothing to Aries. It was the biggest size they had in stock, but not the largest size made. Aries put the trousers and blouse on, despite it being tight on his bandages. He looked over the footwear. Little more than slippers.
Anyone know where our armor is?
On the battlefield last I saw it, Sailorman replied over his shoulder. Right where Dante told us to put it.
I'll find it. When you've got this place in order, get to the shuttle pad and await pickup.
No way, Sailorman started to argue. At Aries' look, he shriveled.
Compliance.
Aries nodded and was gone.
Battle planner,
Aries said with a nod.
Why are you at the medical? I told them to come get me when you were awake.
Here, sir. The medic waved from the line of people that Aries had passed to get to Dante. He waved the medic forward.
Tell them you reported as ordered. I'm sure your attention is needed over there.
Sir. The medic jogged away.
Good job on this one, Aries. How do you feel about the promotion?
To what?
Battle planner. BP Aries has a ring to it.
Dante rubbed his chin.
Wouldn't you rather have me out there carrying a Mark 71?
Aries pointed toward the mountains.
I know I would. You have a point. Promotion withdrawn. You'll get an increase in pay regardless. And I'm putting you in for 2 stars after this one. I can't believe the messes you get yourself into, and more importantly, get yourself out of. Your actions saved a lot of lives on Espinar 4, probably including mine, and every other officer in this man's peace force.
Ares didn't nod or otherwise acknowledge the compliments.
Can you tell me where I can find my armor? You'll get it back when you're on Antilles. This one's over. Accept the win and get some rest.
What about the skinnies? The air seemed less crisp than it had before. It was almost stale. The smell of too much death spoiled the planet's purity.
They're already on the ship. I think you should check in on them when you get there. Seems they're reluctant to respond. You're the only one who has made any connection with them.
You need me to do Intel's job for them?
Seems so, Dante replied with a cold edge.
Ares could push no further.
Compliance.
He sounded defeated. But the battle was over. Humanity lived on, and getting the skinnies to talk would be an intel coup. It was another challenge, a different and better one. He needed to rest his body, and he knew it. He saluted and looked the long way back to the shuttle pad. He walked slowly, keeping his thoughts to himself about the battle, the victory, and those they'd leave behind. A point, 2 wheel, and 4 swing soldiers killed. The other point, and both wheel soldiers severely injured. 2 swing soldiers severely injured. The rest injured, including Ares. None of his were life-threatening, but adding them all together, it made for a close shave. Close in others' minds. Ares had never felt like he was at risk of dying from his injuries. He only had to kill time until he could work out again, prepare for the next deployment. He wanted to talk to the armorers about the Sabo rounds. Could they add a couple to the wheel soldiers' loadout? He thought it was a good question. The fleet deployment had a munition ship with them to manufacture ammunition and inorganic supplies when they found suitable raw materials in asteroid belts or on moons they passed during their transit to the battle planet. They could never carry as much finished products as they needed. That would require more of a supply train than they already had. Dozens of cargo pushers in addition to the troop hauler. Ares was happy being a soldier, if that was the right word. The word gratified better described his place in the universe. What would he be if he weren't a soldier? He couldn't fathom. A glimmer in the clear sky signaled the inbound shuttle. Ares increased his pace by lengthening his stride, moving faster without working harder. After 5 paces, he slowed. Neither his knee nor his hip could support the effort. He'd get to the landing pad when he got there. They'd take a while to load up, he figured. In any case, he'd go when he was able. He'd been summoned to see Battle Planner Dante. That's how he remembered it. The shuttle arrived, nearly silent anti-gravity drives bringing it in the last 100 meters to the ground. It was still 500 meters away. That was a long ways. His head started to swim from lack of fluids. He didn't have any of the water he promised to chug. Swing 8 appeared out of nowhere.
"Sir," he said to get Ares' attention, "I was sent to check up on you. Are you going to make it?"
"If I don't, then you don't, and you'll be in more trouble than me," Ares suggested.
"I'm not leaving without you, but we don't want to hold it for too long. Fredo might get accused of piracy."
Ares draped an arm over 8's shoulders. They walked faster with smaller steps. Missing movement was a major charge. It didn't matter where Ares had gone. The flyboys had their schedules to maintain. Don't upset the dinner tray. Hot chow. The thought of it made Ares smile. The 2 soldiers hobbled down the hill and onto the shuttle pad. The engines buzzed as they ran at the lowest output. A load chief waved for Ares and Swing 6 to hurry. They maintained the same pace. They were already at max hurry. Ares should have stayed in bed until the saline had been administered. His ego didn't want anyone to think he allowed himself to be pampered.
"Water?"
he asked when he made eye contact with the crew chief.
"Inside."
He jerked a thumb over his shoulder dismissively. He didn't care who any of the passengers were. He only cared about turning the bird around at the speed of heat to stay on schedule. This was one of many trips between Antilles and Espinar 4. Aries gestured for 8 to go first. Then he boarded with his head held high and walking without a hitch or a limp. He helped himself to a water pack stored behind the seat. The crew chief glared at him. "Doctor's orders." "Those are for the crew," he said. "We don't carry any for the passengers. This flight is only 20 minutes. You can do without until you get to the ship." Aries popped the cap and drained the bottle. "I'm going to take another one, and then I'll replace them double after we get to the ship. I'll be waiting for you in 40 to 45 minutes on your next turn. You have my word." "Is the word of a soldier any good?" Aries and his soldiers were in nondescript outfits without ranks displayed. "They call me Aries." The crew chief nodded tersely. "Your word is good with me. Sorry for giving you a hard time. Take what you need. We have more than enough. But no one else. We don't have enough for all the packs." "I understand." Aries finished 2 bottles and took 2 to the only open seat. He strapped in. The crew chief checked the passengers over before banging on the hatch to the cockpit. The rear door sealed, and the crew chief took his place in the jump seat. Aries leaned back and was further pressed into his seat as they accelerated skyward, fast enough to break free of the planet's atmosphere. The ride might have been rough. It could have been smooth. Aries didn't know. He slept through it. The next thing he knew, they were touching down in Antilles' hangar. The landing skids magnetically locked to the deck, and the rear door unsealed. "You're home. Don't take this the wrong way, but get the hell off my shuttle." Aries handed the 2 bottles he had taken but not drank. "Keep 'em. Compliments of Paxton crew. You don't need to refill us. But if they're having anything good on the mess deck, there are 3 of us would chow down on it. Like hogs to the trough." "I'll see what I can do," Aries replied. It wasn't a promise, but in Aries' mind it was. He would try to get them 3 hot meals, unless it was those boiled mini cabbages. No one liked those, but they were high in iron and provided other useful nutrients. The HFP was fueled by real food. Hard men and women would risk their lives for a good meal. When existing on protein packs, morale dropped so badly that hot chow would be delivered to the objective, no matter how many mess specialists had to die to get it there. There was no army without the soldiers. Aries stalked off the hangar bay deck and made a beeline for the mess deck. Talk and thoughts of hot chow made him realize it had been a long time since he had last eaten. The soldiers of Aries' section followed him into the bowels of the ship. He'd been on board Antilles from the beginning of his service and knew it like it was his home. His quarters were on deck 4, his soldiers were on 5, and the mess was deck 8. Gravity was heavier the lower one went in the ship. The smell of food broke through the antiseptic smell of the ship's air and reached them long before they arrived. There was no line into the corridor. Most of the force had not yet returned from planetside. Aries would allow no interruptions over the next half hour. Feeding the body was every bit as important as feeding the soul. Chapter 23. Skinnies. Know yourself, but know the enemy too. I don't want to see your ugly faces for the next 24 hours. Sleep until you're hungry. Eat until you're tired. Repeat. Aries emphasized each point by smacking his knife hand into his palm. Compliance, the section replied with vigor. He waited until they were out of sight before heading to the 3rd deck, where Intel hid their affairs. Would he be welcome? Not until they realized he might be able to break the skinnies, get them to open up. That stop wouldn't be first. He had injured soldiers being treated. Aries headed back to the hangar deck. The medical spaces were adjacent, since the injured were always transported by shuttle to the ship. From the shuttle to surgery in mere seconds, when a minute could mean a life. In the recovery ward, which was filled nearly to capacity, he had to ask for help in finding his people. Point 1, wheel 2, and swings 4 and 5. 4 of his people, but at least they were alive. An orderly guided him to the registration area, where the patients were indexed. Over here, over there, farther that way, then all the way back this way. Haphazardly placed, but once medevaced,
They no longer stayed together as a unit. Soldiers were grouped by severity and type of injury. Point 1 had lost an arm. He was the worst of the bunch, in an induced coma. Ares kneeled next to the bunk. Originator, hear my prayer. I ask you to share your health with this fine soldier, so that he may revel in your glory on a future battlefield. Until then, help him find peace. A warrior's prayer wasn't about humbling oneself before a god, but about honor and duty. Ares needed his faith to stay alive, both planet-side and within his own mind. The originator, a constructed deity. Ares didn't care about that. Faith wasn't about specifics. The concept was all that mattered. Ares found the other soldiers sedated and sleeping. It was easiest to drug them into a stupor and let their bodies heal themselves by forcing them to take the time. The worst damage had been surgically repaired. After that, it was up to each soldier to heal. Ares left the medical space with a thanks to the orderly for helping him find his people. When he strolled toward the intel spaces on Deck 3, he realized he'd never been there before. Intel wasn't his thing. If he couldn't shoot it, then he wouldn't be bothered by it. Plus, the intel types had been wrong too often to give him confidence in their work. As recently as not identifying the honeycomb of tunnels beneath the surface of Espinar 4. He rang a buzzer outside the heavy door that warded off unwanted visitors. A junior intelligence type turned on the view screen beside the doorframe. What? They call me Ares. My section captured the skinnies. I might be able to help in their interrogation. At least that's what Battle Planner Dante thought. Ares, I saw your name on some report. The skinnies aren't in here. They're on Deck 11 in an empty cargo hold where they are being examined, encouraged to talk so our computers can decipher their language. I'm pretty sure we don't need you down there. Ares stared at the man, expecting him to change his mind. But what he thought didn't matter. Pointy end of the spear was a man like Ares, not a report reader. Ares turned and walked away. He was wasting time. He took the lift down since walking was wearing him out. He drank his bottles of water and refilled them on the mess deck. He drank the two and sent the bottles into the recycle chute. Deck 11, the second lowest on the ship. The small difference in gravity was barely perceptible between individual decks, but when traveling from Deck 2 to 11, the change was more severe. Ares stepped off the lift, took 2 steps, and stopped to lean against the bulkhead. His rack was calling to him, but he had one last thing to do. He was in the corridor alone. The area was off limits to soldiers because if they managed to enter a supply area, they might help themselves. The rules of acquisition were universal and transcended the millennia. He took deep breaths to steel himself. The skinnies had injured everyone on his team. 5 dead were a testament to the army they fielded. Ares didn't like losing the soldiers in his section, but it happened too often. Anchoring the line was dangerous. Going forward to conduct a reconnaissance was dangerous. Be the bait to draw the enemy into a trap. Every mission given to Ares' section was dangerous, but none were worse than those he gave himself. Like heading underground to intercept a flanking army, or heading underground to escape one only to run into another. Sir, you're not allowed on this deck. A soldier appeared in the corridor. They call me Ares. It was a simple statement, but it carried weight far beyond any rank. My section captured the skinnies. I thought they might recognize me. You can pass. The soldier replied without direction regarding where Ares would go or who he would report to. He'd figure it out. He'd march ahead, his imposing figure intended to chase away others who would stop him. But no one was there. The hatch to the cargo space was secured from the other side, so Ares pounded on it. It opened. Ares didn't recognize the officer standing there, but he recognized Ares. We were hoping you would join us. Come in. Ares stepped through. The officer led him into the cargo bay, where double pads and blankets had been arranged as beds for the skinnies. The group stood around while armed soldiers lined the outside of the space. It was tactically unsound. They'd end up shooting each other in a firefight, but it looked impressive. I would remove half the soldiers. It's a Hittite firing squad. They'll shoot each other before they hit the skinnies. They're not a very big target."
Aries spoke offhandedly. They could take his advice or not. It made no difference to him, as long as he wasn't there if they started shooting. Someone waved him close to the skinnies. "Are you armed?" he asked. Aries shook his head. The man waved him the rest of the way until he was standing next to the aliens. "We're trying to get them to talk, but they're not. We need more. They know you, if I'm not mistaken. Can you get them to speak?"
"I can try."
He had kept his eyes on the skinnies, and they focused on him. As the newcomer, it only made sense that they would look at him. But this was different. Even though they were aliens, it was a look of recognition, of familiarity.
"Aries."
The skinnies surrounded him, chattering excitedly. They touched him with their long fingers. He didn't flinch. He didn't react. He didn't even nod. He cocked his head back and forth like they had done with him. One of them pointed to Aries' biceps. The others tapped the speaker in seeming agreement. They continued to talk to Aries, all at once. The intel types were overjoyed at the turnaround in their fortunes. They congregated behind a clear barrier to work with computer systems that were processing away in a calculated effort to decipher the skinnies' language.
"I hope you were treated well,"
he said in his best diplomatic tone. That wasn't his forte. He'd never had to woo an opponent through influential words. That was best left to those who wielded words as weapons. They didn't respond. The skinnies knew as much about English as the humans did their language. Two races at an impasse.
"I just came to check on you. Do you have water?"
he asked. He was thirsty again, despite already drinking his body weight. Doctor's orders. One of the intel types brought Aries a bladder. He drank half of it at one time. The skinnies stopped talking and watched. "Get them talking again," the intel types complained.
"Do you drink water?"
Aries asked. He gestured for one of them to hold out its hand. It did, and Aries dribbled a few drops into it. The alien sniffed at it before a long, thin tongue darted out to slap the water before retreating into the skinny's mouth.
"That was something. You're probably a lot of fun at parties,"
Aries quipped. They started talking again. The skinnies reached for the bladder. Aries gave it to them. The intel types gasped and ran to the group. Aries held them back by holding his arms out from his sides. The lead skinny, as Aries thought of him, poured water into the hands of the group, one at a time, until they lapped the few drops. Aries took the bladder back and drained it. He reached it behind him, and someone took it. The skinnies laughed. It was the strangest sound. Did they know they were prisoners on a human ship? This was the closest they would ever get to skinny space. HFP ships never transited unknown space on their way to a battle planet, except on the final approach. "That is definitely a laugh. You are the funniest guy in their lives. I want you to come here each day so we can continue to get engaged from them. Tell them it's time for them to sleep." Aries looked at the man like he'd grown a spare head.
"How am I supposed to do that?"
"I don't know, but be convincing." The intel officer went around the cordon of soldiers and pulled half of them from one wall so none of them faced another. The outer bulkheads were clear. If the soldiers started shooting, the only risk was from venting the atmosphere if they punched holes in the ship's skin. It wasn't optimal. The only way to avoid killing everyone was to not shoot. But Aries had already given enough advice for the day. He put his hands together and held them against his head like a pillow, and then pointed at the makeshift beds on the deck. He directed each skinny toward a different one, but they stood, silently watching the human madman walk around the cargo compartment, making strange gestures. Aries never thought of himself as being funny, but if a video of him trying to communicate with the skinnies ever saw the light of day, it would have ruined his credibility as a hardcore, no-nonsense soldier. He gave up and headed for the exit. "That's it?" the intel officer wondered.
"I don't speak skinny. That's for you guys. Have a good evening. I'm off to follow the doctor's orders."
"Rest?" the officer ventured.
"Exactly. I'll be in my bunk. Don't call me for at least 12 hours. I won't want to get up."
12 hours. You got it. And despite what you think, maybe you do speak skinny.
Ares looked over his shoulder to see the skinnies bedding down, one per bed, as the setup suggested, and as Ares had directed. Interesting. Ares left the space. The officer closed and secured the hatch behind him. Ares headed for the lifts and his quarters on Deck 4. He shared the quarters with another section leader who would not return from the planet's surface. He had the room to himself for the time being. He took off the temporary clothing and crawled into his rack. He pulled up the rails so he wouldn't get thrown out of the bed if the ship hit any turbulence. Within seconds, the good soldier that he was sound asleep. When he woke up, it was 13 hours later. He felt rested, but his body ached and was stiff from the wounds. He drank more water, relieved himself, and went back to bed. By his estimate, he had gone nearly 72 hours in high-energy combat without a break. He was owed the rest. Rejuvenation through core concepts like sleep and healthy eating. He was hungry, but he had eaten enough. On the table by his bed, he found a food pack and spare water bottles. Someone had entered and delivered them without him waking. Ares questioned his awareness, but then again, he was on ship. Nothing required him to be on high alert. Sleep in combat armor was easier. He could set proximity sensors to wake him. There was no such thing on board ship. He argued with himself about whether he was losing his edge, and he lost the argument to common sense. He was fine. 72 hours was too long. He should have found time to grab more than a cat nap while planetside. No combat required soldiers to be on 100% of the time. Any army that counted on that wouldn't survive later battles. The army that committed its reserves last would most likely win a battle. The army that slept and ate would be more able to stand at the end of a hard fight. Tired soldiers made mistakes. In battle, those tended to be deadly. 72 hours. Hard stop. The world would keep turning without Ares, the god of war. He needed to remember that. Unlike the next 8 hours, no one woke him. The food and water waited patiently for his attention. When he sat up, even his injuries felt less stiff. Ares was on the mend. His roommate had never returned. A pair of soldiers collected his personal belongings, which amounted to one small bag. Ares took stock of his own gear. He had a pad with the ship's library downloaded onto it. Whenever he wasn't engaged in a physical activity, he was reading. He didn't engage in small talk of any sort. No one knew where he was from. He hadn't told them because it didn't change anything about him. Ares paced inside his room. He wanted a real uniform to check in on his section soldiers and to check in on the skinnies. The third in his priority list ended up being the first thing he did. A soldier knocked on his hatch. "You've been summoned," the soldier said with a laugh. "I guess I better go then." Ares was in his too small casual wear, the set he'd received on the planet. "Are we moving?" "On to the next, bigger and better fight," the soldier said. "Where? And against who?" "Antares sector. Ships have been lost in that area, I heard." "Rumors like that sap the morale of any army fresh off a victory. You shouldn't be spreading them." "I heard it from the weenies on Deck 11. Ares examined the soldier. His uniform was in poor shape, wrinkled and stained. "You should replace that uniform." The soldier looked Ares up and down but didn't comment. Ares vowed to pick up a new uniform before returning to his room. He didn't wait for the soldier to escort him. He strode briskly down the corridor on his way to the central lift and took it down to the second lowest level on the ship, where he continued his pace to the cargo bay. The intel officer looked the same. He was getting enough sleep in between his team's attempts to teach the computer the skinny's language. The intellectual chess match was underway. They passed Ares through the gauntlet and into the cargo bay, where the skinnies were being held. The prisoners were different, highly agitated. Ares strode in, carrying the aura of confidence and strength that made him a great soldier. The skinnies rushed up to him. The soldiers lined half the walls. They raised their Mark 71s and prepared to fire.
Ares raised a hand to gain control. He didn't believe the skinnies were a threat. Definitely not in hand-to-hand combat. He stood his ground, and they stopped when they were close enough to touch him. They reached out with their spindly fingers and touched the bare skin of his arms. The contact sent a shiver through Ares. They'd touched him before, but nothing like that. This was different. Something had changed. They didn't articulate a single syllable, but they were trying to communicate with Ares in the way that was most comfortable for them. Telepathy or neurotransmission through touch. Ares held his hands up, fingers splayed almost as if he had erected two antennas. The head skinny, the one who seemed to lead the parade, placed his hands on Ares. Flashes of light sparked through his brain, like being near fireworks with your eyes closed. Nothing that Ares could see, only that something was there. The sensation stood Ares' hair on end, even though it wasn't completely unpleasant. "What are you doing to me?" he asked aloud. That broke the contact, and the flashes stopped. "I'm sorry, but I can't understand what you're trying to tell me." The intel types played a skinny voice. It strung together words and concepts. The skinnies listened to the end of the intel group's attempt at communicating. They returned to touching Ares without responding to the computerized voice. More flashes, more intensely. Nothing beyond that. If that passed for language, Ares assumed he would never understand it. He raised his hands in surrender. "I'm sorry, guys. I just can't understand you. We'll keep trying. Don't do anything to irk this crowd behind the curtain." "I'm sending an acquisition note to the fleet commander to reassign you to our section so you can work in here with the prisoners. You'll report to me for duty each day." "My section needs training. We lost many. The replacements need to be brought up to speed. Are we not moving to a war in the Antares sector?" "We are on our way to Antares sector. How did you know that? No matter. Don't you have someone who can train your team for you?" "Why would I have someone else train my section?" Ares wondered. It made no sense to him. Good teams weren't handed to section leads. They were developed by the leads themselves. That's what made them great. "You're going to have to find a way to do both then. You're needed here. This is a force multiplier if we can talk to the skinnies. We think they're responsible for many of our antagonists, like the bugs. They brought the bugs." "They manufactured the bugs," Ares corrected, "using big machines. They printed the bugs at a rate of 100 per minute. They used minerals and a biomass." The officer scoffed. "Where'd you hear that?" "I saw it, and then I buried it under the mountain to stop them from producing an endless supply of reinforcements. How many tens of millions did we kill?" The intel officer nodded. "Sorry. You were there, and we weren't. We couldn't download any images from your suit, so there was no secondary confirmation of what you saw. Your report was sparse. If you could flesh it out, we'd appreciate it." Ares disengaged from the skinnies on one side and the intel officer on the other, and left the cargo bay. He needed a decent uniform, plus someone who would deny his transfer into the intel section. That wasn't the job for him. It'd give them a little more of his time, and then cut ties. He needed to find Battle Planner Dante and save himself from being condemned to a soldier's purgatory. Complain once about bad intelligence, and you may find yourself there. Ares didn't take back what he had said. The shortcomings of not identifying the tunnel structure had cost too many lives. Would it have changed the plan? Maybe, maybe not. But the soldiers would never know, because they weren't afforded the opportunity to plan for underground movements to flank the force. Nor did they plan for an unlimited number of enemy soldiers. There was no way the HFP could have won such a battle. The treaty said no robots. The diplomats needed to wring someone's neck for the skinnies' violation by using artificial soldiers. Ares took the lift to Deck 3. He needed to get out of intel duty. Chapter 24. Antares Sector. From the frying pan into the fire. Dante roared with laughter at Ares' dilemma. Had the walls not been made of sturdy metal, they would have shook with his humor.
The state of euphoria immediately after a battle existed for all who survived, followed by a period of survivor's guilt, as they reconciled the sections and prepared for the next war. New soldiers would arrive to fill in empty spaces, or sections would be combined to create a single section from two depleted ones. The business of war was hardest on those who survived, even though no one could ask those who didn't survive what their preference would be. Aries the Intelwini? He laughed anew despite Aries' lack of humor. You know they outrank me, so what do you think I can do for you? Convince someone who outranks them that I'm needed elsewhere as a higher priority. I'll do whatever job I'm given, but you know what I'm good at. I do. We have a formation today where the commander will deliver our next orders. We don't have any time between these two wars, but we're starting to believe that this is one war. Us and the skinnies. We're there using both proxies and drones, since they can't fight us directly. We'd snap them in half. He kicked at the deck and blew out a long breath. I'll make a power play at the formation. It probably will keep me from getting promoted, but like you, I'm happy where I am. The two men looked at each other and held their gazes, each with their own thoughts about the other. Thanks for what you do, Aries. We won that battle because of you, and you alone. He waved his hand. Stop shaking your head. You know it's true. In any case, I'll go out on a limb for you. See you this afternoon. Compliance, Aries replied while saluting. Dante returned the gesture. Aries disappeared into the recesses of the ship, where he could sulk in private. But only briefly. He wanted to put on his combat armor for the formation. He was a soldier first, and to him, that was his dress uniform. He might be the only one who showed up wearing his suit, but no one would take exception. He'd keep his faceplate raised. The official designation was Armor Support Services, but those who worked there hated the acronym that the soldiers so glibly threw about. They called themselves Tech Support, and gave priority to those who didn't joke about the ASS. No soldiers were there. The battle was too fresh in their minds, and they were repulsed by the idea of climbing into their armor. Not Aries. It was a cocoon of warmth and security. It had saved his life, over and over. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced when he walked in, I would like my armor for a detail this afternoon. Thank you. Only one technician was within hearing. He looked up from the armor on his workbench. Who are you? He asked, looking over the nondescript clothing Aries wore. Call me Aries. The man nodded and disappeared behind a rack. In moments, another tech hurried to the counter and thrust his hand forward. Aries shook it. What an honor to meet the man called Aries, he blurted. We've worked on your suit but haven't completed the waist joint repairs. If you wait, we'll put a priority on it. I'll wait, Aries confirmed. He looked for a seat, but there weren't any. Come on back. See the magic behind the curtain. It's really my pleasure to show you what we do. The first soldier looked at his supervisor oddly, shaking his head when they made eye contact. The second tech explained. He's the first ever full-time winner of the Star of Valor. Aries nodded politely. My armor? He said into the silence. Right this way. The tech hurried into the back, which was a vast space, impossible to discern from the entry. It was filled with armor on a sinuous rack that moved constantly. It led through multiple wash stations to remove everything that didn't belong, from the largest filth down to the smallest bacteria. Here's yours, he said after walking right to it. Aries recognized it instantly. It had his rank. There was also the scarring from multiple campaigns. They strengthened the areas to make sure the scars didn't compromise the suit's integrity. But the battle scars were more important than medals when identifying experienced soldiers. No one came out of a battle unscathed, except those who hadn't participated in it. Modern battlefields hearkened to the distant past of extreme violence, of blood and gore. Your armor was pretty banged up. How much energy did it absorb? It would have to be some kind of record. I've never seen a suit scorched like that before. Don't take this the wrong way, But how in the heck did you survive?
Ares checked over his armor. It had been through a lot. He rested his hand on a pauldron. I hunch over to limit exposure to my elbows, knees, abs, and hips. Face the enemy and fight him head on. Keep the enemy in front of you. That's how these suits perform best. Although, I prefer when I'm not getting shot. The tech nodded, biting his lip. He hadn't thought through such things, but Ares' words made sense.
I don't think you spent very much time on Espinar where you weren't getting shot. Not by how this armor looked when it arrived.
Ares would have explained that even with the amount of combat Ares had been in on Espinar 4, he spent the majority of his time not being shot at.
Let's get this back to the bench.
The tech diverted it off the track and to the bench, where the system stretched it horizontally. No man could carry combat armor in one piece. Broken down, the individual parts were manageable to both put on and take off by a lone soldier. When the pieces were in place, the armor was at its best and most functional. It was what made a soldier effective on the modern battlefield. The tech's practiced hands removed the joint pieces and used a carbon fiber repair system to lace new metallicized threads into place. It didn't take long, but he was meticulous about the work. Taking a shortcut or missing a thread could be the difference between life and death. Ares appreciated his attention to detail. When he finished, he checked the other joints. 2 had been repaired. The bind out of his knee was 1. The last was an elbow that Ares hadn't realized was damaged. It was minimal, but every thread had its place. It was fixed in 2 minutes.
I can customize the top panel across your back, between the pauldrons.
He was excited about the prospect. He had the stand rotated. The tech admired the scars that crisscrossed the suit.
Right here.
He pointed and prepared his equipment. Ares stared. Why would I want that?
So anyone behind you would know who they're following. You give them confidence. You give them comfort in the turmoil of battle.
He waved at the rack of combat armor.
Many of those are empty. The assigned soldier buried on the planet of his or her demise. I followed the wrong people into combat.
Ares shook his head. Sometimes people die. Combat is chaos. They all followed orders, like the men in my section who didn't return. But they died so ugly, their armor never made it out. The tech hesitated.
I understand, but if soldiers have a choice, wouldn't they rather follow a survivor?
He started welding, adding layers deftly through the use of a machine that kept the line straight through the buildup. At the end, the letters were nearly 15 centimeters high. The smell of metal arcing onto metal filled the air. The sparks poured onto the workbench. I'm not sure that's what I want, Ares admitted, wincing at the work.
It's not about you. You don't have to look at it,
the tech replied.
It's about every man you lead into battle.
The 4 letters stood out, evenly spaced, huge. No one could miss them. ARES.
The tech chuckled. I probably just bought myself a lot of extra work. They'll be telling me to add section leader names to all their suits. I'll happily do it, knowing that you were first.
He offered his hand once more.
I'm going to have to get back to work. It was an honor finally meeting you. And do me a favor. Don't let them send the suit back to us if it's empty.
Ares' lips curled into a smile. I'll do my best, but if I get killed, I won't have any control over what happens to my suit.
Don't get killed,
the tech replied matter-of-factly. He waved over his shoulder and went back to work. Ares put his armor on and reported to the cargo bay. He raised his face shield before entering. The intel types looked at him. The officer shook his head. You don't have to wear that down here. I wear it because this is what I am. Ares approached the skinnies. They bowed their heads and backed away. They stayed bowed while he stood there. They haven't done that before. How many did you kill while wearing your suit? None that they saw. The other members of my section offed a few, but stopped firing when they realized they needed the skinnies' help to escape the underground. He nodded at the explanation. Ares told the skinnies, You can stand up. I'm almost finished here, since I'll have to go to the planet when we reach the Antari sector. What are we going to find there? The computer played the translation, or the best it could approximate. The skinnies rubbed their hands together and bobbed from side to side.
We're getting closer to a working translation system.
Aries shrugged off one arm plate and a glove to expose his bare skin. He held his arm out for the skinnies to take. The flashes started immediately, but they weren't as harsh as before. Deep in the middle of the light was something else. An image. A skinny standing in an unknown land. That was the flash, and then it was gone. He concentrated on sending an image of himself in the bug generation chamber. He didn't know why he selected that one, but he wanted them to know that he knew they were culpable in the deaths of so many soldiers. Unnecessarily, in Aries' mind, especially if the two races could sit down together and talk. The skinnies didn't react. They attempted to project other things into Aries' mind, but nothing was more than a bright flash, a spark in a sea of black. He restored his glove and gauntlet, waving to the skinnies and heading for the door, where he was intercepted by the intelligence officer.
I need you to keep working with the prisoners.
There's an all-hands formation on the hangar deck. I have to go. He scratched his head.
Is that today?
It's right now. I have to go. Aries sidestepped the officer, who fell in behind the soldier. Together, they headed down one level to the bottom of the ship. Antilles had launched its shuttles to clear the hangar deck. The entire force stood in formation in its cavernous space. Sections were arranged in groups of 10 to make a decade, and 10 decades to make a century. The force was down to 5 centuries. It had started at 10 for this operation, and was at 12 for Mistelgon. They were losing soldiers faster than they could replace them. 2 centuries of empty suits. That was 3,400 soldiers lost on Mistelgon, but half the remaining force had been lost on Espinar. The fact that the force had killed tens of millions of Scudigarans didn't matter. A human soldier wasn't equal to a mass-produced drone. Even skinnies weren't the equals of a human soldier. That's why they used proxies to fight their wars. This wasn't the first time they'd done it, but it was the first time they'd been caught. The HFP was being whittled down. Replacement soldiers had a tendency to die more quickly. Experience was an expensive lesson that not all survived. Aries fell in at the rear of the formation since he was alone. Not a single member of his section had been cleared for duty. He shouldn't have been there, but there was no one to tell him he couldn't. The opposite was true. Dante had ordered him to be there. Aries was the only one in combat armor. He stood out, even though he was behind everyone. He had his faceplate down because it made him more comfortable. It was how the Force soldiers knew him. Few recognized him outside his armor. And now, with his name across his backplate, everyone would recognize him. He wanted to scrape the work off, but the tech had been so excited about it. It was good work, keen with the iridescence of a fresh weld. The Force commander marched to the front and faced the formation.
Human force for peace.
His voice boomed through speakers secured in the overhead.
You have won another battle. You have secured peace on this planet and in this region of space. Many of you stood out among your fellow soldiers through acts of courage well above and beyond the call of duty. But one soldier has done it over and over. This isn't luck. This is a once-in-a-generation gift. I'm honored to award the Star of Valor to the section leader we call Aries, the god of war. Aries, front and center, march!
Aries was unprepared for the award. Dante told him he was putting him in for it, but they usually weren't awarded within a day of departing the planet where the combat took place. He marched forward, turned sharply 90 degrees, and continued until he was abeam the commander. He came to an abrupt halt, then faced left. He saluted sharply. The commander returned it, gesturing for Aries to raise his faceplate.
For saving thousands of lives, for risking yours over and over during 3 days of constant battle. Injured with injured soldiers under your command, you captured 18 of the enemy, returned them to friendly lines, and ran straight back into battle, leading the action that culminated in victory. This is your 5th award, which is unprecedented. This adds a 4th platinum star on your original medal. They are all well-deserved. Wear them with pride. By order of Janus 7.
The medal hanging from a short ribbon attached to a magnetic device that stuck to Ares' chest plate.
Do you have any words for us? The Force Commander asked.
Ares shook his head, but the commander rolled his finger for Ares to say something. Ares gritted his teeth but conceded. Compliance. Facing the enemy in battle is an honor that few humans are offered. We fight for the originator's glory and the humanity that we protect. We stand as a barrier to the hostile races of this universe, keeping them well away from Earth. That is our calling. That is our duty. The commander smiled.
Well stated, Section Leader Ares.
He raised his voice.
Hear, hear!
The force cheered. It was controlled and measured. Nothing more than a response to a command. But then it changed to thousands of voices saying his name. Ares, Ares.
Dismissed,
the commander said softly, saluting first, as was protocol. Star of Valor winners rated a salute when wearing the star, no matter that the winner wore less rank. There was no higher honor than the star. Ares saluted, turned right, and marched away. The commander's eyes locked on the name welded on Ares' armor. It could have been gaudy or arrogant, but it wasn't. It said, "Follow me," in the boldest way. I will lead you into battle. The commander continued.
We are on our way to Antares sector, where we will face a race of six-legged creatures, violent and hostile to humanity. We will be resupplied and reinforced en route. We will be employing tanks and armor, as the spiders have tanks. Transit will take 3 weeks. Prepare yourselves by resting. No duty for 1 week. Then we train. Rock and fire.
He stepped aside.
One final word from battle planner Dante.
Dante had been behind the commander the whole time, and now stepped into the open. We have yet to determine our plan of attack, but that is coming. And Ares will be instrumental to the plan and the combat effort on the planet. Despite what you may have heard, he is not working with the intelligence section. The commander gave him a hard side-eye. Dante bowed his head and stepped back.
Dismissed,
the commander told the formation. He marched away and was off the hangar deck before any soldier moved. The reporter stepped out of the shadows and waited for Ares. Over the past few days on board Antilles, he had written the first draft of his article. Images from the award ceremony would accompany his transmission, but he wanted more. He wanted a personal quote. They'd been in the fight together, shoulder to shoulder, so to speak. The reporter never finished the 15 minutes he was guaranteed at the outset of hostilities. He wanted that time. Ares, can I get 8 minutes of your time? Darrell asked when he intercepted the soldier. I prefer not, Ares replied. He looked around, which was a mistake. Dante watched him closely. The battle planner pointed and nodded. But yes, 8 minutes. What does the Star of Valor mean to you? Darrell asked, then waved his hand as if brushing off a whiteboard. Scratch that. That was a stupid question. Which of your men did you put in for medals? All of them. They are good soldiers. They've been wounded, so they'll get the battle scar medal. But their combat armor is scarred as well. That says more than any ribbon. Yours is scarred? You'd think you'd want something more intact, new. No. Ares glanced beyond the reporter. Soldiers watched him and listened intently. The interview was no longer about Ares. It was the words they needed to hear before starting a new war, entering battle. What would a time without war look like? Ares had thought about that. I grew up on Earth, had a hard life. Joining the HFP seemed natural, since I'd known nothing but fighting. Out here, it's different. We fight for our lives, but there are rules. There are soldiers standing by your side, taking incoming fire meant for you, killing your enemies for you. It's the family many of us never had. It's hard but fair. What would life be like without it? That's why we're here, so the rest of humanity can live their lives without ever experiencing what we do. I hope it stays that way.
War is for people like us, not them. He waved in the direction of Earth, many light years away. You will fight until you can fight no longer? Is that how you see retirement? I don't see retirement. I see an endless parade of alien races attempting to expand their empires. I see humanity doing the same. It is inevitable that we'll fight until we can communicate. Maybe our effort with the skinnies will get us over one of those hurdles. It would be nice to have more time between wars to train the replacements. This video is for the people of Earth to assist in our recruitment campaigns. What do you have to say to someone on the fence about joining the HFP? Ares snorted. Why would you be on the fence? If you have to wonder if you're ready to be a soldier or not, you're not. Can you be one of us? We own the battlefield. Humanity has never lost to an alien enemy, and we're not about to start. Find your courage and join. You'll get your chance to prove your mettle. Bask in the honor of combat. The honor of combat. I've seen you fight. It's something unreal. I've not seen any of the other soldiers fight like you. Where'd you learn? Ares pointed again, this time in the opposite direction. Out there. The only training for war is war. Your senses come alive. Your body revels in the challenge. Ares could have continued, but didn't want to come off as a psycho. War just is. We evolve with it, or become victims of it. Daryl's time had run out. He knew enough about Ares to respect that. That's all the time we have. Thank you. Ares nodded and hurried past the reporter. Ares had things to think about. Antares sector. 6-legged alien enemies. They would be bigger targets than the skinnies, easier to shoot. But if they had tanks, they'd be lethal from a long range. It would be a new and different battle, one with added complexity. It would be more of the same while being completely different. Ares wasn't working with intelligence. Couldn't make the battle plan a liar. Ares was pleased to see his short career with the spooky types come to an end, although he appreciated their efforts more than he had before the time he spent with them and the skinny prisoners. He couldn't help but think the skinnies were responsible for Antares sector. It was on the edge of their space. Were the spiders creatures the skinnies could control, or maybe even created? Time would tell. How easy would the spiders die? That's what Ares wanted to know. Until then, he'd worked to fill his section with the best recruits and train them as much as possible between the newcomer's arrival and deployment on the combat planet in Antares sector. War. It was never ending. War. The place Ares called home. You've been listening to Call Me Ares, the first book in the I Soldier series by Craig Martelle. Narrated by Bryan Douglas.